Alrighty. Let's see here. What are we doing today? First off, I know that we're going to be having a debate with this fella that Panda Man has begged us to talk with each other for the past couple of months. So that'll be fun. Let me just go ahead and load up a game to fidget with while we talk to him. Let me see here. Alrighty. Alrighty. How's everybody doing today? Oh my god, I look like fucking shit, dude. This is why you should always check yourself before you start your stream, I guess. Jesus. Alright. How's everybody doing today? Let's see, what time is it? About 8:12. All right. I'll shoot him a message in 5 minutes saying that we're ready. Just want to chill out with my bros, with my loyal viewers for a couple of minutes. Let the ADD medicine have a moment to fill my arteries, fill my brainstem, and allow me to focus. I had to go to the fucking doctor again today. They think that the antibiotics that they gave me after the surgery were simply ineffective. So we're going to see if I have developed some sort of post-surgery infection. Maybe I'll lose that kidney after all, folks. We'll just have to wait and fucking see. So, actually, you know what I should do? I should probably go and take a piss right before we talk, because I don't want to have to like stop in the middle and say like, hey, I'm sorry, I just had surgery and I have to pee right now. I should probably do that. I shouldn't have started the stream. I should have let the starting screen keep going for a couple of minutes. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna go piss. Here, 1 second. Let's do this. Sorry, I didn't even think about that, but I got the twinge right as soon as I started talking about going to the fucking doctor for the, I don't know, 450th time. Now? Okay, well now I don't want to, motherfucker. You're gonna tell me what to do? All right. Now we're back. Now we're cooking with gas, all right? Oh, all right. I'll shoot him a message real quick. You know, it'd be like so fucking nice if I didn't have to use over-ear headphones for every single thing related to stream. Like, I would love to use the Beats earphones that I got, but for some reason, when I want to talk on Discord, it like completely fucks everything up. Let me see here. All right, let's just see. Background's looking on fleek. All right, all right. Never eaten so much steak in a week in my life. Okay, here's my thing. All right, I have in the past like 2 years finally gone to like nice restaurants. You know, me and my girlfriend, we go on date nights, or like we go out to dinner with her family or something like that. And you know, I want to have the experience of having a really good steak. I must just be the most unlucky fool in the entire world, because it doesn't matter how nice of a fucking restaurant we go to. It doesn't matter how low quality of a restaurant we go to. I've never had a professionally cooked steak that I was like, oh, it's so good. I need more. I have cooked better steaks than the ones that I've gotten at restaurants, and I don't know why that is. Yeah, it is criminally easy to cook one. Why is it then that when I go to a restaurant, I'm getting the steaks that have like 80% fucking gristle on them, right? They're hella undercooked for my taste. Like I can't do rare, right? I can sometimes do medium rare. I prefer medium, right? But it's either I get a full ass like nearly raw steak, or it's all gristle. The good cooks you can't afford. No. Here's the thing. Like, even when I'm not paying and it's a really nice, like, Michelin star restaurant that we've gone to before, it's been dog shit steak. I don't know what the deal is. I'm just really unlucky. Because, like, you'll look at, like, the Google reviews and stuff, right? And it'll say, like, man, I had the steak. You gotta get the steak. The steak was fucking 10 out of 10. Michelin can't cook steak? Okay, buddy. Yeah, it's just the fucking Mifflin Stay Puft Marshmallow Man looking guy in the back with a spatula looking incredibly confused. Okay. Oh, man, I haven't had a debate in a while, like an actual debate. Like, we had the schizophrenic Dalmatian dog guy on, but I don't think that counts as a debate, really, because of who he is. So, I think the last time I had, like, an actual debate was, like, several months ago. Something that I really want to do is I want to get into more debates. I want to, you know, for me, I don't know if this is the same for everyone that likes to do debate or argue online or anything like that, but it's like one of those, is it Panda Man's dad? No, I don't think so. No, but like, it's like a muscle that you have to exercise, right? Or it atrophies and you lose some of the ability there. So I'm not sure exactly how it'll go. I actually don't know how it's going to go at all, because I don't know the guy. I don't know how crazy his opinions are or how reasonable his opinions are. So we'll just have to see. I'm literally going into this blind. We have no topic. We have no Oppo research on our hands. I listened to his stream for like 10 minutes earlier while I was walking to, cat sitting for my little brother. I walked to his house and I was watching his cat just listen to a stream for a minute. And one of his chatters like, hey man, when you're done skull fucking Sondsol, You can come on over to my panel. And it's like, damn. Do I have a reputation with these people that I know nothing about? I sure fucking hope not. But we'll just have to see how it goes. How's it going, Nair? After we talk to if you're feeling adventurous, I need to ask him what to call him because that's way too many syllables to ask him. Like, adventurous, right? What do you think about this? I need to ask him what he wants to go by. But after we're done talking to dude, I'm thinking, and you guys can let me know what you guys think, right? Either we can get Giga High, look at the Nick Ricada stuff, just kind of peruse what's going on there, power play, give him a nickname right off the bat. I'm not good at making up nicknames for people. All right, I need to watch more Trump before I start doing sneaky debate tactics like that. But yeah, no, I don't know basically anything about the dude. I tend to assume that people are relatively normal until proven otherwise. So I'm hoping, I'm praying that this guy is like at least somewhat reasonable. The unhinged crazy people debates are always fun, but it's really interesting if I can just like sit there and, you know, pick the brain of someone that's like seemingly reasonable, but like super disagrees with me on like the Trump and Biden stuff, on stuff like that. But like, I don't know how reasonable it is to hope for that sort of interaction nowadays online. Because I feel like the only reasonable conservatives that I've interacted with online in the past like year have been in my own Discord. Like, they disagree with me on a ton of stuff, but like, you know, it's basically Nair and Sieg and like maybe one or two other people. But like, man, it would be so interesting to just like pick the brain of someone that I think is like actually kind of reasonable. Hey, I'm excited. Well, I'm glad you're excited. Not that time. But yeah, so after the debate, we'll see how that goes. I think we don't have a set topic, so it's probably just going to be I mean, like, we'll see how it goes, but it's probably just going to be like probing questions and then like getting on to different topics all over the place, just getting acquainted with each other. I guess his Discord manager was in my chat earlier, and depending on how this goes, we might set up like a more formal, like with the guy moderating in their Discord, like on a specific topic maybe that we choose over this. But yeah, it just depends on how it goes. I now think Alito should recuse himself if they take the January 6th cases up. What changed your mind on that? Was it my beautiful rhetoric from yesterday? Also, someone left this like survival tactical pocket knife at my house. I have no idea who, because no one's asked for it back, so I have no idea how it got into my house, right? But like, I'm just like sitting here fidgeting with it, opening and closing it. I'm like so certain that I'm going to slice my finger open while fidgeting with it while debating or something. I need to put it away, but it's just like so, you know, it's so satisfying to just open and close a knife for some reason. I'm like the Joker for real, guys. Okay, I am going to move that because I am going to slice my fucking hand wide open. How's it going, moist sack? We're just waiting on our interlocutor to message me back on Discord. I know that he has to end his Twitch stream before anything gets started, so. Oh, look at that. He just messaged me. Oh no, is he watching the stream right now? Is he getting Oppo research that I should have been doing? Oh no. He is stalling? I don't know about that. I legitimately don't even have an opinion on the guy. Like, I don't know if he's cool. I don't know if he's crazy. I don't know if he's, anything. Going in with total good faith and expectations are purely neutral. Well, he said 1 sec. And we've been trying to set this up for like 3 months. Just my life has been absolutely hellish. Like, again, I know not everyone was in here when I said this earlier. I had to go to the fucking doctor again today. Because I might have like a post-operation infection. So I might end up losing that kidney after all. We'll just have to see. So, like, just because my life has been so fucking absolutely fucked for the past, I don't know, month. Common bad faith debate tactic? True. 07 kidney. Oh yeah, but like after we do the debate, I'm thinking about either looking at the Nick Rekieta stuff, if there's like a fun video that we could watch about that. Otherwise, I don't really know what the fuck is going on in the world. I was at work and then I went to the doctor's.
Here we go for the post.
Shut up. Let's see here. What's on the old homepage of YouTube? 2024 electoral map based on 22 polling errors. How to play post-punk bass in 1 minute. Well, I don't have a bass. Well, actually, I mean, technically I do have a bass, but the wiring in it is just super fucked. Let's see here. I really need to stop watching guitar content on my fucking, on my like channel YouTube account. I need to bite the bullet and move over to like a personal and then a work YouTube account, because listening to history stuff, listening to like guitar tips, probably not going to be good for content, right? What is this?
And this is Diet Culture talking.
Oh, we're not going to have time to watch much of this right now. I'll keep the tab open, though. Let's see here. Oh, I fucking love this guy's fucking videos, dude. Whoa. Yeah, 1.5. That's what I fucking thought. What? It's literally right there, Nair. Have you never seen a handpan before? It's like a big like turtle shell shaped thing like that. They look like that. Some people like to put like water in them and it kind of gives it a weird sound. It's like a hippie kind of weirdo instrument. It's like the rich white liberals version of the fucking steel drum.
Mallet Station.
This I've never seen. I don't mind the instrument, but I hate the pretentious people playing it. True. Exactly. I don't think I've ever seen someone playing a handpan where I'm like, you know what? This rocks. Even if the music is fine, even if they're doing like okay, it's always like some like suburbanite hippie white person with dreads playing the fucking handpan. And it's like, okay, buddy. You found your niche little instrument. It used to be the ukulele, right? Guitar got too popular, so they moved on to the ukulele. Then ukuleles were too accessible, so they decided to move on to some weird percussion instrument that nobody wants to devote room to in their house.
Aquarion, stylophone, and marimba.
These aren't even his like weirdest instruments either. Wait, also, am I zoomed in? I'm not. Wait a second. What is with this layout? Why are the comments, why are there no suggested videos? Hold on. Refresh. Is this just like a new
Hand
YouTube
pans.
layout? Oh, that's fucking god awful. Why would anyone want this layout on YouTube? Oh, he's calling me. Hello, hello. Uh-oh, I'm having a, I don't see any audio coming through on my OBS. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Because I can hear you, but my chat can't.
Just a second. It should be popping up.
Okay, can you say something super quick? Oh my gosh. Let's see. What is the deal? Here, I think I need to grab myself a wired connection. Give me 2 seconds. Was that Les Miserables? Gotcha. I used to be a theater major in my first year of college. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to fix my audio setup so I won't be able to hear you. Alrighty. Let's try this one more time. Can you hear me? Uh-oh, now I can't hear him. Let me see if I can fix this. I don't know why all of a sudden the Oh wait. Can you say something?
Something.
Oh man, I can hear you and so can my chat. Let's go. It used to be that like when I used my Bluetooth headphones, I could just switch between listening to stuff on like a web browser and use Discord, but I guess something changed with Discord. Let's see here. I'll get my camera on for you. Alrighty. And then I can pop this out and I can show my chat your face. All right. That should be good. Let's see here. All right. I'm ready whenever you are, my man.
Roger that. Although that does beg the question, what are we even quote unquote getting ready for? Because
That's a good question. So this is Panda's been wanting us to talk for a long time. I am indulging him because he is very, very, very persistent. I'm sure you know.
Yes.
But
yeah, credit where it's due. He's got that going for him.
yeah. So basically, the way we can do this is this seems to be some kind of introductory acquaintance making conversation, I guess. We could just kind of chat about whatever and see if we have anything. I'm sure we probably do. See if there's anything that we want to argue about. If we want to go like super in depth into one particular thing, we can reconvene on that. The Mind of Z guy, he stopped through my chat, and I recognize him from a while ago. He said that if we wanted to set something up again, then he could moderate it through your Discord or something. So have something a little bit more formal.
Yeah, we could potentially do a follow-up if we feel it's necessary. I mean, we could argue, but arguing is generally unproductive. It would be better if we could have something resembling a civil conversation.
I'm really good at civil conversations. No, so I don't know how much you know about me, or I don't know
next
basically
to nothing.
Yeah, I know next to nothing about you either. I'm sure you're conservative. I'm very much a liberal. My basic backstory is I started streaming as a socialist, debate bro kind of guy. Over time, realized that I actually am not a socialist, and all the things I thought were socialism actually are just the really nice version of capitalism that I've believed in before and now. And I really hate socialists now. So that's like my anti-lefty aspect. On the other side, I'm very much not a huge fan of Trump whatsoever at all. Think Biden
Big
is
shot, big surprise.
Yeah. I think that there is a lot of deranged commentary that comes out of a lot of lefty circles, a lot of liberal circles about Trump, but I think that there's either a grain of truth or like a good amount of truth to most of the claims. Now, there's going to be some that are like just very, very stupid. There was something recently, what do you call it? The Unified Reich advertisement that people put out, or that the Trump team put out. Did you see about that?
No.
Basically, it was just like a stock image, like video thing that they could put Trump's picture into, and basically just have like a cheap campaign ad. But it was very unfortunately for them a World War II pre-made thing, so it said like Unified Reich and stuff like that multiple times in the background, and they didn't really check that out, and so it looked really bad until you saw what the context was. But a lot of people soyed the fuck out about that. So I think that there's a lot of reasonable criticisms of both Biden and Trump, but I think that ultimately the criticisms that I have of Trump aren't going to be the ones that are based off of the like crazy lies or like misrepresentations or just easy dunks like you would see with that really unfortunate campaign ad. So that's basically like a very broad overview of where I'm at.
Okay. Broad overview of where I'm at. I am a constitutional, let me go in order of importance here. I am a Christian constitutional conservative. I was born in Washington State. I spent the overwhelming majority of my life surrounded by people who could not disagree with me more politically. So I'm very familiar with the other side's argumentation, intimately familiar, one might say.
Mhm.
And I've been streaming. I started off streaming fitness because I'm a personal trainer. Actually, now I'm a manager of a training department. And fitness is a huge part of my life. And I started off on Twitch doing fitness and health. And then more and more people who came into my stream started mentioning political type stuff. And that made me aware that there was a place for politics on Twitch, which is not something I knew before I started streaming fitness and health. So I made the jump to politics, and here we are. As far as policy positions, on the one hand, I might surprise you, and on the one hand, I might not. A lot of my positions are very nuanced, and some of my positions are exactly what you would expect a Christian conservative to hold. So it really has to be on a case-by-case thing. So
Sure.
there you have it.
All right, cool. Yeah, so for me, the past couple of months, I like, especially since getting banned from Twitch, I haven't had many conversations with people, and that used to be how I kind of kept a check on myself for not going like too rad libby. I tried to, jump around into some conservative discords and stuff like that, but either the schedules didn't line up or something like that. So this might be very probative for me, because I'm just like so curious about so many things about how people think. I'm also a political science major. So I'm like very interested in what leads people to believe certain things, certain ideas, what kind of like tribalisms or groups we kind of form together and lock ourselves into like certain ways of thinking. You say you grew up in Washington. Were you always conservative, or did you grow up like kind of centristy and move closer to conservatism later on? Or
I grew up Republican. I would have been considered a somewhat run-of-the-mill Republican for a large part of my life. That's definitely how my mom and dad both identify. Well, my dad identified, but I was Republican for the overwhelming majority of my childhood. I had an edgy experimenting with my beliefs phase in high school that everyone has. Some people have it more towards college, but I had it in high school. And I spent like 6 months saying I was a Democrat. And then I found out that a lot of the things that people had told me that made me say that had been straight up verifiable lies. So I was like, oh, okay, I was fucking lied to. Cool, I'm a Republican again. And then when I was towards the end of high school, which was 2011 for me, I started paying much closer attention to politics, and I just started slipping ever further right. The more I paid attention, the further right I was pushed.
Gotcha. What sort of things pushed you further right?
Government corruption, sociological movements coming from the left, societal decay. Take your pick.
What I mean, I can understand the perception of like, even the perception of governmental corruption is enough to move someone over. So I'm not like super surprised about that. I mean, that's kind of what pushed me into the opposite direction, into socialism. I was a huge Bernie bro, dude. Huge Bernie bro. And when he didn't win the nomination in 2016, bro, I was livid. When he didn't win it in 2020, I was fucking livid. But
I was livid because he should have. His party cheated him.
In some ways, yes, and in some ways, no. I've kind of been lib-pilled a little bit on that. I think it's a little bit ridiculous how our the party infrastructure is, because that's what ultimately did it. It wasn't so much like a concerted effort so much as it was kind of stacked against him in the first place. Just the way that the like DCCC works, and the same thing could have happened to Trump. But he had way more overwhelming support.
I'm not so sure I agree with that. The existence of super delegates, just as one example, is like one of the single most undemocratic things currently existing in the American political system. And we all know that Hillary has her thumb on certain elements inside of the Democrat Party. And the reason she got the nomination is because it was her turn.
So I would agree with you. This is the only thing. Like, the super delegates, we're going to go for Hillary, right? Some people thought it was her turn. Some people thought that she genuinely had a better chance to beat Trump. The super delegates were going to go to Hillary. The real thing is, like, the difference between what happened to Bernie and Trump in 2016 was Trump had a lot more support at the outset, like going into the major state elections for the primary. And so, like, at that point, even if the Republican Party did have super delegates, because I don't know how their setup is, even if they did have super delegates to try and ram through someone else, I don't think that they would have had the numbers for it. But Hillary Clinton did, and it wasn't nearly even as close as it could have been, right? Like, if Bernie had gotten, 70% of the like delegates from the states at that point, it probably wouldn't have mattered if the super delegates went for Hillary, because it wouldn't have changed the result. But that's neither here nor there. So I understand, like, even the perception of government like influence or corruption can push someone, but when you say societal decay, what do you mean?
Oh, many of the things that I'm sure you, being a liberal, would think are neutral to positive. The decay of art, the decay of family values, the complete destruction of the nuclear family, the complete abandonment of social standards around public conduct. Again, take your pick. I mean, look at where we were in the 50s, and now look at where we are now, across every social metric, whether it's grades in school, drug use, domestic violence, divorce, violent crime. Literally everything is worse.
I don't know about all of those. I know that grades in school are definitely fucked. As a person who's, most of my family is involved in education at this point. Like, yeah, schooling system right now, especially in Texas, especially in Houston, the school stuff needs to change. All right, I was working in education, and that was rough. When you say you said something about public conduct, you are mostly like referring to like protests or something like that.
No, I'm talking to everything from. I'm talking about everything from how people protest to what they wear out in public. It is not a coincidence that people dress like slobs and don't even bother to put on real clothes when they go out in public anymore, and that trust in institutions and civic engagement are at an all-time low. These things aren't coincidental, they're very much related. If individuals don't respect themselves and they don't respect the society they're part of, that's bad for the societal fabric.
I agree with the last statement you said. If people don't have trust in the system or respect for the system, then it's bad for the society. I 100% agree with that. I think that the people that are the least trustful of the system right now are going to be conservatives in the United 100%. States. Okay, yeah, okay. just want to make sure we were on the same page there before we had to like talk about whether or not the lefties are indicative of the majority of, Democrats in the U.S. Do you think that because people wear like sweats to go to the grocery store, that's part of the, like, can you connect the ideas more for me?
No, it's not so. No, it's not, because I would say the dressing like a slob and not demonstrating respect with how you choose to present yourself to society is a downstream towards the end symptom. That's not causational. I think if people had respect for the civilization they were a part of and understood why it's important to be a functional member of society, they would start actually giving a shit about how they looked when they were in public.
I kind of agree. I kind of don't know if I fully would sign on to that. I do think that there's a lack of agreement, or a lack of what's the word I'm looking for here? People on the left don't want to ever admit that, personal responsibility or taking care of yourself is something that you need to do.
Very postmodernist. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that that's something that people on the left, liberals and lefties alike, but it's mostly, I would say it's more in like the lefty socialist kind of crew that think that like the personal betterment is impossible without the system changing.
Which is idiotic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I like there is an argument to be made there that like it plays some part, but at the end of the day, like that's a societal wide problem as opposed to like something that you can fix yourself. And I understand why people get to that point, right? Like you yourself feel like everything is kind of fucked. The government isn't listening to you. Nobody can afford rent. Nobody can afford healthcare. You start slipping down one of the extreme sides of the political aisle, and you just kind of think something needs to completely be overhauled in order for anything to get better because of your own personal experience. But we have limitations as human beings.
Let me pitch this to you and ask you if you would agree. You're leaning in the direction of the government and the society have to change before people will change. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood. Can you restate what you're saying?
Yeah, sorry. I was more steel manning the side of that does think that, even though I don't personally believe it. There is a grain.
Okay.
There's an aspect.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's where I misunderstood.
Yeah, there's an aspect there that's going to play a role into that, but like people obviously need to take some accountability for themselves and grow the fuck up. Go get a job. Don't be too scared to order pizza on the phone, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like that's something that needs to change in terms of like liberal or lefty culture. Like that idea needs to be reeled back, if not like change completely.
I'd say that idea has been getting tested for the past 40 years, and we have demonstrated it is an abject failure of an idea.
Wait, which one? That the government needs to change?
The idea you were just alluding to, this sort of I can be soft and delicate, and I don't need to develop myself and develop any level of social and personal strength that you were just like the pizza on the phone thing. The idea that you can exist that way and it won't have any negative effects on anyone but yourself, and people can be that way if they want to. We as a society have been testing that idea about 100% verifiably for the last 20. It's an abject failure of an idea.
I don't know about like testing. I don't know what you mean by testing. I don't think that was like a deliberate idea. Like we're going to try out like telling kids this and then like we'll see what happens. I think that as a society, especially like we're the United States, we don't really have that many problems here at home that are, going to directly affect each individual's lives, right? Like if you live in Iraq, if you live in, Afghanistan, you have a lot of shit to worry about before, oh no, I'm really worried about calling people on the phone. But like here at home, you don't have a lot of those external pressures that are way bigger problems than that, right? So like
You don't think the feminization of society was deliberate?
the feminization of society depends on what you mean by that.
The softening of society. So a lot of the things you're describing, going back to the pizza on the phone example, a lot of those types of issues that we're now seeing manifest at a societal level that it's starting with individuals and percolating up to a societal level. This is coming from the hyper feminization of our collective psyche at a societal level. Boys are told they're not allowed to compete with each other and act masculine. They're told that their male instincts are naturally predatory and evil. This leads to either a rebellious streak, which turns them into criminals, or it leads to a deliberate suppression of male instinct, which has the long-term effect of feminizing the society overall. And when you say you don't think we've been testing that, quote unquote, because it seems like you don't think it was deliberate, I would disagree. The psychology field pushed soft parenting, which we now know from clinical data and research is not as effective as authoritative parenting, which is more masculine. We know that declining academic standards has contributed to the poor academic status of the American student. We know that the destruction of the nuclear family has led to a exponential explosion of single mothers. And we know that mothers who are forced to raise their children alone, their kids have significantly worse outcomes across every metric that matters: academic performance, drug use, criminality, yada, yada, yada. I mean, down the line, society has been getting more and more feminized and has been more and more forced under the supervision of female, especially in regards to the rearing of the next generation, the increase in single mother households. And here we are. Society has declined across every metric that I can think of. So,
Okay, I wrote some stuff down there, but the only thing that I didn't get, you said forced by female, and then you just kind of like kept on going right at the end there, talking about like the rule of females in government or what?
I think what I meant to say there, I might have stumbled over myself and not realized it. What I mean to say is that how to articulate this? The governing percentage and the alignment, the balance between masculine and feminine construction of the social psyche has continued to veer feminine progressively over the last 40 years. And that's at every observable level: social, governmental, etc.
Okay. So I don't know if I would ascribe it to femininity. Because that seems like an overly... It seems like an awfully specific thing that I think has way too much going on for it to be ascribed to one thing. Like declining academic standards, soft parenting, destruction of the nuclear family. I don't know what all of these things have to do with femininity, because I don't know about you, but like I don't think that soft parenting is necessarily a feminine thing.
Oh, it verifiably is. We know that when you look at the psychological research that's been done on parenting styles and how kids are raised by a masculine father versus a effeminate father and a mother, or a masculine father and a standard wife versus a single mother, we 100% know that more soft gentle-handed parenting as opposed to authoritative parenting. That it's 100% verifiable that leans by sex disposition. And I don't want you to get the right idea. I'm not saying that every societal woe we have is because of feminization. I think that's a decent sized piece of the pie, but it's not the whole thing by any stretch.
I kind of want to dig into the soft parenting thing because I don't know exactly what that means. Like I don't know if this is going to lead to like a super interesting conversation for people in chat is the problem. The problem that I've been having recently is I've just been way more interested by like the ideas that other people have rather than hyperfixating on the debate aspect of stuff. I guess I just don't. I haven't worked out that my debate muscles in a long time. They've atrophied. But soft parenting. What would you consider like soft parenting? Like no rules, just right. Ollie ollie oxen free. Kids can run around the house, can do whatever the fuck they want, can get bad grades. Parents don't do anything, or
some version of that. Yeah, you could also lump things like affirmative parenting, where you never correct your child. The affirmative parenting is something I can't remember. I'm bad with names, but there was a child psychologist who wrote about that. I think the book was 90s, early 2000s. And she wrote about how if you endlessly affirm your child, they'll be perfect. They'll grow up to be absolutely the most stellar human being. That was the thesis of her work. And yeah, that's not fucking true at all.
yeah,
It's
I mean, I wouldn't agree with
verifiably
that.
false. Yeah, no.
But I also like, even from my experience working at multiple schools, I'm not seeing that so much. I think like not so much soft parenting. Like there's a lot of helicopter parenting. I would see that, and I would say like maybe that's not maybe there's like a difference.
No.
Authoritative
parenting.
Yeah.
I would say that helicopter parenting is a toxic feminine parenting style.
Okay. So difference between like authoritarian parenting versus authoritative.
Oh yes, 100%. Authoritarian is very important distinction there. Authoritarian is micromanaging your children and not allowing them to have any level of independence or sovereignty, and expecting them to be perfect little automatons that adhere to your every whim. That's authoritarian parenting, and the parents in those situations are tyrants, and their kids understandably grow up to be pretty messed up a lot of the time. Whereas authoritative parenting, the child has a set of rules. They are consistent, clear, and understandable, and they are fairly enforced. And as long as the child exists within that rule set, the child is allowed to develop and progress themselves in whatever manner they see fit. And those two things could not be more different.
Yeah. I guess like I just like from my experience, like working in education, my parents being, what do you call them? The like school counselors and talking about that sort of stuff, and just curiosity looking stuff up. I guess I don't really see this like soft parenting being like a like super widespread like big societal issue. I would say that like if you're just like endlessly affirming your kid every single day, and you never reprimand them, you never put your foot down and like I'm the father, I'm the mother, and like you're not doing this thing, like yeah, I can see how that would lead to people being kind of shit kids growing up and then probably not having any discipline going into their adult life. But I don't know if that's something that I would put as a like major issue. But maybe there's just like stuff that I've not been exposed to.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why you would not see it as a major issue. Would you? Okay, so let me ask you a few leading questions here. would you argue that crime across the board has been increasing for the past decade at least? Definitely, I would say probably the last 20 years, and not just proportionally with population, but disproportionate to population.
I'm pretty sure the stats go against that. I mean, I can look up here.
Well, it depends on
Are we
it
talking
depends
about like
on which
violent
type of
crime,
crime.
or are we talking
It
about just
depends
like
on
all
which type
crime?
of crime. All crime is what I'm talking about. So yeah, if you cherry pick the data, you can make it go one way or the other. But I believe, if I remember correctly, I was looking at all crime for this particular bit. But let's say I'm wrong, because I could be wrong. I'm not infallible. It's undeniable that there has been a breakdown in social fabric. Okay, would we agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that last one again.
Would you agree that there has been a breakdown in social fabric?
To a certain degree, yeah. I don't think that anyone could argue against that.
Okay. So, do you think it is indicative of a country full of people who are capable of obeying rules and understand that they have to cooperate with others to a certain extent and are capable of conducting themselves in a well adjusted and reasonable manner? In a country where most of the people are like that, do you think the societal fabric just starts breaking down out of nowhere?
Um, Given the premises that you laid out, no, but I also don't think that we've gotten to a point where there's so many people that can't work together or interact with each other and produce something more.
Oh, I would strongly disagree with that. So yeah, we apparently have very differing views of the current sociological state of the country.
So I like all like so my uh 1 second. So the beginning of me streaming, the overwhelming majority of the conversations had to do around like crime rates. Back at that time, I was arguing against like actual like neo-Nazis and shit like that. And so I'm like familiar with like the broad strokes of crime rates. And like first thing when you Google crime in the US over time, Pew Research and I mean I can link you the page I'm looking at, but violent crimes per 100,000 people went from 747 to 380 from 93 to 22. Violent victimizations per 1,000 people went from 79.8 to 23.5. Property crimes per 100,000 went from 4.7K to less than 2,000. Property victimizations per 100,000 or per 1,000 households went from 351 to 101. Like it's just like
I might have been thinking of more localized data and not a countrywide picture. And it's also possible I'm just remembering the wrong thing.
I
I'm not
can
valuable.
give you, yeah, I mean, I can give you like this. There are like different areas of the country where crime has had spikes and dips over the past like 10 years. New York, San Francisco, definitely two of those places. But even then, like compared to where we were, like even pre-Trump, the rates have just like consistently gone down outside of 2020. And then we can look at other factors for why 2020 was like more or like post 2020, like after people got out of lockdown and stuff. Like we can look at other factors that would push people to engage in more either violent crime or property crime or anything like that.
Well, the crime stats are immaterial. It was something I was using to illustrate a point, but it's not a critical piece of evidence to my point. So we can chuck that to the side. The point I'm making is that I see a breakdown in social fabric. And even if the crime isn't as bad as I thought it was across the board, there's still plenty of other things that to me are evidentiary of the breakdown in the social fabric. the death of art, not least among them, the extreme issues with echo chambers on both sides of the political aisle, etc.
So like I'll agree with you in terms of like political polarization and the breakdown of our ability to engage with each other in any kind of like reasonable conversation. That is absolutely broken down. I think that the biggest factor for that has been the internet. The way that we're able to
Certainly been a contributing factor.
Yeah, I would say that it's probably the biggest factor, and I've been moved more and more to that position over the past couple of months. Like we're able to silo ourselves off and only engage with things that we agree with so easily online, as opposed to like in real life. Like you said you grew up in Washington. You had a whole bunch of people that you grew up around that super disagreed with you. I'm a liberal that lives in like deep South. I was born in deep South Arkansas, and then I moved to fucking Texas. All right. The overwhelming majority of people that I've known have been conservative. All right. Even like hard line, super big Trump conservative. So it's been hard for me to exist in an echo chamber in real life. But I will say that the time in my life that I was in an echo chamber was, late 2019 through 2020 into 2021, right? Had to be inside. There wasn't much going on outside in the real world. And so I was just in these online communities, started falling down the socialist rabbit hole. So like, yeah, I would say that like the internet is a big issue with social fabric. I don't know exactly what, I'm pretty sure we probably severely disagree on what needs to happen in terms of that. But yeah, I don't think that like by and large, the polarization has gotten to a point where we are having like a total breakdown of society, or that we're in danger of having a total breakdown of society or anything like that. I think that largely the issues that we do see in terms of political polarization are going to be on the extremes and not in the more like center of political issues, right?
Okay. Can you repeat that last thought for me so I can hear it one more time?
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is the idea that political polarization has gotten like so bad that like we can't engage with each other isn't possible. I don't think that that's true. I think that the majority of that feeling comes from online issues. Like it obviously shows up when it comes to, the electoral system, people being heavily super hardcore in favor of Biden versus, I'm sorry, I meant to say Trump, heavily in favor of Trump rather than, like people that are more moderate in the Republican Party. And on the Democratic side, there's, all sorts of like issues with the coalition that like has been traditionally there. A lot of that is due to online stuff, but I think that when you like talk to people in real life and you like talk about issues, a lot of times you can find a lot more agreement than you would ever find online. And I mean, there's multiple reasons for that: anonymity and not like seeing the person face to face, stuff like that. But I don't know if I would say that we're having like a societal breakdown because of that right now.
I'm at a loss for why I'm at a loss for why you think there isn't a societal breakdown occurring. We have fundamental disagreements between the two sides about bedrock principles and morality, and you're on one of the sides or you're one of the people who's a fence-sitting coward in the middle. And these issues are largely, as far as I can tell, irreconcilable at this point because neither side is going to budge. And the time where we saw anyone moving side to side as far as I can tell, is pretty much behind us. I think the battle lines have pretty much been drawn and people have pretty much decided where they're at. And I don't even know where to begin to start verbally expressing a convincing case of that to you, because it's like,
well, I mean, I can
as
ask you
someone-
questions, like
Yeah,
why
go
you feel
ahead,
that way.
yeah.
Yeah. So, when you say like you think that everyone's largely like picked their side, and we have like these irreconcilable things, no one's like moving over like side to side, like why do you think that? Like we can look at polling data and see that there have been shifts in people who are supporting Trump, then moving over to Biden, then moving over to RFK. Like we've seen like shifting in the polling. If there was like everyone's just already set in their ways, then why would we ever see any shift in the polling leading up to the election?
Well, I mean, you could explain shifts in polling with a few things that aren't actually reflective of mass numbers of people changing their opinions. Polls can be manipulated, and I don't think anyone would contest that, at least no one who's aware of how polling works. But even putting aside any funny business on the part of the pollsters, those numbers as a percentage of the population, I am dubious that it is a significant number of people. Okay, you gotta understand, I have a tendency to speak in hyperbole. When I say no one, or when I speak in absolutes, I'm speaking in hyperbole.
Sure, that's why I'm like clarifying with you, right?
Right. So obviously, there's always going to be some level of political migration, we'll say, and that's always going to be true, even in the most authoritarian dictatorial society you can imagine. Even if it only is happening in the person's head and they can't actually express their shifting thought patterns, we know from people that have fled North Korea that it does even happen in places like North Korea. Okay, so I'll concede that at a certain level. What I'm talking about is in I can't remember, was it 2017, 2018? There was the walk away movement. If you remember, some guy started the just walk away hashtag, and there was this whole thing about just leave the Democrat Party already. And then we started later on in the following years, we started seeing more and more Democrat politicians say, I'm done with this. And around the same time, because of Trump's antics, we had Republican senators and House members here and there saying, okay, this party has just gotten too damn retarded for me. I'm jumping ship, mostly because of Trump and his antics. And this may be a matter of perception. I would be willing to be proven wrong about this if there was enough of a data case to be made. But it certainly seems to me that narratively and cultural perception wise, is that people are done moving side to side and that people are pretty much where they're going to be. And that seems to me to be the overwhelming, that's the narrative that is frothing at the top of the political conversation. Does that make sense?
I understand the words that you're saying. I just it's just like we have a fundamental disagreement on the fact of the matter. Like when we I would point towards 2020 and the different states that moved over to Biden versus where they voted for Trump in 2016, right? I would look at I'm not going to disagree that polls can be manipulated, right? Like I'm a political science major. I know how they can be manipulated. It's literally what I'm studying, right? You can ask questions in certain ways, right? Like if you ask people like, should everyone in the United States have access to free or affordable healthcare? You're going to get like 80% of people in the United States say yes. And then like the more granular you get with that, right? Like, do you think that we should have a government program that insures every single person that doesn't have private insurance. It probably drops down to like 70%. And then, should the government be the only provider of health insurance, it drops down to like 35%, right? So like there's definitely ways that you can ask the same kind of question and get much different results. When it comes to like the presidential polling that's going on right now, I don't think that is manipulated. I don't think that any of the pollsters really have much of a reason to fake those results. Like, if anything, the results would be faked in the opposite direction than they are right now, or have been for the past couple of months. Or, I mean, shit, since the Republican primary began, right? Like, Trump's had an advantage over Biden basically for the entirety of the 2024 election cycle, right? But like, if we're going to say that pollsters are going to lie and try and make Biden look good, why would they do that? So I don't think that the polls are being manipulated on the on the 2024 election, unless you're going to say that the media is all biased on the side of Donald Trump, which I don't think that you would say.
No, God,
Right.
no, I would not say that. Yeah, maybe they're not doing any monkey business with the presidential polls. I know sometimes they do. I mean, I don't think you just.
I mean,
like
there
you
are
just
definitely
alluded
polling
to.
errors, right? Like there was.
Oh no, I'm not talking about errors. I'm talking about deliberate. I'm talking about deliberate misrepresentation in polling data. Sorry, I'm stumbling.
No, I do
Not
that too, but it's all good.
Misrepresentation of polling data. What I meant to say was deliberate construction of polling in such a way as to manipulate the outcome. And the reason I'm confident that does happen, and you just alluded to it, would you disagree that legacy media overwhelmingly skews left?
I would say they skew center left to left. I think that I would have agreed more with that even like 2 years ago. But when we look at, I know that people love to hate on CNN. Everyone loves to hate on CNN. They were rad libs, okay, to the point where I couldn't even stand watching them back in like 2020, or basically the entirety of Trump's presidency until like 2022. They got a new CEO, I think, at the end of 2021. And since then, they've been a lot more centristy. I would say like center left. MSNBC is, like, I hate to like use the Republican nickname like MSDNC, but Jesus Christ, I can't stand MSNBC. Fox News skews to the right. They're the biggest news company in the United States. But I would say, like, in terms of like newspapers and stuff, I would say, yeah, like center to like center left.
Okay. And with the exception, obviously, of organizations that are, the entire organization is a pollster. That's all it does. A lot of polling is conducted by news organizations, correct?
Yeah, of course.
So why would they not do the polls in a way that favors an outcome that's good for them?
Again, like I would like point towards, like, if you go to like 538 or Real Clear Politics, you can see like the discrete breakdown of all of the different polls that they take averages from, and all of these left-leaning news sources are still saying, Trump is in the lead, like nationally, or like even in like individual states, they'll like still be like relatively like very close together. There are like a couple of outliers that I would ignore. Like there was one that said that Donald Trump it might have been in either Wisconsin or something like that, but oh no, it was in Nevada. Like they said that Trump had a 15-point advantage, and that would be absolutely fucking buck wild for a state that's been kind of like right on the edge of voting Democrat or Republican for the past 20 years. So I don't think that like looking at the outliers is something you want to do, but looking at the averages of stuff and looking how close all of these different news organizations are to each other in terms of polling, yeah, I would say that they don't really have much of an incentive to lie. If they do, then they're just going to get called out on it by another news company. That's kind of the whole like check and balance that news companies have on each other. If they get to call out someone else for doing a provable lie, they're absolutely going to do it because they have an incentive to do that. right? And they have an incentive not to like blatantly lie, because then they're going to get called out of that and lose subscribers, just like on YouTube.
There's like three things I want to address there.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to start with the most recent one first, and maybe I'll get to the others, and maybe we won't.
Sure. Well, if you lay them all out really quick, I can write them down and we can go point by point.
Yeah, I prefer to do things more organically. Gotcha. First of all, are you familiar with Operation Mockingbird?
I know that name. Which one was it?
That is basically, I can't remember all the details, but basically that was the U.S. government's experiment to see if they could control narrative at a societal level using media.
Yeah, that was like the 50s, 60s, or 70s or something, right? Or was that more recent? Yeah.
No, back around that time frame. Yeah, I can't remember again. Details. I don't have a good mind for details. I remember in narrative. Fine. Okay, now you take that, hold that reality that exists in your mind. Have you ever seen these collages where it is literally hundreds of different news anchors and news organizations, and they are saying verbatim the exact same thing? Have you ever seen one of those collages?
Yeah.
So now that you have proof that the government has used media manipulation to control narrative, and they've deliberately experimented in that vein, and we've seen proof it taken in real time from our own society in living memory that is happening, why would you think that news organizations are actually trying to compete with each other and debunk each other and find when the other one is lying? It's abundantly apparent to me that the overwhelming majority of legacy media organizations are controlled by the government to some extent.
I feel like to some extent is doing a lot of legwork there. So this is the response that I would give to that. I think that a lot of the stuff that we did during the Cold War was absolutely fucking buck wild. I mean, there's the weird experiments that we did with LSD on people. We had injecting syphilis into people at some point. We did all sorts of fucking crazy shit in the early 20th century through the end of the Cold War. But there is and has been a very noticeable shift in both our foreign policy, our domestic policy, everything that we do in regards to that, rules around the CIA and the FBI and the way that they conduct themselves both domestically and abroad. I don't think that we can say because something has happened in the past that it is still happening now in the future, right? There would have to be some evidence of that. In regards to the collages of different news organizations, these are overwhelmingly the local news channels that are owned subsidiaries of ABC or Fox or MSNBC or NBC rather, ABC, these really big institutional news corporations that have been around for decades, right?
So I'm not arguing that.
Yeah. So the idea that the government is putting that narrative out there, I don't think that, unless you have something that can prove that, it's much easier for me to believe that, okay, well, we have this story that the company wants to push, right? We're all subsidiaries.
Did you follow the Twitter files?
I did follow the Twitter files.
Okay. So explain to me why it is a leap to say that the government would do that with social media companies, but not some version of that with legacy media.
Because the Twitter files didn't make the claim that the government was giving them narratives to push.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm asking you for a logical argument as to why we would think, if the government is willing to strong arm social media companies to push a narrative, why the government would not also be willing to do the same thing to legacy media companies.
Because the Twitter files, even in all the leaks that they showed, they didn't strong arm anybody. I mean, like, if you want to pull up the screenshots, we absolutely can. Like, I've like gone through them all on stream before. Like
I went so has my stream. Like we covered every release. I've read through all the screenshots myself. How can you fundamental disagreements, here we go.
Yeah.
How can you say with a straight face that the FBI contacting Facebook or Twitter and saying, hey, this was tweeted, delete it, or hey, this account is not nice for us, de-rank them? How can you say that's not strong arming a company to push a narrative?
There's a difference between like asking someone to do something and having the legal force to be able to do it, right?
Okay. If someone walks up to you and they're holding a gun and they look pissed and they say, hey there, I notice your wallet in your pocket right there. Kindly give it to me. Are you going to tell that person no?
Did the government ever threaten any kind of legal repercussion if they didn't delete a post?
Did the person in my analogy just threaten you?
Yes, they have a gun.
Okay, the government has a monopoly on violence.
Yeah, but just because they have a monopoly on violence doesn't mean that they're employing that. Whereas someone having
But the
a gun...
monopoly on violence is the gun in the metaphor. The government can do pretty much whatever the hell it wants to you if they really want to do it. They'll find a way to do it.
That's not necessarily true.
Fundamental
Oh,
disagreement.
I thought that you were a constitutionalist.
I am a constitutionalist. That doesn't mean the government follows it. I believe in the document as drafted. The government does not obey the document as drafted.
Except for all of the times that they do?
Oh, yeah. Selective obedience is the same thing as absolute obedience.
Again, like we would have to like find an example of the government not adhering to the Constitution. Like
Every single gun law that exists.
Okay, that is a hyper big legal disagreement that we're gonna have there. All right,
Cool.
That I don't want to like get into right this second because we're on the Twitter files, right? But like the idea that like no legislation whatsoever like can ever be passed, like, and even on that, I think that the strongest legal argument for the Second Amendment, the strongest legal argument for the Second Amendment being like in totality is only been argued since the 70s or something like that. Like nobody.
Yeah, because before that it wasn't contested. It was just universally accepted and understood.
I mean, people weren't walking around with grenades all over the United States or anything like that.
That's not relevant to the argument.
It means that there were gun laws in the United States before that, and then a bunch of them got repealed after that I don't remember which Supreme Court decision it was, but a bunch of gun laws got repealed after that decision based off of that judicial review.
Okay, so is the point you're making that because gun laws were in place that were repealed by that judicial review, that is indicative that we did not have a unified cultural understanding of the Second Amendment?
I don't think that I said that. I think that we have like we have like general societal ideas of what something means. So like in regards to the Second Amendment, I think that we probably did have a pretty universal idea that like, I don't think that most people thought it was weird that they couldn't own fucking, MG42s and shit like that. Right. It wasn't like a super big, weird question like, oh, man, why can't I own an M1A1 Abrams tank, But like after that, I think it was the NRA, but I don't want to just like assume something. Right. But like that decision back in the 70s was the beginning of the gun culture as we have it today. Right. Because the gun culture pre that decision was much different than the gun culture that we have in the United States now. And let me be like ultra clear. I'm not anti Second Amendment, right? Like, I think it's fine if people want to own guns, but it's just, yeah. But like in regards to like what the point of this whole like segue or tangent that we've gone on. The government has limitations on its power, right? It doesn't mean that they can't request something to happen. In regards to the Twitter files, like you can disagree that this is something that the government should do. Oh,
Fourth. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
yeah. You can make an argument that you don't think it's something that the government should do, but I don't think that there was any threat of legal force behind that. There was never any implication of any force that was going to be used behind that. And for the most part, the things that they were asking people to take down were like in regards to like, if we're going to go straight to the Twitter files, the pre the laptop story, like getting the story breaking on New York Post, like there were pictures of Hunter Biden's cock going around, right? And it was Trump's FBI, it was Trump's, intelligence agencies that were contacting these social media sites and saying, hey, this is basically revenge porn. Can you take this down? Right. Like in regards to the Twitter files themselves, the things that we saw, the screenshots that we saw, there was never any like, hey, you need to take this down or you're going to be violating section, 203.02.1612 of the U.S. legal code or anything like that. And we're going to come after you. There was never any like implied threat. And there are plenty of examples, even in the Twitter files, in the screenshots, where Twitter didn't comply with requests to take down accounts. They didn't comply with taking down certain tweets. Right?
Occasionally they did not comply.
So if they felt like they were being, held at gunpoint, right? Like, hey, nice post you got there. Be a shame if it stayed up, huh? Like, if they felt like that, then why were there some that they refused to take down, some accounts they refused to ban, refused to shadow ban, right? And some that they actually did go through and do it, right? You can see the internal conversations that they were having about whether this was a legitimate breach of TOS or something that they wanted to do.
Whether the how to say this, the internal rationale for whether or not they complied with the government's requests is immaterial as far as I'm concerned. Again, so two things. First of all,
wait, hold on. I want to ask you about that. Why is it immaterial? Like, if it was, I would have to agree with you. If they did comply with every single, request from the government, I would have to agree. Like, yeah, there does seem to be some sort of like impropriety here. It seems like the government is strong arming them. But like, if they're going to disagree sometimes, right, then it seems like they do have autonomy. They're not actually being forced to do this thing. How is that immaterial?
It's immaterial because it's not directly relevant to the point that I'm attempting to make.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood the point.
Okay. A million tangents. We were talking about the Twitter files.
Twitter files. We talked about the government strong arming. Nice wallet you got there, holding a gun. Limitations of government through the Constitution.
Right. Okay. So, going back to my metaphor, let's throw that metaphor out and look at it a little bit differently. If you have a working relationship with someone and you've both agreed that this is the interest you're pushing and there is an internal disagreement about the best way to move in pursuit of the agreed upon thing, it's immaterial whether or not one side always complies with the other side because there's an agreed upon objective. And the Twitter files demonstrated that there were virtually never instances where left-wing accounts were downvoted, downranked, shadow banned. There was virtually never instances where left-wing narratives and talking points were suppressed. There was virtually none of that, if I recall correctly. And I say virtually only to give myself a little bit of buffer in case I'm misremembering. We did, however, see many right-wing accounts, many right-wing narratives, all get nuked. There was a consistent one-direction flow of what they were doing. And as you've repeatedly stated, this all happened in conversation between the company and the FBI. So, okay, so the FBI didn't strongman them. I don't like that the government was communicating with a private entity about what narratives should and shouldn't be pushed, regardless of whether or not there was threat of force, which, going back to my metaphor and the fact that the government has monopoly on violence, the threat of force is always there, just like a big 300-pound psychopathic male standing next to a 120-pound defenseless twig of a guy. The threat of violence is always there, even if they're on good terms. So it's just absurd to me that when what was your original point when we got onto the Twitter files?
The original point was we were talking about how news corporations, the big compilations of those. I would say that in terms of those compilations, like all of the ones that had the same narrative were all from like the same company, the same like parent company.
Right. And then you were saying that was not demonstrative that something like Operation Markenberg was going on, and then I brought up Twitter and social media, and okay. So, yeah, to me, it is absurd to say that there is no element of coercion or influence via power dynamic coming from government to the company.
Sorry, can you repeat that last one? Sorry, something in chat distracted me. Say it again.
Okay. It's absurd to assert that there is no influence on the relationship via the power dynamic between the government and the company. And because of that, I believe you can take the government to social media example and extrapolate it to the legacy media example.
I mean, like, I just can't like wrap my head around the idea that the media is beholden to the government, because the entire point of media in this company and the way that they kind of stay in relevance is by critiquing government or critiquing people in government. If you're MSNBC, you're going to be critiquing almost always the conservative side. If you're on Fox News, you're almost always going to be critiquing the liberal side. But like the idea that, you know, like Fox News could exist in an environment where Biden has total control over, you know, the Senate, the presidency, you know, have all of these apparatuses underneath him where he's telling people to spread a certain narrative, and there's all these counter narratives against him. Same thing with Trump. Like during his presidency, if he had all these different apparatus to go through and strong arm or implicitly strong arm all these media companies to stop spreading, you know, bullshit talking points against him, why weren't those used during his presidency? Like the idea that the government is trying to push us towards a certain narrative, like that flies in the face of the idea of polarization of society, right? If the government wanted to push a specific narrative, right, and was strong arming every company to make sure that only that narrative was being pushed, then why do we have like so many fundamental disagreements on like basic statements of fact or of basic statements of like what happened or different perceptions on the same set of facts? If the government is pushing a narrative, then I feel like we wouldn't have nearly as much lack of cohesion societally than we do.
That's a logical non sequitur.
Tell me how. The logic train is just so I'm like ultra clear that I'm not misspeaking, right? If government wanted to push a narrative, right, and they had the ability to push that narrative, the companies wouldn't be critiquing the government in multiple different ways and from multiple different angles, right? And if the companies were complying with these ideas, right? Let's assume that they are being controlled opposition to, any outside narrative, then why do we have so much polarization in society if all of these different companies are complying with the government strong-arming them implicitly or directly?
Ordering my thoughts.
Sure.
Okay. The question almost begs a certain answer. What the question that you're asking is implying is that if the government is pushing it, wouldn't that make it somewhat absolute? And no. First of all, we have to talk about intricate societal and cultural factors that will be converging and opposing in this entire information warfare the informational war that we're talking about. Okay, just because the government is pushing a narrative, even if they have the ubiquitous help of every single media company, even if every single company was towing the exact same line, that does not mean that everyone in the country is going to believe it. And in fact, we know, because of the nature of humanity and the individual variances in disposition and psychological makeup, that some people, usually the people labeled as conspiracy theorists and other people with highly disagreeable dispositions, they're going to assume the opposite of anything that the authoritative source says. So why is there so much divide in the political conversation, even if the government is pushing a narrative? Because it's been a ubiquitous push in one direction at a societal level for several decades now. Like certainly since Nixon, the country has been moving left at a societal level. Like, just the general social fabric has been veering left wing. And that has predisposed a lot of people to that's not the right word I want. That's not the way I want to say that. It is hypersensitized a lot of people to what is going on in the culture, and they aren't buying the narrative anymore. People have become radicalized, and that is why your logic is wrong. Because especially if all of the power structures push a unified narrative, that will inherently cause a segment to break off and call bullshit.
So I don't think that I was making an argument that it would be like a universally held idea, right? I mean, we still do have the First Amendment. People are allowed to like speak their truth, right? And I support that. God bless America. We don't have hate speech laws. We don't have stupid laws about I don't think that we're ever going to have hate speech laws, but
I hope you're right.
Yeah, but the idea that we've had a ubiquitous shift societally to the left since Nixon is just like absolutely not true. There have been shifts to the left, shifts to the right. I mean, even multiple times since I've been alive, right? And I was born in 95, right? Like, since Nixon, we had a massive shift to the left to Jimmy Carter, and then we had a massive shift to the right with Reagan. Then we had a massive, shift after Bush back to Bill Clinton. Well, I say massive. That one wasn't even massive because of Bill Clinton being, getting elected based off of, his bipartisan, ideals, which pissed off a lot of
Okay.
Democrats. But like,
You're-
I can like spit it out super quick. Like after what's his name? After Clinton, we had Bush 2. That was a massive swing to the right, especially after 9/11, right? We had this massive swing to the right where, if you were Democrat, you were basically anti-American for several years. When we went back to Obama, that was a massive swing back to the left because of the like craziness of the Bush years. And then we had like probably the biggest swing that we've seen to the right after Obama in regards to Trump. Like,
Okay. Everything you've said has been at the strictly political level, and it's really just everything you've said has been presidents. And alternating presidents is almost a separate political phenomenon because of voting patterns, and we could even get into more conspiratorial stuff if we wanted to, but I don't particularly care to do that right now because it's not germane to the point. When I say that we are culturally veering to the left year over year over year, what I'm talking about is
more like cultural things rather than like anything political.
both. So politics. It's often said, and I don't fully agree with this, but it is largely true. Politics is downstream of culture. So starting in the 60s and really ramping up in the 70s moving forward, we started seeing large-scale left-wing social movements begin affecting policy. It started with things like the hippie movement, the sexual liberation that began happening in this country. We started seeing the breakdown of the family unit, and that led to things like no-fault divorce. That led to single-parent households, more easily accessed benefits for single moms, and child support and all this. Then they decided to start pioneering the racial front, and we got things like affirmative action and other race-based legal reforms like that. And then they decided to move on to the LGBTQ issue, and it didn't take very long. We had gay marriage. And
I mean, it took like 4 decades.
That's not very long in the scheme of the country. And when you look at human rights, the evolution of human rights over human history, 4 decades is nothing for something as big as gay marriage.
Over the entirety of human history, sure, but like our country is what,
or even over the evolution of our country, 4 decades for something as massive as gay marriage is not a long time.
I mean, I would disagree with that, but I don't even know if we could even have an argument about that. We're just going to disagree on that. But
okay, so moving on.
Yeah.
And then you and hopefully you would not disagree with this, the cultural sentiment coming out of Hollywood and coming from the music industry has veered left wing, certainly both of our lives.
I mean, like since the 60s, I would probably say, yeah.
Exactly. So now when I say the society and the social fabric has been veering left, these are the things I'm talking about. And all of that is verifiable.
I mean, so I guess like if you want to look at those things as like a left versus right, like cultural shift, I mean, to a certain degree they are. But like, I think that as we progress as a country and as we progress as like a species, human beings, we get more technology, we get all sorts of new ways to communicate with each other. We're exposed to different groups of people. Like the more exposure that you have to a group of people that you're not a part of, the more warm you are towards that group of people, right? I mean, there's been psychological studies on this since before the Civil Rights Act was passed, right? I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head. I used to. But I mean, there was a study back in the, I think, late 70s, early 80s, where
I'm familiar with the psychological research. You don't have to. You don't have to convince me.
Yeah, but basically, like the more you are exposed to a certain group of people, the more warm you are towards them, the less you are like freaked out by them. So I think that like
that's largely how we got so much progress on racism. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the same thing happens with gay people, right? And this is like and this is why I got banned from Twitch. One of the things I think that the gay rights movement did really well was they were like, hey, we're here, we're queer, and we're not going to go away. We're normal fucking people. We have jobs. We want to live normal fucking lives, and we don't want to be discriminated against, right? As they got more accepted in society, I think Will and Grace was like a big thing back in the 90s, right? And I think I've never watched it, but from my understanding, he was like a gay character. Like the more you're exposed to different groups of people, the more warm you're going to be to them. So I don't know if like the argument that you're almost making by accident is that like right-wing people or conservatives are opposed to any kind of forward progress in terms of like living amongst groups of people that they don't know well, right? Which would imply like conservatives are inherently bigoted, which I don't think that that's true, right? What I think it is the more open communication has gotten, especially with the internet, the more people are exposed to different things, the more likely they are to be like, yeah, why the fuck can't gay people get married? Like, what's the big deal with that, right? When it comes to like ubiquitous shifts societally to the left, I don't think that I would necessarily say that's like a leftward movement per se. Than just like people are starting to come around to the idea that like we shouldn't be shitty to people that are different to us, like increasingly to different groups of people, right?
Okay, your your bias is showing in that you are equating moving towards a society that has more prioritization and respect for your values and things you see as good is equal to progress. That's highly demonstrative of your bias on that situation right there. Sir, we again have a fundamental disagreement.
Can you like restate that? Because I'm not sure if I quite understand like where the bias was.
You're equating society and law and policy moving towards what you think is good as progress.
Well, what do you think what is the value here that that I hold that you don't think that you would hold?
I do not think that the destruction of cultural institutions that are ancient and not and despite their frequent use and engagement are not fully understood by the average person, such as marriage. I do not think that the ill-considered and half-baked abolition of norms surrounding that cultural institution are wise. There is a very good reason why gay marriage was not honored in law. There are both sociological reasons and fundamentally, I believe, spiritual reasons why that is not a good idea.
Well, on that, like you're entitled to have that opinion, but the problem is that the Christians in the United States wanted to have benefits for being married that people who are not straight are not capable of getting until gay marriage was passed, right?
And I don't see a problem with that.
Do you think that it is acceptable to discriminate against people based off of their sexuality?
I'm going to counter that question with another question. Do you think that giving benefits to people who are not providing the function which those benefits are predicated on is fair to the people that are providing the function?
Just to restate your question so I fully understand it. You're saying that there is the reason that there were tax breaks, essentially, the reason that there were benefits for being married is because they provide a function in society that is beneficial.
Yes.
Okay, and that would probably be like having children and having like a
Procreation,
yeah.
correct.
Gotcha. I mean, well, next question would be like gay people can adopt, but you probably don't agree with that, yeah?
I don't know.
Okay. Ooh, that might be a fun thing to drill down on if we have a follow-up conversation, because I don't know, because I don't have stats on hand. I've had that argument before about like the outcomes of people who were raised by gay parents versus straight parents, and on average, people who grew up with gay parents, and I don't even think this is because they're gay, right? Like people who grew up being adopted by gay parents generally have fairly good outcomes compared to the average, right? And that's probably more attributable to the fact that if you have enough money and enough income and a good enough job to afford to, adopt someone, you probably have enough money to, support that kid like throughout their adolescence into adulthood, right? So, but like I don't have those stats on hand, so I don't want to necessarily like get super down in on that. But so I would like disagree on that on a factual basis. But in terms of the societal benefit, if the people that were pushing for this, and again, these were Christians that were pushing for this idea that if you're married, you should get a tax break, right? Even if you don't have kids, right? Even if you're simply
You
just
say
married.
this was Christians pushing for what data are you relying on to make that claim?
I believe back first half of the 20th century, there was a lobbying effort from married groups to get tax benefits for being married. But again, like I haven't had that conversation in probably 3 years, so I don't have anything on hand to show you that.
Okay, well, as a card-carrying Christian, let me say something right now, and you're not going to like this, but this is how
Listen,
it is.
my dad, I grew up with a pastor dad, all right? I'm well acquainted with Christianity.
Okay. If you are a Christian who supports gay marriage, you're not a real Christian. So let's just dispense with the Christians supported gay marriage thing right now. Anyone that says they're a Christian cannot support gay marriage, or else their card is revoked. That's how it is.
I mean, you can have that opinion, but there were people that self-describe as Christians. Like,
I don't
you can
care
have
what they self-describe as.
yeah,
People
like they
lie
would
all the
probably
time.
say the exact same thing to you, that like you're not a real Christian because you're not showing like the Christian
but
love.
I can back up what I'm saying with scripture, and they
can
can't.
they can also back up what they say with scripture. I mean,
They
I'm
can
not like
lie.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree. They can lie about
I
it.
mean, quotes from the Bible aren't like lying. You could say that it's like a misrepresentation, but it wouldn't be necessarily a lie.
No, I can verify that it's a misrepresentation, because when people use the Bible to justify things like gay marriage, they cherry pick one tiny little passage, and then when you read 5 sentences down, you realize that the additional context blows what they just said out of the water.
Well, I'm more like referring to.
Let me finish.
Oh,
let
sure.
me finish
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm saying.
sorry, I'm
Please.
interrupting a lot.
I'm
Sorry.
intimately familiar with this debate. I come from Washington, and up in Washington, there's a high presence of a Lutheran denomination called the ELCA.
Okay.
And about, 15, 20 years ago, the ELCA merged with another Lutheran body, and it's been veering extremely left ever since. And my church that I was born into and baptized in joined the ELCA during my lifetime, and promptly thereafter began shrinking year over year, but that's another conversation. But recently, about a year ago, the problems in my church came to a head. I was currently acting as the church president, and I did a deep dive on biblical lore surrounding the discussion of Christianity and its relationship with left-wing politics. I have deep dived the theology. I am intimately familiar with both sides of the argument, sir, and I can promise you there is no honest biblical argument for gay marriage. So you can
sure,
argue
like,
with
what-
me if you want, but
I
that's
wouldn't
how
even
it
like
is.
make an argument like that the Bible supports gay marriage, because I don't think that the Bible does do that. I would like more point towards like the Christian love aspect of it, but like that would be like a really interesting like follow up conversation, because
Okay,
it's not something I'm like intimately like familiar with, like to have a pickup debate on. Yeah.
Let me interject and say that the cultural conception of what Christian love is has been hijacked by people that want to use Christianity as a cudgel against Christians. The Bible prescribes what love is and is not, and God's love does not extend to things that God openly says he despises. God's love is not unconditional. God loves individuals. He does not love sin. He can love a sinner. He does not love their sin.
Yeah,
And
exactly. That's exactly what
yeah,
I would point towards that would
okay.
go against what you're saying. Like, yeah, you can dislike the sin, but you're supposed to still like show
So if he
love and
hates the
respect.
sin, why would he? So if he hates the sin, why would he bless a sinful union?
Well, I don't think that the passage of the Supreme Court, Dobbs versus whatever, I don't think that mandates that a church has to or that a pastor is forced to give a ceremony. I could be
Oh
wrong,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
right?
But then we started seeing state level court battles where people
Well, I would
started
disagree
trying to
with
force
those.
people.
Yeah, at that point, I would probably disagree with it. But like, I do think that.
Okay, so at least you're somewhat reasonable. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that you can like force a pastor to marry two gay people, but like you also shouldn't be able to, if we're going to have this societal standard where if you're going to give people who are married advantage tax benefits, that someone who is not attracted to someone of the opposite sex, they've lived with another person their entire life, they're productive members of society, they have the ability to adopt children, even if you want to like make the argument that it's for procreation, which I don't think that that's what the argument was for. Maybe it was for raising kids, but procreation itself I don't think was part of the argument, right? Because like certainly I don't think that you would disagree with the idea that like two people that get married, a man and a woman, and the woman is infertile, maybe she had like some sort of mishap during a surgery and they had to do a hysterectomy, or maybe something like that, that those people shouldn't be able to get have the ability to adopt a child and still access those marital tax benefits.
You are
so
correct.
like yeah, so like on that front, if it was never made into some sort of like legal binding union in the United States, right, that was federally benefited for having that status, but there's like an entire group of people that could never receive those benefits because of something that they like. Maybe you disagree with this, but like something that they can't control. Like the idea of that seems pretty, in my opinion, anti-American. Now, if you want to make the theological argument, that's totally fine. You can make that theological argument. I don't think that I would force any denomination, any church, any religion to go through and forcibly make them bless a marriage that they don't believe in. Right? That's anti-First Amendment, right? But again, like when it comes to the tax advantage stuff, we can't benefit some people in society while not allowing other people in society those benefits for seemingly no reason. And it's not just like the tax benefits. I mean, there's also you can read all sorts of different horror stories from gay people from the 70s through when gay marriage was the Dobbs decision. Was it? Wait, no, the Dobbs decision was the one that got rid of abortion, wasn't it? Am I losing my fucking mind?
Whichever
Whichever one it was. Like where someone has been in a relationship with another person for 50 fucking years, a stable relationship with one person for 50 years, lived together, right? But they weren't able to like share a bank account legally. They weren't able to have both of their names legally on a piece of property or something like that. And when the other person died at the end of their life, the other person was not entitled to have any of their stuff, right? Because they're just a roommate. So they
Okay, but okay. Here's my problem with that. There were always legal avenues around that. Power of attorney exists.
But you have to go through all these crazy back channels and like different loopholes in laws in order to achieve the same rights that other people have. And I don't know why we wouldn't just...
In most states, giving someone power of attorney and naming them as beneficiary in your will is not a whole bunch of crazy bureaucratic loopholes. Like I understand the argument you want to make there, and
I mean, Social Security checks for people that died and like their spouse never was able to like pick up on those benefits, VA benefits, something like that. Like those things only extend to family, not to roommates.
Yeah, with more governmental specific examples like that, yeah, jumping through the loopholes might be a little bit more of a pain in the ass. But with simple stuff like getting some of his stuff when he died, two gay dudes, one getting some of the other dude's stuff when he dies, or being able to keep the house or whatever, a power of attorney or will, or they want to visit each other in the hospital, or all of that stuff. Like most of the issues had a fairly straightforward and relatively easy example. And then when you go to the more specific government examples, yeah, look, some straight couples still have those kinds of issues if they don't want to get married. And
well, right, that's the power of marriage in the United States, right? Like because there's so much like legal baggage attached to it. And I mean, like I feel like the stronger argument, if you don't want there to be gay marriage or you don't want there to be anything like that, is to like remove government from marriage like altogether. Like that would also be a totally acceptable thing, and just have it be a religious based thing.
Your terms are acceptable. Your terms are acceptable.
All right. Well, we can kind of agree to disagree on some parts and agree to agree on some parts. There's one thing I'm sorry. I usually don't do this, but I got to address someone in your chat. The print's too small for me to fully read his username. I think it's Wolf something. There should be no VA benefits passing on to them. If there's a straight couple and they're married, right? Should the VA benefits still apply to the wife after the husband dies? Let's say he dies at a relatively young age, like 60.
I can answer for him. I can tell you right now, he's going to say yes.
I think that's kind of fucked up, personally. Just like my personal opinion, man. I think that like we should all have the basic same access to the same rights in the United States. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some discrimination that we're okay with, like, people under the age of 16 not being able to get driver's license, people over the age of like 95 being able to drive, right? Like we can discriminate on those grounds because it's a danger to other people. But I don't think that gay people, existing in society is a good enough reason to not give them the same access to the same benefits that straight people have.
Yeah, see, I guess what we would have to start digging into is whether or not there's a few angles on this one, whether or not some level of discrimination against groups is acceptable and or good for a civilization, whether or not certain decisions at a legal level by governments even count as discrimination based on the context. And then there's probably a few other ones that I could go into.
Discrimination is just like a neutral thing, right? There can be good forms of discrimination and there can be bad forms of discrimination. That's why I brought up 5-year-olds being able to get driver's license. We obviously don't want that because 5-year-olds are little demons, right? But we also don't want there to be, 95-year-old people driving around. Like my girlfriend just texted me that she watched an old lady try to parallel park and hit the rear bumper of the car in front of her and the front bumper of the car behind her about 40 times trying to get into this spot. At a certain point, you probably shouldn't drive. And that's discrimination by definition. But like at the end of the day, there are acceptable forms of discrimination and there are unacceptable forms of discrimination. Discrimination is neutral. Right? It's just like what we choose to discriminate based off of.
So you admit that there are neutral or even beneficial forms of discrimination, and you think that your political movement has the final say on which ones are good and bad for society?
Absolutely not. It has nothing to do with my political side.
Okay, so then why are you convinced that granting homosexual marriage the same benefits as straight marriage is a beneficial form of policy and we should not be discriminating against them?
I would, to be clear, what I'm saying is that the discrimination to not allow someone to get married would be a negative form of discrimination, right? Not
yes,
that necessarily,
and I'm asking why you think that.
Why I think that, because I don't think that the characteristics that we're discriminating based off of are reasonable.
Okay. And do you think that discrimination should be, do you think that the judging criteria for what good or bad discrimination is should be based entirely upon the a characteristic in and of itself, or should we look at the downstream effects of that characteristic on the society?
Let me think about that one, because I had two thoughts immediately pop up in my head and they were contradictory. So you're asking me, even if it is detrimental to society, if there is a certain principle that I hold, should we still go through with removing that discrimination? That's what you're asking me?
In essence, yes.
I'm trying to think of an example that I could agree with you on. When it comes to like the characteristics that I would say we shouldn't discriminate based off of, it's going to be I hate using like the common buzzwords, like immutable characteristics, things that you can't change about yourself, right? Well, no, because I guess schizophrenia isn't something that you can change about yourself necessarily. No, you can, because you can absolutely keep that under control with medication. So no, I
you
think
can
that,
keep it under control without medication, for the record.
well, let's not get into that because I don't know enough about schizophrenia. I feel like you're like super fucking wrong on that, but I'm not.
I'm speaking from personal experience.
Okay, gotcha. But the idea that we should there are just like certain classes of people based off of their height, based off of their hair color, their eye color, their skin color, where they come from, what their political ideas are. Well, I guess you can technically change that, but that's something that I would put under, like, we shouldn't discriminate based off of that, right? Like, you shouldn't fire someone just because they're a Republican, shouldn't fire someone just because they're a Democrat. There are just like certain characteristics in society, like those things, that I would never accept discrimination based off of. Right? I would discriminate based off of actions.
Regardless of the harm to society.
I'm sure if you gave me like an extreme example, like if we give, black people the right to vote, then like Russia is going to shoot 5,000 nukes at us and there's a 100% confidence like accuracy check on that, then like maybe I might have some hesitation, right? But like at the end of the day, even then it would just be hesitation. I don't know if I would necessarily say, no, we should not let black people vote because Russia is going to nuke us with 100%.
Wow.
It's kind of like
all right.
It's like having principles, like the same thing with like Russia and Ukraine. Like speaking of Russia, like the idea that we should like cede ground because we're scared of World War III, right? To people that like fundamentally want to change the current world order and revert it back to like pre-World War II era styles of like great powers just like subsume everyone around them for territory. Like that seems like the idea of us going to war for that would be a totally valid reason to go to war.
I understand where you're coming. Do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, and I can even there's a not small piece of me that can respect what you're saying, because for a very long time, maybe even still currently, I would describe myself as an idealist. Principles matter a great deal to me. Always have. So I respect what you're saying on that level. Now, what I would like you to consider is that, like everything else, principles exist in a hierarchy, and you have to weigh a principle against other things that crash up against it and see which one is more important. And that calculus must be done every day with every principle you have. And 9 times out of 10, you should choose, probably 99 out of 100, you should choose on the side of your principle. And I live that in regards to my principle that truth is the highest virtue. I live that in regards to people have the right to self-defense, whether they're gay or black or whatever. And there are many, many principles that, for me, are so close to absolute that it pretty much has to be life or death to even begin considering compromising on the principle. Now, where we might begin to disagree based on what you've already said is, for me, a principle like anti-discrimination based on immutable characteristics, which is a principle I agree with fundamentally. I don't think that principle is so important that we should ignore a collapsing civilization and a rapidly decaying social fabric to continue mindlessly adhering to that principle.
Really quick, just that last sentence. That last sentence. Can you restate it? You're saying that even though you hold a really strong principle, if it would cause the collapse of society, you would rather not have society collapse than hold on to that principle?
In regards to certain principles, yes, there are certain principles. Truth. We'll use my highest principle. If I had to pick between the complete destruction of human civilization, period, or the truth, I would pick the truth. If I had to pick between people not being discriminated against based on the color of their skin or the continued existence of Western civilization, I would pick the continued existence of Western civilization.
So you're making this argument. I don't think that you actually believe it. Your principles are probably based largely on like Christian doctrine, the Bible, things that God says, yeah?
100%.
If tomorrow, with 1,000,000% certainty, it was proven that having gay marriage was not only neutral for society, but was a great benefit for society in some way, shape, or form, right? With absolute certainty, would you accept that? Would you accept that trade-off? Would you sell out your Christian principles to allow for, a 10,000% increase in quality of life of everyone in the country?
No, because my Christian principles are my highest. They are the highest in my hierarchy of principle.
Okay, so some values are worth selling out and some aren't.
Correct. That's what I've been saying. Yes.
I mean, I think that like there are some things that we can compromise on, and there are some things that we can't.
That is what I am saying. Yes.
I think that that's a pretty insane thing. Like for me personally, like as someone that grew up Christian household, pastor dad, in the church literally for the first 15 years of my life, multiple times per week. The idea that my religion would be affected in any way, shape, or form, or my my relationship with God, my personal feelings towards religion should be affected by what the government says, is counter to everything that I ever heard in church. So I don't know, maybe like I think it would be really interesting to have a follow-up conversation on like the religion stuff. That would be really cool. But I don't know if we can even move forward on this part of the conversation because of the like basic fundamental disagreement that we have at the baseline. Like I would broadly describe myself as a utilitarian, and what you're kind of describing here in a way is some abstracted version of utilitarianism, where like we weigh the benefits and the negatives of any decision, right? And if the benefits outweigh the negatives, depending on how strong the positive aspect is, we should do that thing. But you're also not willing to sell out on one particular thing. That doesn't
not just one particular thing.
Well, you're right. Like when I say one particular thing, I'm talking about like the religion aspect.
Yes. Well, throw the word religion out, because that's not. I don't care about what the earthly church says. I care about.
Sure, I'm using
what the word of God is.
Yeah.
Okay, you're using it as a proxy. I understand, but I just want to be crystal clear that I stand on the word of God, and I don't care what the Pope says. I care about what the good book says, because that is the closest thing to the actual word of God I have.
All right. Not sure where to go from here.
I mean, we could backtrack. We could go back to the Twitter files. We could go back to. I mean, we could start a completely new thread of conversation.
Yeah.
It's your call.
Actually, I do kind of want to keep on talking, but could you give me like 5 minutes just to? I had surgery a week and a half ago, and it makes me have to go to the bathroom fucking constantly, and I haven't gone to the bathroom in like an hour and a half since we've been talking, so it's kind of killing me. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom super quick, and you can argue with my chat and tell them who you are and all that shit.
No,
and,
I'm gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Okay.
Be right back.
Oh yeah, like we're actually having something resembling. Well, we're having a pretty civil conversation, so actually I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, nice. Okay. 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 I don't even know. Sondsol is probably live on his YouTube. Let's see. Let's see if I can meander on over to his YouTube and see what's happening.
Is he on YouTube or?
Yes, he is live on the tube of you. Oppo research. Okay, would he let Muslims get married? Jews, if they were straight.
Well,
So this guy is just Andrew Wilson, but nicer, basically a clown. Andrew Wilson, is that who I think he is? Andrew Wilson. No idea who this guy is.
Yeah.
Oh.
This guy.
Okay.
This guy that you were saying.
That's an honor. That's
Wow.
You honor me with the comparison.
Yeah, because you were talking pretty highly of it.
You honor me with the comparison. This Tron character is kind of funny.
Yeah.
These nuts. Oh, cozy. Corey. I respect it. Fantastic. I know a guy whose Twitch moniker is D's Nuts. If you are a fan of just, nice and chill communities, he's not political at all. So how does he do his name? It's DZ. Yeah, D's Nuts 22. Yeah. Shout out to my boy D's Nuts 22. If you like gaming content streams and just chill community streams, like this guy right here, man. Shout out to my boy D's. He's good, folks.
Or if you like watching reality television.
Yeah, him and he does that with his stream quite a bit. Watches reality TV, and they're all just like, "What the fuck?" together.
This person eats mattresses. Why?
It's like, yeah. It's like, why is this bitch drinking her pee?
Because it's sterile. She likes the taste.
Necessary? Is it necessary when I drink my own urine? No, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and it lacks the taste.
All right. All right. So.
Good times.
Oh, hey, Wolf. How am I supposed to refer to you? Adventurous, Mr. Feeling Adventurous.
I'm people that want to refer to me by my Twitch moniker go with Mr. Adventurous. You could also go with Lead Adventure.
All right, gotcha. That's a lot of syllables, but I'll try and make it work. The wolf guy in your chat.
While we're talking in that direction, just really quick, how do I even pronounce your name?
Sondsol. You can call me Walt. That's my name. So.
Sondsol. Okay.
Yeah. For the wolf guy, Sondsol. SONDSOL. I mean, like if this guy wants to hop into the call, I'm chill with that.
Hey, hey Wolf, would you care to hop in? He has been live on my channel before, so he's not opposed to it in principle. Just depends on whether or not he wants to do it right now.
Yeah, I understand. Here, 1 second. I'm mute and address something in my chat real quick. Listen, Remy, okay? Motherfucker, It was the longest pee in the world. It hurts to pee. Okay, it hurts a lot to pee. I had fucking surgery. All right. Find a rope.
We don't
Jesus.
know what he's saying.
Sorry, I was addressing someone in my chat about something your chat didn't want to hear. Medical stuff. Nothing mean. All right, only love. All right, let me see here. Possibly in 20. Yeah, I mean, like whatever you want to do, my guy. But yeah. So I guess we've covered talking about bedrock moral issues, the polarization of society. We've talked about media bias. We've talked about a little bit of religion and discrimination.
Say we covered a little more than a little bit of religion.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. That might be an interesting segue. Hey, Nair, if you have a link to that, shoot it in chat and maybe we can go over that.
What?
I guess Justice Alito is recusing himself from
what?
Any of the Trump-related Supreme Court cases. Oh, wait, no. Oh, he wants us to talk about Alito recusing. Okay, gotcha. I thought they were saying like breaking news. Alito is recusing, and I was like, that seemed like that was unlikely to happen. Gotcha.
Oh, so he wants us to speculate on whether or not it might happen,
or just like talk about like the whole topic. I mean, like,
I'm gonna be honest. I have next to zero interest in that.
I gotcha. Yeah, what are your like basic opinions on like the Trump trials in general?
Farcical, banana republic, completely contrived. These are things that come to mind when I think about the Trump indictments.
There's a big perception of that. I think that this is what I'll say. When it comes to some of those cases are really, really strong. Just like from a legal aspect.
Such as?
The Florida case is unbelievably fucking strong. But that's
so
not
strong that it's been dropped indefinitely.
Well, we can get into that too. But the legal basis for that is pretty strong. The January 6th from the federal one is really interesting. I don't know how strong it is, like based off of the indictment.
About as strong as a wet paper bag.
Oh, we don't know because we haven't seen any of the like evidence that they lay out yet, right? But like we got to see like in real time like what happened with the Florida case, which is why I say that one's like pretty strong. But when it comes to like the January 6th case, that one feels like it's a pretty it's interesting, and I would say that like I want to see it go to trial just to see like what the outcome of that is. Same with the Georgia case. Both of those are stronger, and I would say that the New York cases are and maybe this is me watching too much opposition opinion, but those, while they have legal basis, they're much more obviously spike driven. So I feel a little bit weirder about those. I care less about those. Like the reason that those got so fucking crazy and so much in the news, that's mostly on Trump. I think that he has the current tactic of like, well, if I'm going to be tied up in court and I can't go on the campaign trail, I'll make this my campaign trail, and we're going to do some wacky shenanigans in court, both on purpose and some on accident, and just roll with it. I still cannot for the life of me believe that his legal counsel in the real estate case fucked up so bad so often. Like the only reason that he got so fucked on that case is because of the legal counsel that he chose. You know, that one was on him. The current one with the Stormy Daniels, I kind of go back and forth on the legal basis of it. So I guess we'll have to see how the jury rules on that. But I mean, I'll take whatever the jury says. If it says yes, if it says no, there's at least one, based off of, and this is speculation, but like based off of things that we do know about the jury, there's at least one person on the actual jury, not an alternate, that is probably more aligned with Trump than with Biden, based off of the news sources that they consume. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't. Have not been following the case at a what I'll call a wonkish level.
Yeah, I did for like the first couple of weeks, and now I'm like, okay, let's just come on, give us a jury verdict already, dude, because I don't want to see 5 million news articles in my feed every single day saying the same thing, right? But
right. Takeaways from day 562 of the Trump trial. Yeah.
But the at the beginning of the trial, right after the jury was selected, they released this thing that showed like where all the different 12 jurors got their news from. And, you know, there was like a nice spattering around where like some people watched like only MSNBC, you know, some people watched like a bunch of different things. There was one dude that was like, he got his news from Twitter, he got his news from Truth Social, and he got his news from Telegram. Those are the three places, right? So, I mean, if you're getting your news from Truth Social, then you're probably more aligned with Trump. So we'll just have to see how the case goes. But yeah, why do you think that the Florida case isn't strong? Like we saw that one play out in real time.
Why do I think that the Florida case isn't strong? Because there's a bunch of things. First of all, if it's so strong and it's such a slam dunk, why isn't Obama being indicted? Why isn't Biden being indicted? Why aren't like literally the overwhelming majority of swamp creatures being indicted? I would bet my life that 80% of DC politicians have classified documents in their personal offices or homes. I would literally bet my life. And
I think that the number's too big on that one. I would agree if you said like 5 to 10% maybe, but like the risk versus the reward of that is super. Now, if you said precedents 80%, maybe. But here's like the difference that I would point out.
Hey, let me finish answering.
Oh, sure.
Then, so that's the selective application and use of the law. Okay, that's reason one why the whole case is bullshit. Either the law applies to people or it doesn't. Then we have the fact that the documents have presidential immunity coverage. If the president says, I declassified these, he fucking declassified them. That's been good enough for every president before him. Why isn't it good enough for him? Oh, that's right, because they're selectively prosecuting. That's right. Then we have to accept the fact that I think that's not the right word to use there because I'm talking to someone who fundamentally disagrees with me. So let me correct myself.
You can say anything.
I can't say anything.
We live in America, baby.
Snatch. It's in my opinion, it is the case that the FBI is completely untrustworthy. They have demonstrated themselves as being a partisan organization that is pushing one side of the political aisle. They persecute on political grounds. They spend resources going after Christians, anti-lockdown protesters, people protesting outside of a Planned Parenthood. They do raids on people selling raw milk. Meanwhile, the human trafficking situation in the country is getting worse and worse. So I have literally zero faith in the FBI. And that's the main reason why I feel the indictment is bullshit, because the people spearheading the investigation are completely untrustworthy.
All right, gotcha. So there are three things I picked out of that I would disagree with super strongly with. in regards to, you said, most politicians probably have classified documents at their house. Why isn't Obama? Why isn't Biden? Why aren't all these other presidents getting indicted? I would agree if they did what Trump did, but the difference between what happened with like Biden's documents that were, under his Mustang or whatever the fuck in his garage, right, and what Trump did, or Obama also had the Presidential Records Association or whatever contact him and ask him for documents. So did Bill Clinton. Bush too probably did too. The difference between what happened with Trump and what happened with all these other presidents, though, with the exception of Clinton, and we can get into that if you want to, is they were like, oh, okay. They handed it over. There was no back and forth about whether there were documents, whether the documents were, his. There was no, year-long, like, hey, no, this is actually ours, and like you don't, these were classified documents, right? That back and forth for a year, I think, shows that they didn't want to do anything like indict a former president, right? They were.
Are you unaware of the part of that back and forth where Trump said, if you want them, come grab them? And they said, oh, no, you're good for now. Are you unaware of that part of the conversation?
Yeah, because they didn't want to they didn't want to have an FBI raid on a former president's house. I mean, we have, of course, I think that
it's not an FBI raid to say, hey, come with a truck and grab them. That's not a raid. That's a planned pickup.
Maybe I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Then, if you link me something, maybe we can go over that. But the idea
I might be able to find it. But yeah, there was a part of the back and forth in the whole case where the Trump team invited the FBI to come get the documents. How would I search for this?
I'll also try some search terms. Man, all of these are like way too recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if anyone in my chat wants to help us find something that goes along with that, I've literally never heard like Trump say like, okay, well, if you want them, come get them. In regards to like the back and forth, I know that like throughout the entire process, he was like, I mean, like we have literal audio recordings of him saying like, admitting that he's doing something illegal. We have documentation of him saying things like, well, wouldn't it be better for us to just tell them that there are no documents at the estate, stuff like that, which would be evidence of a crime. Like when he's talking to his lawyers and stuff.
I have an idea. Let's see if that tangential question. You mess around with AI much?
Me personally, no. I know some people that do. My editor's super big into AI, but for me, I'm not someone that has ever really messed around with it.
Yeah, I can't remember where I heard that, and it's possible I'm misremembering what was said. Yeah, I would have to go on a deep dive on that one and go back and rewatch a bunch of podcasts that were talking about it a year ago.
Yeah, it might be like there was at one point, Trump gave back some of the documents and said that was all of them.
It might be, yeah, that might be what.
Yeah, but like that.
That's what I'm remembering.
Yeah, but like the fact that he gave them some and then said like, okay, that's all of them. And then when they like went through and accounted for all the documents that were in those boxes, they were like, wait, hold on. No, this is like not even a quarter of what we wanted. Like this isn't all the documents that we know that you have. And at that point was when Trump was like talking to his lawyer and saying like, hey, wouldn't it be better for us to just tell them that there are no more documents here? Should we can't we just like tell them, we don't have anything like that left. We gave it all to them, like trying to ask the, not judges, the lawyers to lie to the FBI for him. Like that in and of itself is indicative of the crime.
I would certainly agree that does not look good. I'd concede that.
Yeah, I mean, like
proof of a crime, no.
Well, I mean, like of the crimes alleged, yeah, it would be evidence of that. But like, you also, the second thing that I wrote down here, the presidential immunity, that is not been upheld by any court so far. And I mean, I would put significant amount of money down to say that the presidential immunity claim that Trump is putting forward is absolutely not going to be accepted by the Supreme Court or by any lower court.
Yeah, and I'd probably agree with you on that. Whether or not those courts are right is another discussion.
Well, I mean, like, just look at the arguments that the Trump legal team was making in court, right? Like, they asked him twice, once at the lower court and then once at the Supreme Court level, about like the SEAL Team 6 assassinate your political rival thing, right?
No, what's this?
Okay, yeah, I mean, like we can find this video right now if you don't believe me, but like at the lower court, one of the judges on the panel was like, okay, you're saying that anything that the president does while in the presidency is immune to any kind of criminal prosecution unless they are impeached and then convicted in the Senate. All right. Now let's say that it's an election year and the president in power has both houses of Congress, right? And he orders SEAL Team 6 to go and assassinate his political rival. And because he has both houses of Congress, he's not impeached and he's not convicted in the Senate. Is there any way to hold that president accountable for ordering SEAL Team 6 to assassinate his political rival? And Trump's lawyer says, well, he would have to be convicted in the Senate for him to be, prosecuted criminally. But if he already has, if he has his party in power and they're loyal enough to him and they don't want to go through with an impeachment hearing, then at that point he literally is immune from even, and this is the argument, and he said yes to this, that unless he's impeached and convicted in the Senate, then he can literally order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate his political rivals. And they doubled down on that at the Supreme Court. I think it was the most recent Supreme Court justice that Keegan, I don't remember her name.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take you at your word and assume you're representing the argument in good faith.
I mean, I said it like almost word for word, and you can double check me, and anyone in chat can double check me.
Like I said, I'm taking you at your word. I disagree with that. Even if that is the way the law is written and they are right from a legalistic standpoint, obviously I have extreme moral and ethical disagreement with that.
Yeah, of course. Like, because it's insane, right? Like, I think that the idea that presidents should have some immunity from criminal prosecution, like at the baseline argument that they're making, I don't think anyone disagrees with that, right? That sometimes the president has to be decisive and not worry that they're going to get criminally prosecuted if they make a mistake, shit like that. Absolutely. You're in the most powerful seat possibly in the entire world, or arguably in the entire world, in the entire course of human history, right? You're the most powerful human being at this current point of time. And if you have to make a decision and that decision either ends up being the wrong decision, or if something messes up in the course of that decision being taken through to fruition, obviously, that's a mistake and not criminal liability. But if you're going to, the argument that he's making here is also applied to the three big cases that I talked about: the Florida case, the Georgia case, and the federal case. The idea that a president could, let's just say assuming what the indictment says is true, right? That he would be immune from all of these criminal indictments simply because he was president at the time is kind of fucking insane to me. And it would be insane to any reasonable person listening to it, because the implications of what a president could do with that power is literally unlimited. So, I don't think that the presidential immunity, especially as the Trump legal team is bringing it up, has any legal teeth whatsoever. And the last thing that I wrote down from what you said was the FBI partisanship, how they're targeting, young milk maidens who are selling raw milk, and mostly just people who are to the right of Joe Biden. I don't think that that's true whatsoever. I mean, there are watch lists right now for, yes, a lot of right-wing militia groups like that, but they also have watch lists on left-leaning people. And if the FBI is only partisan towards, going after Republican or non-establishment Republican politicians, then why, 2-3 months ago, was there a FBI probe into a Democratic senator that's overwhelmingly likely going to end up in a conviction? Because fuck that guy. The guy that was getting bribes from Egypt, I think. So fuck that guy. But I think that the problem with the idea that the FBI is purely partisan and working for the Dems doesn't play out in reality, right?
In the chat, that's not the right thing.
Oh, linking me something in Discord?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna have to cover up the camera for a second. DOJ charges 11 pro-life activists for blocking abortion clinic. Let's see here. Let's see what this says. Department of Justice Wednesday charged 11 pro-life protesters with violating federal law against blocking abortion clinics. Some of the demonstrators were charged with conspiracy against rights secured by the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances FACE Act, which prohibits obstructing the entrance to an abortion facility, while the other 4 were charged with violating the legislation according to a summary of the indictment. Okay, so we have do you think that this was targeted, or do you think that they broke a specific law that all the other abortion protesters aren't breaking?
Considering that there is video that they were not blocking people, and considering that all of the witnesses and their lawyers say that they were not blocking access to the clinic, pretty sure it was targeted.
Well, okay. Well, let me go down here. I mean, I would expect the legal team for these people to say that they weren't blocking the clinic, so I'm not going to take their word for it, right? A live stream of the stand-in shows activists chanting and singing prayer up the stairs to and along the hallway outside of the abortion clinic located in an office complex. Police officers eventually appeared in the video, urging them to take their protests outside to the sidewalk. "This is not allowed, guys. Asking you to leave the property or I will call the police," a security guard can be heard saying. Okay, so they were like trespassing, and the police asked them to like, okay, if you're going to protest, then there's an acceptable place for this, right? But this right here is illegal.
Do you think that misdemeanor trespassing rises to the level of getting the FBI involved in a reasonable society?
Well, let me see. Let's read the rest of the article here. Blah, blah, blah. The indictment claims he and other coordinators recruited participants to travel to the city and erect a blockade, which Gallagher allegedly called a rescue at the health center clinic to prevent pregnant women from pursuing abortions. These 11 individuals, the DOJ said on Wednesday, aided and abetted by one another, used force and physical obstruction to injure, intimidate, and interfere with employees of the clinic and a patient who was seeking reproductive health services.
And what did you just read earlier about the live stream?
Chanting, singing prayer up the stairs to and along the hallway outside the abortion clinic located in an office complex. Police officers eventually appeared in the video, urging them to take their protest outside to the sidewalk. The indictment...
So, unless chanting and singing and standing in a hallway is physical obstruction, doesn't sound like there's much of a case there.
Well, I guess like I would have to see... Well, it has a hyperlink to the live stream. Let's see. I'm not authorized here. You need to log in to see the resource. I don't know what this website is, so I am not going to log into anything.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I've never seen the live stream. I heard reporting on the story. I've never seen the live stream myself.
I mean, like, I could have a different opinion on it depending on what the live stream shows, but it like the paragraph right below where it talks about the live stream, after they refused to leave the premises, the activists reportedly escorted... The indictment alleges that the group prevented a patient and an employee from entering the facility. So they have at least some evidence that they think that they can get a conviction on because they've put it into the indictment, and they probably have video evidence from the live stream. They're not going to charge someone with something that they can't get a conviction on because it would be a waste of their time.
Oh, that's not true at all.
That is absolutely true. One of the biggest reasons why people who are like super, super guilty and very obviously guilty don't get the highest charges because it's going to be really hard to prove the level for the highest charge possible. So they have to drop the charges down some. So they're only going to charge someone with something that they think that they can get a conviction on.
I agree that what you're saying is true up until the last sentence, but the exact opposite happens too. Government prosecutes people for purpose of intimidation and coercion of behavior all the time. Government makes an example of people all the time.
I'm not even going to disagree with that. Yeah, the government is going to make an example of people that are doing something that the government doesn't want, right? Like we can look at the Ticketmaster monopoly, trust antitrust law thing that's going on right now. Like they're going to make a huge example out of Ticketmaster because they're fucking up everyone's ability to go to see shows. But I don't think that they would bring those charges if they didn't think that they could get a conviction. I think that that's like the biggest thing in the way here. I don't know of any case like recently that I can think of, any major case where there's been someone indicted on something. Now, like if it were like civil litigation, that would be a different matter. People bring frivolous lawsuits in civil cases all the fucking time because you don't need to get a conviction on something with a jury of 12 people, right? But when it comes to like criminal cases, they're going to charge you with the strongest thing they think that they can actually get you for. And they're going to have to convince 12 people that, and I mean, like, this is in Tennessee. It's not exactly the most left-wing state in the country, right?
Yeah, it's kind of purple.
Tennessee? When was the last time Tennessee voted blue?
I'm not saying that the state votes blue. I'm saying there are places in the state that run blue. You ever heard of Memphis?
I mean, listen, there are a lot of states I know a lot about. I know next to fucking nothing about Tennessee. Not gonna lie. So
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for it. And like, it doesn't go against anything that I would assume like a big city is probably going to be more liberal than like a rural county or something like that. But yeah, I mean, just like the idea that this is like targeted when we can see exactly what the inciting incident was. Like, if they did this thing and like nothing happened for a long time and they decided to go after them to make an example, that'd be one thing. But this doesn't seem to like point to what you're talking about. I know that you sent me a second link here. I haven't looked at that one yet. But like, what do you, when I brought up the Democratic senator, like strong Democratic senator, I think from New Jersey, he's been a Democrat for a very long time, and he got investigated and raided by the FBI, and he's indicted, and he's probably going to get kicked out of the Senate, even by the Democrats. Like, does that not speak to the fact that they do investigate people across the political aisle?
A single person getting nuked is not proof of absence of a pattern. A exception to a rule is not proof the rule does not exist.
Sure, but like, so like that's one way to look at it, and you're not wrong. It could be the fact that this is just like, okay, well, this guy fucked up so bad we can't let him get away with it, but like we're gonna let the smaller
this
things.
Guy pissed off someone inside the party.
Yeah,
Fuck
something
that
like
guy.
that. Yeah, like it could be something like that, but like it could just as easily be the fact that like the things that the FBI needs to focus on right now the most are people that are right wing.
Do you think the biggest threat to the country is white nationalism or white supremacy?
No, I think that's downstream of what the biggest threat to the country is.
What do you think the biggest threat to the country is?
I think the biggest threat to the country is kind of like calling back to earlier in the conversation, the reason why we're so like massively in different worlds in terms of truth. I think the biggest threat to our country is probably the internet and the ability for not only people within our own nation, but for foreign actors to spread misinformation maliciously. I think that's like probably, yeah, like internally, domestically, like that's probably our biggest problem that we have.
Really quick, I want to pose you a question from chat because
Sure.
From Wolf. Wait, did he just say the FBI needs to be spending their time on the right wing?
That's not what I said, actually. What I said was, you said that is it not possible that they just like had to make an example of this guy or he pissed someone off? I said, yeah, sure. But is it not also equally possible, like if we're just like doing speculation like that without any evidence that the FBI needs to focus on the right wing? Like that argument can go both ways if we're just going to speculate and not take into account anything else, right?
There you go, Wolf.
Like the real answer for me is I think that I think that the FBI probably needs to focus on malicious disinformation actors. I don't know how we would even do that, though, because of the First Amendment. I think that Congress needs to take action on, like, if all these other, like, actually hostile nations are going to be, you know, intentionally and openly and admittedly and proud of it, trying to sow dissent and discord in the United States by using misinformation, but they're going to block all of the information that comes out of the U.S. to their people. Like, why the fuck don't we do that to them? Why don't we make it to where, like, if you live in Russia or in China and you're going to be in one of these fucking bot farms and you're just going to be making people on the left hate people on the right and people on the right hate people on the left, using fake fucking news all the time. Why the fuck would we allow those people the right to speak on our social media platforms? Again, I don't know like the legal basis for that, but that's the feeling I get. But that's probably the biggest threat that I think that the U.S. faces right now. When it comes to like the threat of force that different groups could enact in the United States, like, I mean, you guys say this all the fucking time. Like, the right wing is the ones that have guns, and the left wing is a bunch of, pink-haired, non-binary, they, them army. Like, they're not going to pick up arms and fucking fight against the government, right? I was a socialist for a long time, all right? I know these people. They talk about revolution, but they're incapable of it. Whereas the people on the right, not only are there people on the right that do talk about revolution and rising against the government, but they also have like teeth to them because they actually will, be able to handle the recoil from a 12 gauge, right? So like in terms of that, just in terms of the possible force that could be enacted, probably the right wing does pose a bigger threat than the left wing. But I'm not saying that we should do it in a partisan way. I think that if people are going to be weird anti-American freaks that want to, fuck up our country and talk about revolution, the FBI should be looking at both of them.
Well, you're one of the few lefties I've interacted with that concedes that the left has no hope in a civil war unless they had the U.S. military on their side. So,
well, yeah, I was about to say the left is
props
broad.
to acknowledging that.
Yeah, the left is broad. Don't say lefty. All right, when people say lefty, I think socialist. All right, the left in terms of like Democrats in the United States, yeah, we probably have the institutional power that the government and the in the military would probably side with, like preserving the government if there was some sort of uprising. So like I'm never really concerned about some sort of civil war situation, but I'm also not concerned about a civil war situation because I don't think we're actually even close to there. So
why do you think that? Why do you think we're not there?
I have a lot of conservative friends. I talk to a lot of conservative people online. I mean, the one thing that I'm focusing on in life right now is trying to finish my fucking degree after changing my major 7 times, trying to finish a degree finally, and it's political science, and I can kind of see and understand polling a lot better than I could 2, 3, 4 years ago. And like, I don't think that people really have the appetite for a civil war. We're not nearly at that point. We're the most divided that we've ever been since the actual Civil War, but that was even way more significantly divided than we are right now. It's a different problem with different solutions, but I think that conditions for the average person would have to be so significantly worse on average for anyone to even consider, risking doing some sort of revolutionary action and risk death, imprisonment, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's just not how humans operate.
You do realize that some of the metrics for societal revolution have already been, that they're already in the rear view, right? Do you know that?
I don't know. Like, is there like a standardized list of, well, this has to happen, this has to happen, this has to happen, or is it just like
has to, but there are markers that have been consistently documented through history. So here's a few of them.
Sure.
Price of basic living needs compared to income, the sexual availability of mating opportunities for young men, the general economic outlook of the country, the integrity of the social fabric of the country, and then there's some other more ancillary ones that I'm less familiar with the argumentation around, but those are the big ones. And we passed the basic needs as a proportion of income, we passed that during COVID, like early on in COVID, when you started seeing the stories about people taking out loans to buy groceries. Yeah, like we passed the, oh shit, countries usually have a civil war around this economic time during COVID. The lack of mating opportunities for young men. Yeah, we've been dealing with that one for at least a decade now, and the incel army isn't getting any more satiated than it was a year ago, let me tell you. And we've been talking about the decay of the social fabric this whole time. Uh, you might be learning a lot about political science, but I would encourage you to spend a little bit more time digging into the history of revolutions and what makes populations say guillotine time.
Well, that's actually like
usually about the bread.
That's my personal autistic hyperfixation, actually. The thing that if I were to go into like getting a master's, I would probably study authoritarianism and I mean, again, as a socialist, I was trying to really do praxis, and I was reading theory. I read socialist theory. I've read fascist theory. I've read liberal theory from like early on. So like, I mean, I understand these things. Like, I wouldn't disagree with the different markers that you talked about, like the economy, social factors, the prices relative to income, fucking. All these things. I mean, I don't really know much about like fucking, because when I like in all the knowledge I have about like, you know, the Nazi takeover of Germany, the socialist revolution or the communist revolution in Russia, in China, literally nothing that I've ever read said anything about the lack of mating opportunities. I'll take your word for it. Like, I can imagine like a bunch of repressed, poor, you know, young dudes haven't got their rocks off in a long time. Maybe they get angry. But like in terms of the other things, like when we look at revolutions that happened in the past, like prices as opposed to income, like the most talked about like revolutions or like authoritarian takeovers in history, it was cataclysmic compared to anything that the U.S. has ever seen, right? Like even the Great Depression was not nearly what Nazi Germany, fascist Italy, or the Soviet Union, or I say Soviet Union, Tsarist Russia before the Soviet Revolution happened.
In terms of the economics.
Yeah, like saying. that was like so like the inflation was so bad in the Weimar Republic.
Yeah, wheelbarrows of money for a loaf of bread. I know.
Yeah, making it was cheaper to put the money up as wallpaper than it was to buy wallpaper, right? So like we're not nearly at that point in terms of the
we're
price.
Not quite there yet, no.
I mean, we're not. We would have to have like 100% inflation for like a year and a half straight to get anywhere close to that, and we haven't seen that. Now, has inflation impacted the average American? Absolutely, it has impacted them negatively. I think that there's a little bit of hyperbole about like how much that has impacted people, but like, yeah, I'm not gonna like sit here and say that, oh no, it's just like super fine that we had that bad of inflation, right? General economy and economic outlook. I mean, all things considered, there are a couple of weak parts of our economy, like the housing market and oh shit, there's like two big ones right now. It's the housing and I can't remember what the other weak part of our economy is, but like in general, our economy is actually running super hot and has been running hot since the end of COVID. I mean, even before Biden took over, right? Like as soon as
I would love to know where you're getting your narrative from. Hang on, I'm going to send you something.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, I can like point you towards the like GDP growth. I can point you towards, you know.
Oh, you believe those numbers? Okay, that's where. Got it.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean I believe those numbers?
You believe the Biden government to be reporting those numbers honestly?
The Biden government isn't the only one that calculates our GDP.
Who else does?
There are like tons of different organizations that fact check the government to make sure that they're not lying about the state of the economy, because they have a financial interest in making sure that if we're like actually on a downturn, they don't want to be making investments into stuff that they, would lose money on. So there's all sorts of different like different news organizations have economic teams that calculate our GDP, and they either largely align or are exactly the same as what the government puts out. The government can't get away with lies that big. That would be just the most insane shit of all time. And then we can also look at like other economic markers. If you don't think that the GDP is rising, we can look at things that track onto GDP like very closely. We can look at different different markets like S&P 500. We can look at the Dow Jones. We can look at all sorts of different Wall Street things and see where people are putting their money and how much they're increasing in terms of profits right now. Like these economic factors aren't being lied about, right? Like there's different spin depending on who you're listening to, right? If you're listening like solely to Biden and Kamala Harris's team, then everything is perfectly fine. If you're listening to like Fox News, they're going to be saying that everyone's poor and it costs $20 for a carton of eggs. But like at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. You can look at any economic marker.
Any economic marker, huh?
Yeah, and like back up what I'm saying, that there are like that we have a generally hot economy, but there are certain sectors that are not doing super good, like the housing market. That's like the super big one that everyone's upset about.
Interesting. You see the video I just sent you?
Oh, let me open that. Well, is there
If
a way
you
that I
can, play it for your stream. If you can figure out how.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Can I open this in a browser so you're not showing out?
I was going to make that exact same point, Wolf. Thank you.
All right. I'll just play our... I'll try and hide as much of our DMs. Don't want to be accused of leaking DMs, but we haven't said anything weird, so... Let me see.
Yeah, you could show the whole conversation for all I care.
Yeah, give me 1 second. We'll listen to this.
Heard a new term on TikTok today
Oh my God, please speak up, lady.
that made me stop in my tracks.
We are living in the silent depression.
This guy believes we are not just living in worse than the Great Depression, we're living in the silent depression. The average annual income in 1930 for an American individual was a little over $4,800. Sounds like nothing, but if you adjust that for inflation, a little over $4,800 a year in 1930 is equivalent to almost 80
Wait, hold on. Go
on
back.
TikTok today that made me stop in my tracks.
We are living in the silent depression.
This guy believes we are not just living in worse than the Great Depression, we're living in the silent depression. The average annual income in 1930 for an American individual was a little over $4,800. Sounds like nothing, but if you adjust that for inflation, a little over $4,800 a year in 1930 is equivalent to almost $85,000 annually for the average salary for one person. Right now, the average annual salary is $56,000 a year. We currently are making less than the height of the Great Depression. In 1930, gas was on average 10 cents a gallon. That would be about $1.73. In case you haven't filled up your car lately, average cost of a gallon of gas is $3.55. To buy a new car in 1930 would have been about $860, worth about 15 grand. The average cost of a new car today is $48,000. And of course, the most coveted aspect of the American dream, being able to buy a house in 1930 cost about $3,900, less than $70,000. I spend way too much time on Zillow, so maybe this isn't surprising to me, but the average price of a home in America today is $416,000. How could we be living through worse cost of living and wages than 1930? And no politician, no media outlet, no one is talking about it.
That's Bidenomics. It's about growing an economy by strengthening the middle class.
Okay. This is like, okay, we can go through like each one of these claims individually. So like she says that the average net yearly income of Americans during 1930 was $4,800. right? Which in current US dollars would be about 85,000. That's not how we would ever like I don't even know what to say. Like the problem wasn't that there was, you know, the average or the average wages was like in adjusted dollars $87,000, right? It's that we had a 25% unemployment rate, right? Like, yeah, if we look at the average income of someone in 1930 after the crash and we have 25% unemployment, that means that 25% of the United States, their income isn't being calculated into the average income of a working family because they don't have an income, right?
What do you think the current unemployment is?
The current unemployment is it might be like slightly too low. 1 second. I think it's like like the 3.5 to 3.7 range.
And are you getting that?
Employment.
And are you getting that from the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that when people stop looking for work, they stop counting them in that statistic?
Yes. I mean, we can look at the U6. It tracks on like very closely to the U. What is it? The U3 or the U2 that we use on average. Like we can look at all the different kinds of unemployment, the different ways that they calculate it. 3.9% as of
from
May
the Bureau
6th.
of Labor Stats.
Let me see if this is calculated by Bureau of Labor Statistics or if this is. Oh my god, it's fucking paywalled for something that nobody fucking looks at. Come the fuck on.
I know, right? I hate it when I see that. It's like, oh
Like,
yeah.
Who has ever heard of nerdwallet.com like / personal finance? Literally no one. No one's paying for your website. Get some ads. Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm going to send you what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, here, we can look at yours. If they they might be using the U6, they might be using the U4.
First result when I searched it. Now you can run me through their argumentation and explain to me why you think this is wrong, but they're putting the unemployment to 24%.
Using data the true rate of unemployment. The first issue that I have, like overall, like what does it mean for the true rate of unemployment? Like we
the
can
actual percentage of American citizens who aren't employed.
Should we count people that are retired in that?
Well, do you think they are? Let's go down. I just found this, so let's go through it and look together.
Well, really quick, I just want to ask you, because this is how unemployment is calculated, right? Like, so do you think that people who are retired should be included in the unemployment rate?
No.
Do you think that people who are under the age of 14 should be included in the unemployment rate?
Okay. I see where you're going with this.
But like there are ones that you might say yes to, right? Do you think that
fine. No.
Do you think that they're like a stay-at-home mom should be counted in the unemployment rate? So these are like I understand where you're coming from, because I also
is she looking for work?
Is she looking? Okay, so looking for work should be something that we should take into account. I agree, right? If there's someone that doesn't want to find a job, I don't think that we can call them unemployed. If you're like some Nepo baby and you don't need to find a job, why are we going to count you in the unemployment rate? If you're a stay-at-home mom.
Now we're getting into places where there's nuance, because if someone was looking for work for a year and they couldn't find it, so they gave up, I would count them in the unemployment rate.
Sure, and I think that one of the different And here's the thing, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, like we don't have to go to this website. Like they have all of these different measures. Let's just see which one that
Well,
they're
and again,
using.
we're running back to I don't want to use the Bureau of Labor Statistics because I don't trust the government, sir.
That makes this very difficult.
Yes, it does. And now again, we touch on one of the fundamental differences between people on my side and people on your side. I do not trust the institutions, especially right now. I don't think they're telling me the truth.
Do you think that they were telling the truth while Trump was in office?
Not all of them. Most of them, no.
So do you think that he lied about having the lowest unemployment rate in American history?
I think that Trump is a bullshit artist, and he's very good at putting a positive spin on whatever he's trying to put a spin on. Do I think that it was a low unemployment record? It was a very low level of unemployment during his term as presidency. Yeah, the economy spoke for itself. Things were cheap. People were employed. Tax breaks were happening. Tax breaks were actually happening for companies that trickled down to individuals. When has that happened in living memory? Proof is in the pudding.
Do you think that we should run, the government should run deficits?
No.
Why the
I'm
fuck
not-
do
I'm
you
not.
support Trump's tax cuts then? He ran up the biggest deficit.
Because I don't believe that the government should avoid deficit by taxing the fuck out of me. They need to learn how to manage a goddamn budget just like I have to.
But you don't have the ability to create money. And you also don't have the ability to...
Are you one of
sorry.
these people who thinks quantitative easing is a good thing?
I think that it is a tool. It can be good and it can be bad.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the fundamental disagreements keep adding up.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second. I'm super interested to see how they calculate this number. Gross domestic... Wait. For decades, the development... Blah, blah, blah. That includes, among others, GDP, consumer price index, and one of the unemployment rate. Generally, unemployment rate is calculated by simply dividing the number of employed persons, as defined by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, by the number of persons in the labor force, employed or unemployed, who are actively seeking employment, and multiplying by 100.
Part of it, Wolf.
While this measure may be elegant in its simplicity, it presents a very incomplete and, in many ways, misleading picture. So, like, even right here, they're wrong. That's not the only way that the Bureau of Labor Statistics calculates unemployment. That's just like the general marker of unemployment that most people agree is the most useful for us to look at. And it's not just like the government wants us to look at. That's like businesses. That's, for anyone that is like a speculative investor, like these are numbers that they would want us to be looking at because it's the most useful for us in everyday life. Not that the other ones aren't useful, but like by and large, the one that we're looking at is going to be the U3 or U2. I can never remember. I never want to say U2 because I fucking hate U2. Let me see here. Just tell me. Methodology. There we go. Current population survey conducted by the BLS. What is the BLS? Oh, Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is used to the U3 unemployment rate. This helps ensure an apples-to-apples comparison between their true rate of unemployment and true rate of unemployment out of the population described below. Accepts the U3 rate for comparison purposes, but modifies it by adopting two important stipulations. The first stipulation deals with the work week. To be employed for the purposes of LESEP's true employment concept, an individual must either have a full-time job, 35 plus hours a week, or have a part-time job, but no desire to be full-time, e.g. students. The second, to be employed. Okay. The second stipulation is that an individual must earn at least $20,000 annually. But if you're not working, what if you're working less than 35 hours a week, but you're making more than 20K a year? 1 second. Calculated in January 2020 dollars. Okay, so that might impact things a little bit. Current population surveys outgoing rotational group study, a study that takes 1/4 of the survey respondents to ask specific questions about their wages. So they use the same markers as the U3, but then they add stipulations of have a full-time job or have a part-time job but no desire to be full-time. And the second stipulation is an individual must earn at least $20,000 annually. Again, what if they don't? Okay. I don't know why we would use this number over anyone else's number.
You don't know why we would.
Well, tell me why we should value this number over the number that literally every business in America uses in order to like decide whether or not they want to go on like a hiring spree, raise wages, lower wages, et cetera, et cetera. Like they do that largely based off of the also even looking at this this chart, this is saying that there was a
Which chart?
like the one that you sent to me.
Yeah, but there's several charts on that page. So which one?
Like they're all like largely like kind of the same, but like our unemployment rate right now is not like that much. Like right before COVID, it's the exact same. This true rate I'm looking at right now, September of 2019, 24.3, and true rate right now, April 2024, 24.2. So like even by this, it's largely tracking on exactly to the same graph as the U3. And just to like tell you which graph I'm looking at the first one, the true rate of unemployment versus headline rate of unemployment.
Yeah, I figured that might be the one. I was looking at that too.
So in fact, you're
correct about that.
And in fact, like it looks like it dipped below anything that Trump, like the lowest unemployment rate that Trump ever had was 24.3. But it looks like by their numbers, Joe Biden's had lower unemployment than Donald Trump, which tracks on to what I was saying about the U3.
Let's see, 16.
Like if you look at June 2022, it's 22.5. The lowest that I'm seeing from Trump is September 2019, 24.3.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like we can say that like 25% of the American public is unemployed, but that's just like I don't think that that's giving us anything that we can work actionably on. Whereas like the rate of unemployment that we always use, the U3, is something that we do take action on. Not that we could, but we do take action based off of that because it's the most useful for economists to plan out, for businesses to plan out, for individuals to know where their what their value in the job market is. Like,
okay, let's say I'm for the purpose of moving forward in the conversation, let's concede the unemployment point for now.
Sure.
Move forward with the rest of the rest of the video.
Oh, okay, yeah. I forgot we were looking at that video. Let me go back to here. Let me pull it back up so that I can.
Heard a new term on TikTok today that
Okay, so the first claim was the unemployment and the average salary, which again, like if we're looking at the salary of the average person with a job in 1930, that's going to be, cutting out a huge amount of people. That it's not a one-to-one comparison, right? Which, like, I would agree. Like, yeah, it would be nice if we had a higher average yearly income. Like, I think that we should strive and work towards that. There have been efforts that I could point towards that Biden has done that we could, I would say, work towards that. But 1 second. In 1930, gas on average 10 cents a gallon, adjusted for inflation, about $1.73. I don't think that is at all comparable to what's going on right now, because number one, the cost of producing oil at that time was significantly lower because we had we didn't even take the lead out of our gasoline at that time. Number two, not everyone there wasn't as high of demand for the amount of supply of oil at that time. Right. So like the average person in 1930 wasn't driving around in an automobile. The average person didn't start getting a car until I think like the late 50s, early 60s. Like that's when people started getting cars on like as like the family mobile, like before that it was walking, trains, horse and buggy, riding on a horse. Like, yeah, it was probably cheaper back then, but there's like a million factors that I would point towards before like saying, oh, it was better back then for buying gas than now. People didn't need gas like for their cars because they didn't have cars, which leads into one of the other claims. The average cost of a new car today is $48,000, but in 1930 they were about $15K in today's dollars. Like supply and demand, it's probably cheaper because there wasn't a lot of people that it was like the most like luxury item of luxury items. Like nobody had cars back then. People didn't need a car to get around. People didn't want to buy a car. Some people were scared of cars. Like,
okay, you just made a point that's a little bit self-defeating.
Which part?
If a car back then was a luxury item, and then then it's a luxury item, but now it's a necessity, then that means more cars are being consumed, bought, and traded now. So that should have driven the price way down.
The cost of producing a car has gone up compared to back then.
Yes.
The cost of producing the cars has gone up. The amount of like safety features and little like doodads and fun screens and all the like stupid fucking rear view cameras and all the shit that we put in our cars nowadays probably drives the price up significantly. Cars are going to be more expensive today, like both because of the technology advancements that we've made, and like there's more demand for cars, but like it is a necessity now, and it wasn't back then. I don't think people would be dropping $48,000 worth of 1930s dollars unless you were like, giga rich, like fucking Rockefeller rich. But like there were some people that were not Rockefeller rich that were buying cars because it was like a novelty thing. Kind of like the same reason like Rolexes are like super expensive.
I do not think that the how to articulate this? I don't think that the increased cost of production is the silver bullet to saving your argument there that you might think.
I mean, like
is. When you increase
it's not the
demand,
only thing. That's not the only thing. Like there's like a million different factors that like I don't think that this is a good marker for like we're worse off today than we were during the Great Depression. I think like car sales, like you could compare that to like any time after like 1960, and I would be way more like willing to like concede that point. Like, oh man, yeah, it probably was. But like even at the when cars first started getting bought as like a necessity in the average household, the cars were more expensive than the houses, right? Because we had an overabundance of housing, and like the cars were like a big deal to buy. I just don't think that like the automobile market is a good indicator here. And fuck, there was something that I was going to bring up, but I didn't want to interrupt you. We were talking about the production costs. We were talking about the demand. Oh yeah, like also we're talking about the average cost of a car. Are we including, like, which cars are we including in that? Are we including Lamborghinis to get the average? Are we including those $150,000 stupid fucking F-150s I see driving around all over the place here in Texas? Like, which cars are we taking into account? Because like the average person is not number one, doesn't need, nor does the average person buy an F-150. Right, like the average person living in a city or like just getting a car to commute to and from work is going to get like a sedan, right? Or maybe they'll get a little SUV, like a compact SUV, right? Which I think the average cost of those is significantly under $48,000. But if
Right.
that guy wants to jump in, we're gonna have to either move into a Discord, or we'll have to move into a Discord, or we'll have to have him send me a friend request so that I can add him
do a group chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you in my adventurous conversation Discord?
You know what? I'm part of like 5,000 Discords. If you could send me a link to it, I don't even know. Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Okay.
Okay. Let's see here.
Hello.
Oh, I just like jumped straight into it. Oops. I'm sure he'll drag me in here in a second.
I did.
All right, there we are. And I'll do this right here and that.
What up?
How's it going?
Good.
All right.
I'm getting things moved around myself so I can see again. So there's a fundamental problem to the argument that you're creating about the vehicles alone. I won't even go beyond the
Sure, I
current
mean, like,
part of the conversation.
And I'll admit, like, they're like, I listen, I like talking about economics. I like learning about economics, but I'm not an expert on economics by any stretch of the imagination. There might be something that I'm wrong on here. I know in terms of like the unemployment rate, and at least some of the stuff that I've said about the automobile market, I know for sure that I'm right on those things. But like in terms of like the economic impact, if you have something that proves to be wrong, I'll move my position.
So here's the fundamental problem. Okay.
Mhm.
So you can go with the argument that you have. That's totally fine. However, just that argument of going from luxury item to necessity, now that necessity costs more, but it costs more because of all the luxury items. We don't need backup cameras in the cars. You can't get the cars without them anymore. You
Sure.
don't need power windows to operate the windows. You can't get a car without it anymore. A standard vehicle, you now have to pay more for because it doesn't have the luxury items. So you are forcing people to pay for a luxury item that they don't even want.
On some part of that, I agree. But not all of those are like things that the government has done, right? Like that's consumer, indicators to the company, like what people want, right?
Could I
Like,
intervene first?
Well, let me just like respond to what you said. Like, I agree. Like, my first car was a manual, and I fucking loved that thing. I could not find a manual to save my fucking life when I got a new car. I prefer manuals. They're cheaper. They're more fun to drive. But consumer demand, people don't want to learn how to drive a manual anymore. So it comes standard with automatic transmission. I don't think that's a government regulation. I don't think that government regulation also like adds backup cameras or anything like that. If we want there to be cheaper cars that have those options like taken out of them, then like consumer demand needs to reflect that, right?
Well, so here's the problem. Because it's a needed item, the consumers can't fight against that. And it's not necessarily that it's government regulations that's created it, but the cost is now more because you have to pay for it. It's a necessity to get by in life. And the car manufacturers in this particular instance can have an impact on it, because if they decide I can make more money by adding this one little feature, I'm going to. And now you as the consumer don't have a choice.
Well, they wouldn't put those options in if they didn't think that people wanted them, or if the like indicators from when they first started implementing these things into like more luxury cars, right? People were like, "Oh man, it would be really nice to have that in my Toyota," and then Toyota started adding it as a like additional charge to their standard package, and then like more people went for that option, so they started producing more cars like that. Like I'm totally fine with saying like. Well, I don't know what the solution to that would be other than either consumer demand needs to reflect like, hey, we want cheaper cars and we don't need backup cameras. Our necks are totally fine with swiveling around and looking in our fucking mirrors. We can, say like, I want a cheaper car. I don't want an automatic transmission. But like, unless you want the government to come in and say like, car manufacturers, you are now like legally required that like 15% of your stock must be, manual transmission without like all of these extra doodads. I don't know what the solution would be.
I think there's a couple things that go into play there. I think that to some extent you have to recognize that government regulation does play a role.
Yeah, to a certain degree, but I don't know about in terms of like these things, right?
And so on top of that, because you have these individuals who are being dumbed down by society, who are being more materialistic, who don't really have what it takes to have the willingness to live with less, you're not going to be able to have the consumer population stand up against it.
Listen, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying there. I mean, but I don't think that it's like society
all the way.
I don't think it's like society getting softer, right? Like the thing is, people like it when their cars are nicer. Like, yeah, it's materialistic, but like, welcome to American society, right? Like all through like 70s, 80s, 90s, like you saw them like hardcore pushing like, oh, this one has an 8-track player, and then everyone wanted the car with an 8-track player. This one has, oh, well, come get the CB radio so that you could talk to people. And then like technology advanced, and it was like, oh, now we have tape players in our cars. And some people were like, why do you need, like, you have a radio, why do you need a tape player? But then there were like multiple tape players where you can put like 8 fucking tapes in there, and now you can switch between them. And people thought that was, obscene. And same thing with CDs, and same thing with, like every single extra little doodad that we add on there. Yeah, it might be an unnecessary thing. Like, would we be able to like get by on, chitty chitty bang bang driving down the street to get to work? Like, yeah, probably we would be able to like survive that, and it would be like surviving on less. And if we as a society want to go towards that direction, like, you're not going to catch me stopping you. Like, I think those cars look cool as fuck. But the problem is, people do want those. People want their Teslas. People want their big screens all over their cars. People want 12 different cameras on the outside of their car to make sure that they're not merging into another person. They want the extra safety features. They want all of these things. Like the biggest like criticism that I have in terms of like policy, like something that the government is doing, they put a lot of restrictions on trucks that they have to be like a certain I don't know exactly what the metrics are, but it led from us having like those nice little Tacomas that were like relatively fuel efficient that people used to drive all the time when I was a kid, to now every single truck that you see is, 20 feet wide and 16 feet tall, and they have the giant, like the biggest fucking tires you've ever seen in your life. They have seat warmers and seat coolers, and like ball massagers in them. Like those things are obscene, like materialistic giant trucks that are like more form than function for the most part at this point. Where like some people just want like their tiny little Tacoma that they can put, a couch in the back of.
I agree with you, and you just conceded that that situation exists because of government regulation.
Well,
so
yeah, that
remind
one.
me again. So remind me again why you're on the side that likes more government.
And I just want to point this out because this loops all the way back to Zach's original point about an individual's principles.
In what sense? Sorry.
So if your principles are to have all of those materialistic things, the things of this world, then obviously you're going to go along with certain policies that are going to be able to let you have those things without working for them.
Well, hold on. I never said anything like even remotely approaching that. See, like that's not the principle that I'm holding to right here, right? Like my principle that I'm holding to here is like I'm a pretty ardent capitalist at this point. I don't think that people should be able to get something for nothing. I think that like you should be able to get a job and work for the stuff that you have, and have a good work ethic, all of that stuff. 1 second, there's someone I got a ban in my chat right here because they're typing racial slurs.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's always fun. But like the principle I'm holding to here is like I believe in capitalism. I think that that's a good way for us to organize ourselves in a oh, I already deleted it. He just typed out the N-word one letter at a time. Yeah, but the principle I'm holding to is like people have a choice, and people are going to make those choices. In regards to like the government regulations thing, I can't remember which one of you guys said it. Like the government regulation thing. Yeah, of course I'm going to support good government regulation. I'm going to not support bad government regulation. Right? I'm not a hardline, always support more government type person. I think that the government has a place in steering the economy, and it should steer it where it should, and it should keep its hands off where it shouldn't. That's like what part of our economy they need to do that in is going to change over time depending on which markets need that. Right? Like we had a little bit too much of a hands-off approach when it came to the crash in 2008. We probably should have had some regulations around what loans the bank should be charging people with, right? Those subprime mortgages. When it comes to like right now, we have, well, actually, I almost said something I disagree with. Right now, we have a housing issue, but like it's not, it's local government issues that are keeping us from lowering housing costs, but that's a whole other thing.
Just because I'm more wonkish on economics than Zach, could I interject for a second about inflation?
I guess we're kind of on like a different thing here, but
so do you get your economic news?
Oh wait, is this Panda?
Krugman?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Hold on, why are you so quiet to me?
Okay, do you get your economic news from Paul Krugman?
1 second, I just got to turn you up. Do I get my economic information from Paul Krugman?
Yes.
I don't know any of the individual people. I usually look at like macroeconomic.
So what I would recommend
markers.
is, so according to Keynesian theory, basically the way to grow an economy is increasing demand through the government pumping money into the Federal Reserve.
I'm just going to put you on warning.
Ludwig
right
von
now.
Mises and the more Austrian economists, including Friedrich Hayek, predict the basic way to grow an economy and stabilize is that over time, people tend towards stability because people don't want to have an investment which is unstable that can boom in their face, right? If you invest in something that turns out to be bad and it blows up and you lose all your money, people don't like that. So according to Austrian economics, the way to do that is cutting taxes, letting people spend their money and invest it in things that are good for them instead of the Federal Reserve artificially pumping demand, because what artificial pumping of demand does means people are going to be more haphazard in their investment. And you get a bunch of bubbles, like that 2008 housing bubble was a result of the government giving money to banks to give on low interest loans, as well as regulations mandating mortgage for low income communities. If you want to know economics, you'd have to read Ludwig von Mises on inflation. The basic prediction of Austrian economics is the boom bust cycle. The Federal Reserve props up House of Cards and that pops. If you want stable, real growth, you need to end the Federal Reserve, go to real money, not fake money. And yeah, and inflation will actually go down because productivity naturally increases with technological innovation. Did you know that? And so when productivity increases because of technological information, like for example, nowadays factories, there's all sorts of machinery that can do things that human beings can't do. That basically means you get more bang for your buck, which is a lowering of inflation per the objective value of a good. Does that make sense?
Oh,
Or
I'm
does that-
sorry.
yeah.
Here's the thing. Like, I will listen to like basically anything that has ever been practiced in reality, and not like
Yes,
the
look up Ludwig
theorizing.
von Mises, look up Friedrich Hayek, look up on inflation, and once you do your homework, then I can talk to you like you're a big boy.
Yeah, the 16-year-old, the 16-year-old that
hang
like,
on, hang on,
literally has the
Sondsol.
I'm sorry. I'm going to get so fucking triggered. Okay. Listen,
No, I'm coming. I'm going to bat for you. Hey, Panda, we were all having a civil conversation, and we had refrained from name calling up until you doing that just now.
No, but
So-
like I have a response to this, but like here's the thing, I don't care about him calling me names. Like I'm totally fine with that. I can roll in the mud, but like
You
I
called
don't.
me retard and all sort. You've called. I don't. Have you called me a racial slur for a Jewish person before?
What the fuck are you talking about? But if I ever used a racial slur for a Jewish person, that clip would be going around like fucking crazy. All right, people in my chat would be calling me.
I thought something like that during their gay marriage.
I have
debate, but-
literally never used a racial slur on stream ever.
Okay, but so no, I mean you get all your news from Paul Krugman. You get all your news from these fake.
No, you
leftist
don't know where I get my news from. We've had this conversation like fucking 4 million goddamn times, okay? Every single time I tell you, and you see me go through so many different sources on stream all the time about where I get my information from. And it's never just one source, and it's never just one person. It's like I get my news from as many news sources as I possibly can. Now, that might not be like the end all be all of knowledge, obviously, right? Like I obviously also am not an economist, but neither are you. Like you say that, oh, well, you before you talk about economics, you need to read Hayek. Hayek's like there might be like some specific things out of Austrian economics that have been like piecemeal used in different economic systems throughout the world, but no one has ever adopted this Austrian economics full on, like all gas, no brakes. Government is completely out of the hands of the economy, or the economy is out of the hands of the government. Nobody's ever done that, right? You talk about the boom bust cycle. Yeah, in capitalism, we do have a boom bust cycle. The entire point of the Federal Reserve, the entire point of the government intervening into government is to smooth out those boom bust cycles, to make sure that we don't have like an extreme high followed by like extreme poverty. Because guess what? We've done that before. Guess what? It was called the Great Depression. We had an extreme high and then we shot down to 25% unemployment. We don't want that to happen again. That's why we made the Federal Reserve, right? You can make all these arguments, but at the end of the day, like, what are we looking at? We're looking at a theory of economics that has never been practiced in any fucking country the world over. Like at least the socialists can like point towards like, hey, look, we have the Soviet Union, we have communist China, right? Like we can look at our economic factors and we can try and spin them however we want. But you can't even look at a country and spin those numbers in a way that you want, because no one's ever practiced them. Because everyone that has ever looked at those at the praxeology of fucking Austrian economics, the praxeology, well, we theorize it works, therefore it does work. Like, please do not talk to me about
Are you paying
Austrian
attention
economics
to
ever
what's
again.
going on in Argentina right now?
I've heard some stuff about the ANCAP guy that's in Argentina, like again, like there's some parts of Austrian economics that at a baseline, yeah, like the supply and demand, government gets their hands out, like yeah, I don't doubt that there's going to be an economic boom. Now let's see what happens in the years to come, because boom bust cycles are that, like, right, like there's going to be a boom and there's also going to be a bust, like.
Okay, that's fair enough. We'll see how that one plays out. I'm optimistic, but I would say he's implementing Austrian economics pretty faithfully based on what I've
I haven't
heard.
looked at like the specific the specific things that he's done, because I'm not gonna lie, I do not care about Argentina whatsoever. It's just like the furthest fucking country from my mind. The only thing I know about that guy is that he has a fun Marvel superhero costume that he wore one time. But
well,
right,
neither here nor there.
But yeah, like back to like, you know, a conversation based in reality off of numbers that we can actually verifiably look at. Yeah, like again, I'm not going to like sit here and defend every single government regulation. I'm also not going to say that the government needs to take its hands completely out of the economy. We can, and I think it's a totally valuable conversation for people to have these, you know, well, I think that in this sector, we should have the government take their hands off a little bit. And this one, we should, have them put a little bit more. But like, at the end of the day, I think like what we should do is like, what is the most sensible thing? The thing that we know is like I don't think we should be experimenting with like extreme measures that everyone talks about, right? Like there are extreme people on the left, even Democrats, that want to implement Bernie Sanders Medicare for all, right? His version of Medicare for all is fucking crazy, right? I do think that we should have some form of universal health care, whether it's one of the like 15 different variations that have been presented to me, right? But like the Bernie Sanders one is crazy. It's a little bit too much, right? We can, when we look at like these radical ideas of changing the, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm being like the opposite of hyperbolic. I don't,
you want to
hypobolic.
Know why socialized medicine doesn't work, look no further than the VA.
I mean, like the VA, like the problem with America's healthcare system is like so unbelievably multifaceted, and it does have to do with the VA. But like the VA isn't a singular system. There's like 3 systems within the VA, and then like if we were to consider the VA just like one, like for the totality of the American population, I think there's like 7 different healthcare systems. We should probably. Sorry, I'm talking really fast.
Yes, there are 3 sectors of the Department of Veterans Affairs. When we are having the healthcare conversation, it is only the healthcare branch of the VA that's being discussed.
Just to be like ultra clear, like when I'm talking about like the healthcare, I'm talking about like the healthcare branch. There's like multiple different like systems within that, like the payment processors, and then the like that sort of thing is what I'm talking about. When we could streamline this significantly, cut out a lot of spending that we're doing, and increase the quality of care. But like the thing that when it comes to healthcare, is that it needs an overhaul, but it probably needs an overhaul that takes, some stepping stones instead of like one massive overhaul and see what happens, Like someone in my chat right here, like, I love Medicaid. It's far cheaper to be poor and sick than middle class and sick. Like, that's not great, right? Like, even from my own personal experience, like I'm probably looking at a like $10K plus medical bill coming up here in after I go and like get this stint removed from me, right? Like I've spent 4 days at a hospital, and then I had to go back for a second ER visit because of that, and then I had to go to the doctor again earlier today. Like I'm looking at a massive hospital bill coming my way. Yeah, obviously, like I don't think that the way that our healthcare system right now is set up is good, but like there's tons of different ways for us to reorient that in ways that like we can see other countries have done that are very effective and that like the people there are happy with, that we could try to like imitate and like craft so that it works in the American system, you know?
Before you
Quick,
ever
quick.
even
Hang on, Wolf. Hang on, Wolf. Quick side tangent. Son, Panda would like to know if he can be unmuted, and he wants to apologize so that he can be included back into the conversation. And because you are my guest, I am going to let you make that call.
Listen,
Hold
I'm
on.
fine. I just don't want to like
before you-
talk about a bunch of like theoretical stuff, or if he talks about Kierkegaard or fucking Nietzsche, or if he talks about Hayek, I'm going to like find a shotgun and I'm going to like give myself mouthwash with lead. Jesus Christ. Like, let's let Wolf wanted to say something really quick, and I don't want to like interrupt his time for Panda, but
Go ahead, Wolf.
So this is just adding to what Zach was saying. Panda, if you are allowed to come back and you are going to apologize, that's going to be an actual apology, not this game that you play to be let back in. Because if that's the case, you'll be right back out and not coming back.
Okay.
and just to
we're gonna-
just to be clear, I we can skip the apology part. Like I understand where he's coming from, right?
No, we can't skip the apology part. So
Yeah, okay,
really quick.
if that's y'all's rule, then I'll abide by y'all's rule.
I'm working on a gradual process of
Yes.
socializing Panda and trying to get him to a point where he is socially functional. And let me tell you, this has been a saga, an adventurous saga that we have had with this kid. And the amount of progress that he has made has been admirable, but it's still a work in progress. So yes, he does have to apologize.
All right.
All right.
I abide by y'all's rules. All right. I'm in y'all's Discord. I'm in y'all's territory. All right.
You are unmuted, Panda. Go for it.
I'd like to say, Sondsol, I sincerely apologize for any insult I made towards you. I was just trying to express, I believe I operate on a more theoretical, academic, intellectual basis. I don't really care as much about day-to-day news.
Okay. Yeah, I can accept that. But like, I think that's indicative of like where we're at with the conversation, right? Like the lefties that I argued with before I got banned from Twitch, they were arguing with me from a theoretical level. When I was arguing for socialism, the thing that like put me on the path to getting out of socialism was arguing with people about economics and realizing at a certain point, oh my God, actually, I can't defend this shit anymore. This is actually, they bring up like 10 points here that I actually can't argue against, and I have to adjust my opinion accordingly. And the best way I've found to adjust my opinion is to go by as many like hard data points that I possibly can, and like that leads me to the most consistently correct results.
I would agree you should look at data, but what I would say is that data is reflective of broader trends, and I personally believe the Austrian school best reflects the trends in economic history. But the thing is, you'd have to be willing to explore these issues further, and I don't know if you have the patience for that.
Where I'm at right now in terms of like exploring politics is not theoretical economics. All right. like political
well, you don't
theory.
Like when I talk about Kierkegaard or Nietzsche.
Well, yeah,
or
that's
Hannah or...
yeah, because that's like so out of step with what I'm talking about like every single day, right? Like if I'm talking about, you know, a news story, like if it's the Trump indictments, if it's Russia, Ukraine, if it's Israel, Palestine, I'm talking about that. Then you're like, hey, Sondsol, what's your opinion on Soren Kierkegaard and his treatise on, I'm going to like mute you because Jesus Christ, you're distracting the fuck out of me, and I have really bad ADHD. I can't not respond. Okay, I'm an
Like, when I hear-
argumentative ADHD person. I'm literally disabled. Okay, you have to accept that.
But like when I hear Jordan Peterson talk about current events, I hear him reference like Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard.
Well, okay, Panda, let me cut you off there. Jordan creates the narrative link in a I won't say succinct because it's not succinct, but it is a reasonably paced and accessibly constructed narrative bridge between these
Hey guys, by the way,
philosophical
if you enjoy
traditions
this content, please
and
subscribe. Please like the
thing
stream
that
on
is
YouTube.
relevant
All right,
in the modern moment.
give me some money.
You
all right, guys?
do not do that.
You have to include what is currently happening in order to be able to piece that together.
Yeah, I mean, like tying it back, like, I mean, fuck, this might be changing because of, exigent circumstances, but I was going to go into being a teacher, right? I wanted to be a debate coach because I have family that are debate coaches. I was in debate when I was in middle school. Very fun. I think it's like a very valuable thing. Like if I was to give you like a lesson while I was a debate coach, like, yeah, the biggest thing that you need to do, there's like the rhetorical triangle. You have ethos, pathos, and logos, right? You can talk about the morality and the ethics and the like what we ought to do, right? And that's something that you should do, but you also need to appeal to people's emotions, and you also have to tie it to some sort of logical foundation, right? Something that is based in fact, right? And usually the way that you do this is you can put out your theoretical framework, and then you can point to real world events and why this would be better, and then you can like use the data points from the real world and then compare them to what you think would happen with the theoretical. But what you do is you just like yell and scream about Uncle Sam, and then you yell and scream about Hayek, and then like I immediately lose all interest in having the conversation because Jesus Christ. All right, I've read enough. I've read enough
You are
from
not the
Lenin.
only one.
I've read enough from Lenin. I've read literal like fascist theory. I've read liberal theory. I'm done with the theory right now. All right, I just want to talk about what's happening right now. That's where I'm at.
Yep.
Well, I also hear that that Zarathustra serpent guy, he talks a lot about theory and about Nietzsche.
I mean, yeah, but it's just
Panda.
like something that's not something that I watch. So
Panda, you're doing that thing. Okay. Point is, we're not going to have that theoretical conversation, so you can tone that one back a little bit.
Okay.
Spork.
yeah, but just to like let's like move way past what we were just talking about. Like, yeah, so like watching that girl's video, one thing that like really bothers me, especially about like the current state of the economy, right, is like people who are not currently in the like White House or with or hold like the most political power in the United States. They want to say like we have the worst economy of all time, right? And or they want to like catastrophize and attack the other side. Like I think that the left was wrong for and like I mean I was part of the problem on this before like I started studying politics, right? Or like being like actively informing myself. But like the economy was pretty good under Trump. Do I think that he had much to do with that himself? Not really. I think that he did fine with like maintaining the ship. And that's a good thing that we can give to him. I don't think that the tax breaks were a good thing, at least in the way that he did them. But like I can give him kudos for maintaining the ship. It might arguably have been like too hot of an economy for too long, but I'm not going to like sit here and argue that because I'm not educated enough for it. But like right now, where we're at in the economy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So if you're saying that he was maintaining the ship, are you saying that the economy being as good as it was due to Obama?
I think that I mean,
Good question.
like based off of everything that I've seen, and maybe you can convince me otherwise, but like every economic marker that was like rising under Obama was rising at about the same rate under Trump. Like there might have been like one or two things they did that raised it like 0.001% here and there. Like, and let me be clear, that's not nothing because the American economy is fucking huge. 0.001 is more money than any of us in this call are ever going to see in our entire life. But like the idea that Trump did anything like spectacular for the economy is like what policy, like what did he do that like severely like what about
Also
immigration?
tax cuts.
Again, like the tax cuts didn't like even if we look at the tax cuts, like where do graph go up higher?
You're focused just on the tax cuts.
Well, no,
There's
I
so
just
much
responding
else.
to him.
And so
Both
this
of
is
them.
part of like the overall picture and how it's affected the other areas.
I mean, yeah, the economy is a complex thing that's going to have a lot of different aspects to it that like you raise it in one place and it might lead to better productivity in another place. Sure. But like, again, like the rate of...
Can I point you towards some things that he tangibly did that are 100% one of the main things that souped up the economy?
Well, sure, but like, what I just want to like finish what I'm going to say. Like the rate of growth of the American economy during Trump's 4 years in office were like nearly not identical, but like mapping on to the same gains that we were getting under the later years of the Obama administration. Like, I'm not saying that like he like tanked our economy or anything, right? But like the idea that he was like uniquely good for the American economy is just not. I haven't seen any evidence for it.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm looking at like things like GDP
fuel
growth. I'm
cost
looking at
is one that I can think of, but moving on. Look, one of the main places, well, actually directly relating back to fuel costs, oil speculation is one of the primary drivers of fuel costs in the country. Whether or not drillers and manufacturers think that the next administration is going to be favorable to their existence as businesses, hugely influential to the cost of energy. Okay, Trump was from before he even got into office, he met with these companies and said, I'm basically gonna slob your knob, oil companies, like I'm your friend. That made fuel prices plummet during his administration. That's thing one. Thing two, he cut regulations substantially. And if you know anything about running business, you know that one of the main reasons that big companies like Walmart and Amazon and blah, 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 the reason these companies are so easily able to outcompete smaller businesses is they are able to afford armies of lawyers to engage in regulation compliance. When you cut regulation, you make it much easier for smaller businesses to get started and medium businesses to grow, because compliance regulation is an absolute black hole for money. And as a guy who is trying to start a small business, let me assure you, I can verify that. Trump, and that's just two things. Then there's the tax cuts. And then there's other things he did legislatively that I'm less familiar with because I'm not at all a political wonk. Trust me, he did verifiable things.
like again, what I've been saying is I'm not disputing that he did things for the economy, right? What I'm disputing is that like anything that he did was this like grand, amazing, like over the top thing that like it makes him uniquely fit to be president again, right? Or that we should uniquely praise him for. Because if it was like this like explosive economic thing that absolutely saved us, right? Like that would be reflected in our GDP, right? That would be reflected in like the different markets that we can verifiably see the growth of over time, right? But like again, over the entirety of Trump's presidency, our economic growth was about the same, if not the same, as under Obama, right?
You think it's fair to include COVID?
No, I'm not including COVID at all.
You just said his entire presidency.
Okay, well, okay.
Huh?
Well, when I was saying that, I'm
Classic.
trying to give you guys the best case for like Trump's economy possible. If you want me to talk about it, COVID, we can talk about COVID and the fuck ups there. But like, I think that like as it stands, like I don't think that there's a lot to praise, and there's not a lot to like attack in terms of like the macroeconomic indicators under Trump. Right. Like, I think that tariffs are stupid just for like economic reasons. I think that, you know, I disagree with the way that his tax breaks were handled. Right. Like they're not giving, it's not like this amazing American rescue plan thing, or I'm sorry, that's like actually a bill, like something that's going to like save the lower and middle class by having like an extra $500 in your wallet at the end of the year. Right. It's just not that big. It's not that big of a deal. Right. And again, like every time that you guys say something,
$500 in your pocket isn't a big deal
over the course of a year, over 12 months.
That's $500 more than they were getting before.
I mean, yeah, if I got $100 more at the end of every year, that's still only $100 split over 12 months. Listen, I'm poor. I love the idea of getting $500, but $500 over the course of 12 months, right, is like what? Divided by 10 and then divided by another 2 is what? Like $25, $30 per month that you're getting? Like, that's a gas a tank per month. Extra that you're getting
a gas of tank
per month.
But again, I think you're too wrapped up on the wrong piece of it. It is a big deal.
$41 per month,
more than they were getting.
$41 per month. I'm sorry. Say that again, Wolf. Sorry.
The point is, it's still, no matter how you look at it, more than they were getting before.
Okay, well, if I was to point
more
towards
than
like
they were getting before does make a pretty big difference in some people's lives. That extra $500 at the end of the year.
I'm sorry, no, it's not a lump sum payment. All right, it's $500 cumulatively over the entirety of a year, right?
Yep.
So it's $40-something a month. Like, again, that's like a tank of gas, and then you can get an Arizona tea and a bag of chips in the gas station while you wait. Like, that's not nothing. But like, is this the grand thing that everyone's gonna praise Trump over? Like that. Like his tax cuts got people an extra tank of gas once per month. I don't think that's much.
No, I would say the grand thing worth praising him over is that the tank of gas was half the cost.
I don't know about half the cost. Okay, like I live in Houston.
In Washington.
Okay,
it sure as fuck was.
Washington maybe. All right, like I mean, I live in Texas, so the gas prices are going to be a little bit cheaper here, but like. The fluctuation hasn't like until it was at that like $4 per gallon mark. Like that's when I started to feel the hurt, and that was at the very beginning of Biden's administration. Like he hadn't even implemented any policies yet, so I don't think we can attribute that to him. Right but now, I'm not going to necessarily.
We absolutely can. Remember the speculation thing?
Or Uncle
how? No, hold on. There's no way that could increase the price that quickly, because just because a policy is implemented doesn't mean that it's going to instantly affect the market, right?
Well, yeah, but a business can anticipate the effect that a policy is going to have on them and adjust their prices proactively to cushion the blow. Businesses do stuff like that all the time.
Majority of the time.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear both of you guys at the same time.
Oh, you just agreed with me.
Oh, okay. Again, like here's what I want to like keep on going back to. We're talking about like individual things that like I'm not going to like say that like lower gas prices were not good for the average American family. I'm not going to say that like having that little extra bit of money is a good thing. I don't think it's like as much as you guys are like praising it for, but like, you know, it's not like the worst thing in the world. I think that the tax plan could have been drafted in such a better way to make it to
Well-
where he wasn't. Well, hold on, let me finish. Right,
I was
think
going to
there's
agree with you about
yeah.
the $500 thing. I'm actually on your side about that one.
Yeah, like just like the idea that we're gonna like praise Trump like super hard for like one or two things, but like the data on my side is agreeing with what I'm saying, and no one's contesting that like our economic growth, everyone says we had explosive growth under Trump, but it's like it was maintaining the ship. Now that's not nothing, but it's also not like something to like sit there and gargle his nuts over. It just like wasn't that good. But like now here's where I get to gargle Biden's nuts. There is a marked like rate of increase in our economic growth right now.
Do you believe,
just look up like GDP growth over time.
do you believe that that Uncle Sam put on Russia for oil didn't have an influence on gas prices?
Oh, that probably did have an immediate influence on gas prices, but like fuck Russia. Like at some point, like you have to, like again, this is the thing that I was arguing with you in chat yesterday. Like at a certain point, like you have to do something. It was like the protectionism versus like free trade argument, right? Where I'm very, very in favor of free trade. There should be, especially when there are hostile nations directly trying to fuck with our economy, to fuck with our political system, to fuck with, the US's spot as the top nation in the world. Like there needs to be at least some like industrial base in the United States to support that. So some moderate amount of protectionism so that we have that, so that we're not like at the behest of people that fucking hate us. And then the second half of that was what? Yeah, and when there's things that they're doing that are trying to, again, unseat the United States as the most powerful nation in the world, as the world hegemon, which I think is great because I think America is awesome. Like at a certain point, you can't just like give them the ability to keep on making money and then like fuck you over at the end of the day, right?
Is Russia a threat to Uncle Sam?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Is Russia a threat to Uncle Sam?
You know what? I'm never going to respond to you ever again when you say Uncle Sam. Tell me what you mean by Uncle Sam.
America.
Hold on. I
America.
just had the same thought. Not that I wasn't going to respond to him, but why the fuck did you pick Uncle Sam?
Because it's a representative of America.
Then just say fucking America. Like
I
like
hear
when
people call America Uncle Sam all the time.
People who hate America and they just want to like shit on our government and say that we need to like completely destroy what we have and institute some new form of government. Those are the fucking freaks that call America Uncle Sam because they refuse to use the United States or America. All right. When you say Uncle Sam, because it's like you're saying it in a derogatory way. What threat does Russia have to Uncle Sam? Like, please, for the love of God, you pretend like you're like
Not
so much.
I love America.
All right. Then fucking call us America. Like Jesus fucking
Christ.
Christ.
America, call it America.
Okay, fine. I'll use America, but the bottom line is, Russia, are they a direct threat to America, or even a substantial threat?
Yes, they're one of the like three biggest like global threats, like in terms of like nations that are
compared
opposed.
to Iran and Palestine.
Okay, Palestine poses a like 0.0000000000001% like percent of the threat that Russia does.
No,
Russia has like 10 times the amount of nukes that we have.
Palestine is a direct threat to America. What I mean is, Iran uses Middle Eastern proxies in the Arab world against America, including Palestine.
And guess who their ally is? Guess who gives them most of their fucking supplies? It's Russia's military industrial complex. That's their entire economy, is selling oil and selling their shit ass Soviet era fucking weapons.
And not only that, there's the other issue that the USA didn't start having significant problems with these Middle Eastern countries until we started meddling in Middle Eastern affairs and trying to do civilization building with the CIA. Like,
I don't necessarily disagree with you. We still had some problems over there. Okay, like there were some people over there.
I'm saying our problems over there are largely of our making. If we hadn't been meddling in other governments' affairs and trying to set up proxy states so that we could get a good price on oil, then they wouldn't have fucking decided to do all the terrorisms against us that they've done.
Well, hold on.
I think Islam is a motivating factor in that. I think part of it could be.
I just don't I don't care about like the ideological thing. Like the reality of it is like the biggest threats to America right now in order of like threat level are going to be 1, China, 2, Russia, 3, Iran. And the combination of those three together are what we should be, formatting our approach to economic policy, to military policy, to
I agree
all of
Russia
that
and
stuff.
China are bad. I'm against Russia and China, but I think that Russia and China, as bad as they are, do you not believe some of the actions I would say Uncle Sam, whether you call it America or not, has been taking in Ukraine has been provocative. Like I've heard, like, do you believe when we fund Ukraine, we're actually helping them, or we're just wasting time when Russia's going to get the W anyway?
Whether or not Russia gets the W at the end of the day, I mean, like we can speculate on that. There's a lot of stuff going on in Russia that like leads me to believe that if Ukraine is able to hold on for like another year and a half, 2 years, that Russia is just like simply not going to be able to continue the war at the rate of loss of their their military vehicles, their men, their supply chains. Like it's not like Russia is getting a better industrial capacity to build tanks. They have a better industrial base than Ukraine does. Sure, they can build a ton of munitions, right? They can't build enough to shoot at Ukraine, so they have to get them from North Korea. So they have like a 1 in 3 dud chance. But like they it's unsustainable for Russia. But like even if at the end of the day Ukraine does lose, Russia is able to break through Kharkiv and take over Kyiv, like. It is Ukraine's right to fight for their nation. We are allied with Ukraine. I don't think that it's like some. Because they're our ally.
They have Nazis when they have confirmed Nazis in the military.
We have confirmed Nazis in our military. Who fucking cares? It has no bearing on whether or not it is strategically important for the United States to support Ukraine.
It also has no bearing on whether or not they have a right to defend themselves. Also,
I want to say one thing about what Panda just said. Literally, like, I think 3 of my streams ago, I got him to concede on the fact that there were less than like 800 like confirmed neo-Nazis in the entirety of the what do you call it? The Azov battalion. And most of those motherfuckers got killed in Mariupol. All right. So like, it's not like there's a huge neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine. But like, we still want to like push this argument. Yeah, at the very beginning of the war, yeah, there were a lot of neo-Nazis in one specific city in Ukraine. But guess what? Russia went over there and then they fucking, oh shit, what was it in Chechnya where they fucking carpet bombed the entirety of the city, killed every single fucking living thing in sight? Yeah, there's no more like Nazi presence in Ukraine at this point because those motherfuckers went down fighting for what they thought was right. All right. So good on them for finding what they thought was right, but now they're dead. And the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi.
Now they're dead. Yeah. Okay. At this point, I have to get up for work very soon, relatively speaking. So.
Oh shit! I didn't even see the time. I'm sorry.
So we are going to wrap up. You are welcome to stay in my Discord and continue chatting, but I'm ending my stream. It's been interesting. Better conversation than more productive than I would have guessed. And so I am appreciative that is the case.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed the conversation too. I mean, we can set like the problem with me is that it's really hard to set up a conversation with me because of my work schedule and my, constant horrible things that keep happening to me with the medical stuff. But I mean, I would like to have another conversation.
Yeah, out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking, what is going on with you with the medical stuff?
Oh, I had like a peanut-sized kidney stone that they had to laser out of me, and I guess the antibiotics that they gave me did not work, so I might have an infection after that. So, but I'm vibing, I'm chilling.
Interesting. And any idea? Again, I have an academic interest. I'm in the health field. Any idea what caused the kidney stone?
I mean, my family has a pretty big history of it. Like, I'm the lucky guy in my family. My dad's had it like 4 times in my life. My older brother's had it 3 times. My younger brother's had it like 5 times. I've had it 1 time before this, and it was like, you know, a micrometer across. Like, it didn't hurt to pass at all. So, but this one was rough. Let me tell you. Hey guys, you should take care of your health and not get kidney stones, because that shit sucks.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah. Well, hey man, I enjoyed the conversation. I'm gonna dip out and meme around on my stream for a little bit, but yeah, if you ever want to have a conversation, or if you think that there's a liberal talking point that needs correcting, hit me up. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Catch you later.
Have a good one.
I don't disagree with Ukraine's right to defend itself, but
like, do you disagree with like the U.S. funding them for our own like security interests?
I don't know if it's in our security or even Ukraine's security at this point.
I mean, definitionally, it's in Ukraine's security because like they're being invaded. Okay, I guess we all. But yeah, hey guys, that was a fun conversation. The first half of the conversation was kind of dry with the religion conversation, because I didn't want to like come off super aggressive and just like, you know, start going into the memes, because he was being pretty polite, so I wasn't gonna like lay into him. But the second half there, we actually got into like data that we could argue about. Was it a good recommendation? Which recommendation? Oh, to talk to him? I mean, like, I enjoyed like talking to people that disagree with me. I like to be challenged, and I like to like make sure that the things that I say I can back up in an argument, that I'm not just like spewing bullshit that I'm repeating verbatim from news articles. So, I mean, was it a good recommendation? Yeah, but like any recommendation for someone that disagrees with me is a fun conversation, as long as they're not like a total fucking schizoid. It's gonna, you know, like attack my ability to stream. So, all right. Nazis in Ukraine is an old meme. Yeah, I mean, like, we've been over that a million times now. The end of that convo was kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, no, in the circles I see online, Uncle Sam is as proxy for America is very common. Yeah, because the people that you watch fucking hate America, because they think that Uncle Sam is like this boogeyman, like stand-in for the government that is going to like come through and like force everyone to eat the bugs. Like, next stream, like, I'm going to keep on streaming for a little bit. Listen, I don't have work tomorrow and I'm home alone, so I can stream all fucking night long. Okay. Wait until you get them with EOD bill. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke reading that. What the fuck does that mean? Destiny went on the Hodge Twins podcast. Maybe we can react to that and play a game or some shit. I thought you liked Paul Krugman and Keynes. Like, broadly speaking, I don't know much about Paul Krugman. The Keynesian like economics, I know that we've moved on from like his interpretation of what economics is a little bit. Like, we've adapted it and advanced the ideas of Keynesian economics to be something that like I don't think that even he would agree with at this point, based off of what he wrote. So like I'm not gonna, I don't, there is no specific person whose economic policies I'm going to 100% agree with all the time. I'm going to go based off of what is the most economically efficient, what is going to be the best for people living in America. I'm going to go based off of also our, not just our economic interests, but our like geopolitical interests and our strategic interests, right? Like we can take some cuts to our economy in order to be more secure at home and abroad. But that shouldn't be like the only thing that we like. Again, it's like the social contract thing with government, right? You trade some amount of security for freedom and some amount of freedom for security. And that same thing goes towards what our economic and foreign policy is going to be. whether we're going to be hands off or hands on, what's going to be the most safe versus what's going to be the most economically productive. Like, for some reason, I sometimes feel I have an impulse towards the extremes because and this isn't like a dig at you. It's because you're a child. Like when people are younger, they think that there's, they're going to have some unique perspective or adapt some perspective from someone that's died long ago who has no idea the complexities of the political or economic issues that we have today. Like, yeah, we can talk about the theory written in the fucking 1860s from Marx all we want. We can talk about the fucking Austrian economics from, the early 20th century all we want. But like at the end of the day, these people are dead. They have no idea the complexity of the economic systems that we have nowadays. And the economic systems that we have nowadays are going to be, dependent on all of the things that we've built up to this point. If we just decide to take our hands off 100%, our economy is going to like probably burn really hot for a couple of like months to years. And then we're going to have like an amazing, unbelievable economic crash, the likes of which no one has ever seen. Whether you want to do that for like hands off or extreme hands on. I imagine like if we took authoritarian, totalitarian rule over the economy, Soviet style, we could probably increase our GDP probably really well for a couple of months, couple of years maybe. But at the end of the day, it's probably not going to be good for the health of our economy to do that. It's because they sound exciting, but boring and safe equals better. True, exactly. Yeah, also, everybody in the world wants to have the US's economy. Everybody in the world. If they had our economy, they wouldn't change a goddamn thing. I have a problem with Adventures because he's hyper-Christian and says the Talmud is satanic. I think like that might be the only religious debate that I'm interested in doing right now. Like the only reason I would do like research and like construct an argument from a theological background would be to like have that Christian love argument. I think that that's super interesting. They are conservatives like them. EOD, Bill, and Grumple are people. Okay. Well, if you link me something so that I can get started on looking at that, I'd be interested in watching or reading it. Yeah, hate by nor love them. We recovered from the inflationary spiral that the entire world was experiencing, right? I mean, like a lot of the world is still experiencing inflation at a not good rate, but like the U.S. is out of like bad inflation territory. Now we're still in danger of returning to bad inflation territory, but we have some wiggle room. That's like the whole argument that people are having with the interest rate from the Fed right now. Like people want them to lower interest rates so that we can help the housing the housing market. But like should we lower the interest rate to help the housing market at the possibility of allowing our economy to burn so hot again that we increase inflation? Like that's a really tough thing that people are attacking the Fed for, that are attacking Biden for. But like at the end of the day, like there are other things that we can do to fix the housing market, like build more fucking housing. But there's nothing we can do to besides, either massively hike the interest rate again, which is like our first thing that we do when we see inflation rising, right? We increase the inflation or the interest rate because that slows down the economy, because we don't want the economy to burn so hot that we have a crash. I won't just do it the same way. I do not want you in my Discord. Not right now. All right. I'll you know what? I'll even take Mr. Adventurous's word on whenever they finally introduce you into like proper socialization in society. Whenever they've made that determination that you're fully socialized, you can come back to the Discord, okay? The Mormon prophets talk to God on the reg, so you should probably become Mormon. Oh man, God's still active over there? Damn, Mormons have it so good. I have friends IRL, you know that, right? Do they talk about Hayek? Do you talk about Hayek with them?
To me, what do you believe in God? To me, what do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean, except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what any of those things mean.
What an interesting statement. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? Bro, well, you know what? I just got mind fucked by Jordan Peterson. I have no answer. I don't know what I mean by do. I thought that was like an article in the English language that we could use to, you know, ask a question. But do you believe? Believe would be like a totally valid. Like, what do you mean by believe? Okay, yeah, that's a valid thing. We can dive into that. But diving into do and you separately, damn, that's brutal. Like the epitome of philosophy, bro speak. Like, kind of, yeah. But like, again, like the idea that we would like abstract our language so much that we are pretending like we don't know what do you means. Like, sure. Like what do you mean by believe? Yeah, that's totally valid. Like that, we can talk about that. But anyways, okay. What are we doing? What are we feeling like? How is YouTube chat doing? How is Kick chat doing? I actually have no fucking clue how many people are even watching right now. 13 on Kick. Hey guys, if you're not already following me on Kick, follow me on Kick. Hey, if you're not already following me on YouTube, follow me on YouTube. I do this all the fucking time. All right? You can get free content all you fucking want. YouTube chat is gay? No, YouTube chat is not gay. You should be in YouTube chat. All right, because that will increase the viewership over there, and then that will mean more people are more likely to click on the thing and have more people in that YouTube chat. I actually also I know that there were new people in chat throughout that debate, but I'm not gonna lie, I barely read chat. I have no idea what you guys thought I said that was good, that was bad. I think that like for the most part, I did pretty good. I was a little bit like lost for words at some of the things in the first half, like both because I wanted to like continue being polite and because I wanted to like I genuinely didn't know what to say. It's not that like I didn't disagree and didn't have an argument. It's just like, how do I even begin approaching the idea without like coming off as like a complete asshole and like having the appearance of like, oh, so do you believe it, like racism is okay? Because like some like I could have done some shit like that, but like I don't think that would have been productive. So like I just still like know how to engage with some of the things that he was saying at the beginning. Partly because some of the things that he was saying at the beginning, do I still have my notes up or did I clear them out? No, we talked about those things in detail. And we talked about those things in detail, kind of. I do think that like if I was going to be like way more debate bro-y about it, like if I wanted to like really get a win, I could have hammered in the fact that I got him to concede on a like 50% of the things that we talked about. The other 50%, like we just had to agree to disagree. But like every time he like sent me something, I'm actually impressed with myself that I had an answer, right? Because I don't get to debate very much anymore, especially against new people, right? Like when you debate against the same like couple of people every single time, you're not really exercising your debate muscles or like intellectually challenging yourself. But like if someone's going to bring up something that I had never considered, like the fact that we have a 25% unemployment rate right now, like it's like, oh, well, fuck. Let's dive into this. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Look at this graph. It's actually showing that Joe Biden's unemployment rate is lower than Donald Trump's lowest unemployment rate. That's actually pretty cool, right? Like, let's go, Brandon. Charles Murray's race and IQ arguments. Is that the guy that wrote the bell curve? The bell curve is one of the most like thoroughly debunked pieces of pseudoscience that the world has ever seen. Eligible workers not working will always be around 33% because they are retired. The baby boomers retiring. Well, I mean, like, aren't some of them like past the retirement age? Like, fuck, my dad's like the last year of baby boomers, and he's like approaching the he's approaching getting a social security check at this point. Not there yet, but approaching.
This is a response video to the YouTuber Sean on his video.
Sean has failed to debunk the bell curve 4 months ago. I mean, I'm interested to read this or listen to this, but I'm not going to listen to it right now. Also, I know this Uber Soy account. Why do I know this Uber Soy account? I don't want to immediately say what I'm thinking. Have we watched something from him on, or does he have like a Twitter account that I know about? Because I know this YouTube account, but why patriarchy is natural and there has never been a matriarchy. I'm pretty sure there's been at least like a couple of matriarchal societies, but okay. Doesn't mean that it's like at all something that we should think as like the standard, but yeah, I guess we haven't watched any of these videos before. How do I know this YouTube account then? Jesus. Here's the reality of the race and IQ argument. Anyone that tries to tell you that there is a link between race and IQ, that like some races are just like on average stupider and some races just like by virtue of their genetics are on average smarter, there's like no way that we we don't have any data to actually support that. We don't have any data to necessarily fully debunk that, because the only way that we would be able to like isolate those things in like a scientific study would be to do the most like unethical fucking thing in the entire world. So like we're never going to have, more than likely, any direct link or a direct refutation of whether or not race and IQ have a direct link. The real opinion or the real take that you should have on it is that like is pure agnosticism. Like we don't know, and we don't know that we don't like, or like we don't have any evidence for it and we don't have any evidence against it, because the only way that we could ever do that is to do like the most unethical possible studies in all of human history. But like for the most part, I don't put much stock into the idea, because there's so many sociological factors that play into, like from a very young age, maybe even in like in prenatal care, like that you can do to like totally fuck up someone's ability to function as an adult, or to have a like to like make those connections in their brain. There's a ton of things that you can do as a like when a child is like an infant that can increase their ability to have higher amounts of connections in their brain. Like but again, like it's fucking stupid to like put any stock into it. Like the only reason that anyone wants to focus on this is because they are racist. I'm sorry, like that's my real opinion. The only people that want to like hyper fixate on whether or not someone is like, oh well, that's an Ashkenazi Jew, so therefore they have a high IQ, and black people are stupid because they have a low IQ, and that's just like the average. Can't accept facts, liberal. Like I'm sorry, like you're not a truth seeker. You're not like doing anything special. You're not like speaking truth to power. You're just like trying to find a reason to like dunk on black people. I'm sorry. Like that's the like 99.99999% of people who are trying to find some reason to like explain why black people have low IQs compared to white people on average. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. If you're trying to like go back to the days of measuring fucking cranial fucking like volume, like you do you, fam, but you're not speaking truth to anyone that hasn't like already tried to look into this in some way, shape, or form. No, I don't. No. I'm sorry. We're not having the fucking discussion about race and IQ in my fucking chat. All right. I am vetoing it because the autistic fucking nature of fucking Panda's like hyperfixation with finding the most taboo fucking subjects to fucking devil's advocate when there's literally no fucking reason for it. Like, I'm sorry, like you're a Jewish kid and you have all these fascinations with extremist fucking right-wing ideologies, but like at the end of the day, why do they fucking say that? Why do they like push all of the racist ideologies? Like they would fucking kill you too, buddy. Sorry. I just like when people start doing the race and IQ shit, like I look at them sideways because there's almost no one that I would hear is like studying the heritability of IQ and not question why they're doing that. Right now, there could be like some valid reasons, and there might be like some studies that are like really useful, right? But like the stated reason wouldn't be like we want to see whether or not black people are stupider than white people and see if that correlates with the amount of crime that they do. Like the reason that you're doing that, and the reason that this guy is making a debunk of like whether or not Sean is correct or incorrect on the bell curve is because, I'm sorry, you're probably a little bit fucking racist. I'm tired of like giving like a million caveats for not scaring off conservatives because I called someone racist. Like at a certain point, you do got to call someone fucking racist. If they're being fucking like weird and like fixating on, early, late 19th century, early 20th century, like scientific racism, you're a little bit fucking weird. Go throw a football. I'm just interested in the fringes in general. I mean, I'm interested in the fringes too, but I'm not interested in like the validity of their ideas because I understand like the overwhelming majority of their ideas come from trying to justify like their broader political goals, right? Like when you look at socialists, when you look at Nazis, all right, these two extremes of the political spectrum. When you look at these people, these people don't live to like spread truth or to speak truth to power. These people don't live for that. They live to gain enough political power so that they can overthrow governments, so that they can do what they want to do. They're authoritarian. I think that like my biggest thing at the end of the day, and this is something I've realized more and more, especially in the past couple of weeks while I've been on this, listening to like the rise and fall of Nazi Germany, listening to the rise and fall of the Soviets, listening to the ideologies of those, listening to like, all of that shit. What caused people to go into them? Like, I think like the parts of the part that like fucks me up and irritates me the most about the people in the US still like cocksucking, these degenerate, disgusting, like subhuman fucking ideologies, is the authoritarianism and the like need to have total fucking control over a population, you know? Yeah, go hang out with some black people. You'll find out that they're just people. But if you're scared of black people, then you're always going to be scared of black people. Yeah, fixate on something useful, like being a good person and having a good life, instead of trying to find some rationalization for like why you like. Man, I really feel like black people do a lot of crime. But why do black people do a lot of crime? Well, I also think that they're kind of stupid. Is there any connection there? Like, yeah, you can find all sorts of rationalizations for reasons to hate people, but like at the end of the day, like that's all you're doing is rationalizing. I'm not scared of black people. I don't care about race. Something that you said in chat. Actually, wait, you've literally said that you're scared of black people compared to other races in my chat. I like specifically remember you saying that at one point. And you said where you're from. I'm not going to say where you're from because I don't know how open you are about that. But like, you're like, listen, I'm from X city. And like, listen, when I see black people, I am more scared of them when I see white people, you know? I changed my mind if I said that. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was one of the reasons I called you racist, because that's literally like the definition of racism is judging people by like the color of their skin rather than like them as an individual. Right. Like you can say like, I see a crackhead on the street and I'm scared of him. Like, sure. Yeah, absolutely. But like, you'd be scared of a crackhead if they were white or if they were black. Okay. Yeah. I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if you were like as open about that. Yeah. But like, yeah, like I used to fixate on, you know, parts of the like socialist ideology, right? But I realized that like the parts that I was fixating on weren't actually like part of socialism at the end of the day, right? Like I wanted people to have like, what is it? Democracy in the workplace. I wanted people to have higher wages and shit like that. But like, that's all downstream from like wanting to increase the quality of life for like the average person, not just in America, but like, I mean, I'm mostly focused on America's politics right now. Like all the opinions that I had on that were downstream of a like more baseline fundamental principle. And, I mean, like at the end of the day, when I couldn't justify like that baseline principle with the economic arguments of socialism, I had to move away from it. I'm interested in esoteric ideologies like race and IQ doesn't mean I like it. I disagree, but I'm curious why people believe the esoteric. Like I'm telling you right now, and I'm not saying this because like I have some hardcore like theoretical knowledge on the background of why people believe these things. I don't have any data to support this like on hand, right? But like this is just like my experience with dealing with people that are extremists in politics. They are interested in these things because they have an underlying, you know, an underlying idea that they are trying to justify, that they are trying to find some sort of rationalization for, right? So if you're a Nazi, you probably are going to find some rationalization for why you hate Jews, right? Why white people are the superior race, but Jews somehow always get the upper hand on the whites, right? It's because, well, like obviously white people are the superior race because they have a higher IQ on average than like black people or something like that, and they're like they have higher creative intelligence than Asian people. So like white people are superior. Now those pesky Ashkenazi Jews, now they're not, those people are scum, but they have a high enough IQ to try and outsmart the whites. And that's why they keep on pushing us down. Like it's all rationalization at the end of the day. Like we can find the specific discrete data points that they're arguing from, but they don't have any like factual scientific data to back it up that isn't debunked by other scientific factual data that says that IQ isn't like this highly heritable trait. But you know what? They don't accept those things. What they accept is that IQ and race are highly heritable, that race realism is real. The cranial volume of fucking black people is smaller than that of white people. Therefore, white people are smarter and black people are dumber. Like that, they don't care about like the reality of it. What the reason they care about the esoteric ideology or esoteric scientific facts, or these these things are scary and people don't want to talk about them in society. The reason people don't want to talk about them in society is because most people can see that it's coming from a hateful fucking place. Now you can spin it all you fucking want, but at the end of the day, like, what I'm saying from Nazis and the race and IQ thing, and, or just like racist people in general and the race and IQ thing, is rationalization of like an underlying hateful feeling that they have towards usually black people, oftentimes Hispanic people, increasingly Jewish people. And I don't like it when people hate other people. I don't like hateful ideologies. And like, just to keep myself bipartisan and even-handed, like we can look at all the different fucking things that socialists like cherry pick for their specific ideologies, right? Like they can pretend like, the Soviets weren't a massive fucking murderous fucking regime that like killed millions and millions of people for ideological differences. We could pretend that they weren't racist and like they didn't do pogroms against the Jews as well. Like we can pretend all of these different fucking things, but like at the end of the day, like you can rationalize and you can like take the Soviets' word for it, or like their spin on the truth. But like, yeah, the Soviets did kill millions of people in fucking gulags. They did like fucking disappear people for ideological differences. Like, there's a reason why so many people look at 1984, even though it wasn't specifically about socialism, that it was about totalitarianism. But like, the reason we associate 1984 and Soviet Russia is because Soviet Russia did do a 1984 for a long time. They kind of like eased off a little bit, especially after Stalin died, but like it didn't get better, like necessarily, like in totality. It just got like moderately less murderous, This is the Jordan Peterson clip. Oh God, I'm gonna fucking die, please, God. If it's short, I'll watch it. I don't know if I can handle Jordan Peterson right now. Oh no, I don't care about this. I'm sorry. I read the description. I don't care. I'm sorry. It's just not something I'm interested in watching right now. Now you said that Destiny was on the what do you call it? The Hodge twins thing. Maybe we can watch that here in a second, or we can. Oh, Nair, did you see the content? It's in content suggestions. So you said earlier that you changed your mind on whether Alito should recuse himself, right? Was it because of the WIC panel that happened earlier? I listened to like the first. I got to listen to basically just the opening statements. Oh my goodness. It is 1:11, and I know the reason that I'm still wired is because I took my ADD medicine. You and the panel? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that I did have a hand in that I did have a hand in crafting your worldview. My narrative spinning is getting better. Compare Destiny and Jordan Peterson. Can Destiny connect the through line of no one fucking cares. No one cares. This is the problem. Okay, this is the problem that you have. Okay, you want to look at and on one hand, it is commendable. I didn't even read the rest of. I just saw Dostoevsky. I don't even know how to say that stupid fucking Slavic name. Listen, this is the problem. This is not applicable to 99% of people's lives. It is not applicable to 99% of people's lives. Not only is it not applicable to 99% of people's lives, it is not applicable to 99% of political issues that are happening in the real world that affect real life people's lives. Now, is it interesting? Sure, but it is just not interesting. How do you know if you didn't read? Because you said Dostoevsky, okay? That's how I fucking know. Can Destiny connect the through line of Dostoevsky's existentialist psychological themes to political pathology and how that contrasts with Freud and Jung? And did Rezi? Wow, it's white font on a on a white background. So I can see it's Resi, but I don't know how many people he rated in with. How's it going? I'm soying the fuck out. I'm sorry. I'm triggered as fuck. Welcome, Resi viewers. I welcome you. I love you guys very much. Resi, how are you doing? We haven't talked in too long. But listen, you're saying Russian man's existentialist psychological themes to political pathology and how that contrasts to Freud and Carl Jung like Peterson can. He might be able to do that. What fucking relevance does that have to a literal... Give me a single fucking political topic, whether it is a big cultural issue or whether it is an economic or a foreign policy. Give me literally a single fucking political issue that is relevant to in today's world that we couldn't talk about in a completely more like accessible way. Like, I'm sorry, it triggers the fuck out of me that you put so much stock in these fucking dead ass fucking European dudes from the fucking like 12th century than you do on literally anything that's happening in the real world right fucking now. Hey, by the way, Raiders, like my stream right now. There's 30 of you motherfuckers in chat right now. Please like the stream. It helps me out a whole lot. Look, I even pinned a comment that says to like the stream and that it helps the channel out a lot. All right. Imagine being normal, being the community rules. Listen, normal is a very wide net that we're casting here. As long as you're not going to do some fucking crazy shit in chat, like Panda is doing, or Front Yard Shield, if you can see him on the screen there. But like, he's been banned fucking 12 million times, but he just keeps coming back, so we gave up. Oh man. Also, hey, listen, if you guys used to watch me on Twitch and then I got banned and you guys didn't know that I still stream, I do still stream on a very regular basis. And I'm going to be streaming today. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'll probably stream the next day. I got the house to myself for the entire weekend. Bro, it's Ollie Oxen free. I might just stream through the entire thing, 72-hour stream. Let's fucking go. But yeah, if you guys were watching me on Twitch before I got banned, this is where I'm streaming now. I'm streaming here and on Kick. Right now, I am e-begging. All right. Your boy just went to the hospital for 4 fucking days and had surgery. So I'm going to have a big fucking medical bill coming up. And I'm about to have to move across the fucking country. And there's going to be that bill. So if you guys want to slap some fucking money into my donos, I'm not going to turn you away. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Let's see what the response to, does that have any relevance to literally anything that could affect anyone's real world, life right now? Let's see what he said. For example, socialism can be perceived as a form of denial of the existential challenges of life and a chase to utopia. No, because it's not, because you don't know enough about socialism to know that they have no... I mean, I guess like there are utopian socialists, but like that doesn't, that would never, nothing that a philosopher said fucking 500 years ago is going to change a utopian socialist's mind on that. And for like the true Marxists, they don't deny the existential challenges of life. So like you don't understand the material dialectics that they employ. So you could never understand that would never be convincing to either a utopian or a like materialist, like scientific socialist either. Jesus Christ. Okay. What should we go over? I'm like really, like juggling whether we should go over the, the Rakita Law stuff, or if we should look at the, Destiny on the Hodge twins. Chat. What do you think? I need some input here, guys. All right. I live to entertain you guys. Damn, fucking nothing from you guys. Jesus. I'm leaning more towards the depends on what the lawyer did. I'm leaning more towards the Destiny thing because it's probably more interesting than the Rakita Law stuff. Because I don't have a lot of background knowledge on Rakita Law. All right. I vote Destiny Hodge only because I've seen Rakita all day already. Yeah, like, is there actually anything, like, interesting there? Is it, like, or is there, like, a funny downfall? Or is it just, like, random YouTuber who talks about legal stuff, and I think he's a conservative, has like drug problems, LOL. We got halfway through the second half of Wick panel. Are you talking about the one from yesterday with Destiny? Because I did listen to that one all the way through while I was at work today. And bro, can I just say really quick, that debate panel, like, bro, I would fucking kill myself if I were Kevin Logan. Jesus Christ, what a fucking embarrassment of a human being. Like, obviously in a video game, I would never kill myself. I have too much to live for, all right? I have prospects in life, unlike some people that we know, all right? Like Kevin Logan, who was sitting there literally being the meme. How can you sit on a fucking panel and be so smugly British? I guess it's because he's British. Like, how can you be so fucking smugly British and do the exact things that everyone is saying you shouldn't do in a debate in order to like make it be productive, while Destiny is literally sitting there engaging with literally every single fucking thing that they say? They're literally the fucking meme, dude. It was like, God, I was from the first moment, like, fuck, I bet you, we had Wick's channel here. Let me go to his live, and let's go to this. The first time Justin freaking speaks, dude, like, I cringed so hard, dude. My asshole got so tight from cringe that like you couldn't squeeze a greased BB in there. Like, it was like watching someone get kicked in the balls by like 5,000 PSI mechanical leg. I was dying inside for him. It was so fucking embarrassing. I just don't know how you operate. Like, I don't even want to, like, I hate to give props to someone like fucking non-smoker, but he at least engaged at least a little bit with what Destiny was saying, right? And like, you know, said some things against it, right? Kevin Logan was just a smug, ugly British guy, fat, shitty fucking facial hair because he can't, like, he doesn't have enough testosterone to grow the full thing. And then fucking Justin Freakin', like, I've only had good interactions with Justin Freakin'. I don't want to like dunk on him too much, but like, Jesus Christ, Justin, like, adjust your approach, guy. Non-smoker was almost tolerable in comparison to the weird stoned Justin dude. Oh, was he stoned that debate? Like, I wasn't watching, I was listening. So I wasn't watching how people's faces were or anything like that. Like, I like Ancom Psycom. I know that Ancom Psycom is, if he's who I'm thinking he is, I'm pretty sure I recognize his face, and the way he speaks reminds me of the guy I'm thinking of. But like, I've talked to him in private before in a Discord for like 3 hours about like some disagreements we had. And like, he's actually like a pretty reasonable and understanding dude, right? So like, I like Ancom. We disagree like heavily on a fuck ton of things. I mean, he's a fucking communist, all right? Fuck commies. But I like he's a good, like, he comes off to me as like a good person, right? But like, God, Kevin Logan is just the like smuggest retard in the entire world. Like, literally every single time I've ever interacted with him where we were like on opposite sides of a debate, he's been the most smugly like arrogant, while like factually incorrect person I've ever interacted with. I fucking hate that piece of shit. But like, I expect more from Justin Freakin' only because I've had good interactions with him in the past, right? Like, he's been chill with me. I've been chill with him. We've exchanged nice words in chat to each other. We've been on the same side in a debate. I didn't agree with his approach in those debates, but like, I mean, I didn't disagree with him. It was just like, you know, different ways of debating for different folks, I guess. But like, disappointing showing from Justin Freakin'. Like, don't, like, if you don't want to like play into a stereotype or play into a meme, right? Like, there are reasons why people get mad at people in their demographic. Like, if you're a black person and you don't want people to like play into racial tropes, right? Because you want people to stop being racist, and then you see another black person walking down the street like like stereotype maxing. I don't want to say like anything's going to get me canceled. All right. I don't have as much of a safety net as Destiny does, but like, if you saw if you're a black dude and you're like fighting for racial equality in the 60s and you see some guy walking down the street with like mismatched clothes with like that don't fucking fit you, walking barefoot with a watermelon slice in one hand, a giant grape soda in the other, and then like calling everyone master, like you're probably going to be really fucking pissed at that guy. If you're a trans person and you like don't want everyone to think that trans people are pedophiles, then you're probably going to be really mad about like the Keffel stuff that came out with like the Catboy Ranch. Even if there was no impropriety, the appearance of impropriety is enough. You're probably going to be really mad that they put like trans people on the chopping block like that, right? At the same time, if you're going to be a lefty and you're going to argue that debate isn't going to help anyone, and then you have these fucking retards come onto a stream and then they just like be the fucking retard lefty that everybody is like criticizing, that they themselves are criticizing on the panel, doing everything that you accuse Destiny of doing while he's actually engaging with the words that you're saying. Like, fuck off. Like, please shut the fuck up. Never talk about politics again. Ancom is awesome. I called Aiko a bad take machine in Logan's chat and he stopped his stream to ban me and go off on me. Aiko is someone that like, I don't even know what she thinks of me anymore. Like she's someone that I can't hate, right? Like she's too stoned too often for me to like put much stock in literally anything that she says. I don't know if she like fucking likes me or hates me. The last time I was in a debate with her, like she was like hardcore trying to push like this idea that I was like being racist in the call, but like I was literally arguing against racism. And then like a couple of months later, we were in like a different setting, in a non-debate setting, and like we were totally chill. So no idea what she thinks of me. If you love your subscribers, then give everyone a high five. Listen, I don't even know how to do that. All right. I give you a high five in spirit. Also, hey guys, there are 32 people watching right now and only 10 likes on the stream. All right. Fix that. That is an unacceptable ratio. All right. Good take, guy. Aiko is 100. Like, again, like I can't hate her, right? There are some people that like, for various reasons, I just like can't hate, even though like a lot of people hate them. Like I know a lot of people fucking hate F-bombs, right? I can't hate F-bombs, but not because I think he isn't like a little schizo. It's because he's a little schizo. I don't think that he can actually help it. Like, I don't think that he's a bad person. And again, keep in mind that I haven't interacted with these people in like probably close to a year at this point because I was banned off of Twitch, right? So like maybe my perception is skewed by time, but like my perception of F-bombs is that like he's a generally well-meaning guy, but like he probably has like some actual, you know, like either BPD or schizophrenia or something like that. And I don't mean that in like an attacking way, but just like he can't help it, right? So he comes off as kind of schizo. And a lot of people fucking hate him for that, you know? Hello from Russia. Wow. Well, maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm thinking of a different person. But like I asked someone else like while they were talking about F-bombs, and I was like, my perception of him is he's kind of like this. Is that the same person? And they were like, yeah. I was like, okay. So maybe I have the wrong person. But he seems generally well-meaning, and he seems like he can like produce an argument about some stuff. He seems pretty partisan left. I don't know if he's a socialist or if he's a Democrat, but like he seemed pretty fucking upsetty spaghetti about some stuff that was
like, I'm as
1 second. Let me make it open up on this window.
Like, I'm as mentally stable as it comes here.
Yeah, this is the guy that I was thinking about. Damn, why does he look like he's aged like 30 years? Is it just because did he always have white hair and it was just like so short that I didn't realize it? Because like he looks like he's like in his 60s, whereas before I would have guessed he was in his 40s. No, again, like that's not even like a dig at him. Like he looks significantly older than I thought he was. Listen, I I don't speak Cyrillic. All right. I don't speak. I don't want to be mean. I'm not high enough to be mean, but we can change that. All right. It's 1:30 in the morning. I can get a little high. All right. Should I debate F-bombs? I don't care what you do. If you want to debate someone, go for it. Hate is only reserved for people who are capable of doing better. People who aren't able deserve pity more than hate. Yeah, I guess it's that, or like neutrality, if not pity. Because like I don't really pity Aiko, and I don't know enough about F-bombs to pity him, right? Like maybe sometimes he's on his meds, sometimes maybe he's not. But like, yeah, I don't have pity for him. Like I have no pity for Kevin Logan. That motherfucker, like I do greatly fucking dislike Kevin Logan. I do think that he's kind of like a massive major piece of shit. He could do better, but he's dishonest. Like how much do y'all want to bet like Kevin Logan was one of the people that like immediately wrote off the Mutahar Keffels video by saying that he did a transphobia with the thumbnail and that everything that he said in there was invalid because of that, instead of like critiquing someone in his own, on his own ideological side who did something like pretty egregiously bad. How much do y'all want to bet that like Kevin Logan would like literally never critique someone on his side because that's punching left, Also, you missed my earlier comment about how Fjorder. No, I didn't. I read it out loud and then I explained why you were wrong in great detail about materialist socialists, scientific socialists, and utopian socialists, and how it would not be convincing to literally any of them because you don't understand what socialism is. But I do, because I've read theory, because I'm smart. And that's why I do the streaming, all right? That's why I talk about politics. And that's why all of you people come to me to listen to me about politics. Yeah, even that one is essentially the exact same thing. No, socialists don't necessarily believe existentialist problems humans face can be solved by government. No, because you don't understand what Marxism is. Like I think what's growing right now, like I think that the like softy lefty type shit is kind of dying out. And what's growing is people either like completely disengaging or becoming tankies. And if you want to argue against tankies, you're going to have to understand that scientific socialist, actual fucking Marxists like that are never going to be convinced by literally anything like that because you don't understand them. It took me fucking forever to understand them because they talk in weird poetic fucking language because it's easier to talk in poetic language than it is to actually engage with the real world. But sorry, I'm super triggered by like everything the Front Yard Shield guy says in chat. Okay, let's watch the clip.
Like, I'm as mentally stable as it comes here, and they all are fucked up freaks. Like, I'm as mentally stable.
I mean, if you have a mentally unstable guy acknowledging that he's unstable, but he's as mentally stable as they come, but these guys are unstable freaks, that's kind of a fucking, that's a massive fucking own, dude. Which way do I lean? I would consider myself a left-leaning liberal. Probably, I'm like a, no, not even. I'm like a slightly not quite, I'm not quite like a 2016 progressive. All right. Like there are some things from like 2016 progressivism that I disagree with, but for the most part, like my basic baseline is like pretty similar to that. You can probably assume a lot about me based off of that, but like I'm pretty hardcore for capitalism. I love capitalism. All right. Used to be a socialist, but I was logicked out of it. And I'm pretty receptive to new ideas as long as they're not like fucking crazy. All right. And if I say something's crazy, it's probably because I have a reason to call it crazy, not just because I am partisan lefty, whatever. Much to the chagrin of Front Yard Shield over in Kick Chat, like I am willing to change my opinions based off of what information is in front of me. But fuck. Let me see here. Where is the first time that Justin freaking speaks in this conversation? It's probably
stock should we put in to these online debates that we have, if any? Do they change minds? Do they influence policy? Or is it all just entertainment, right? Is it all just
bro?
sports,
Really
just
quick.
money, just
Can someone explain to me really quick when YouTube decided to have this like dog shit fucking layout? Where the fuck did they put the comments? Where the fuck did they put the Here are the comments. On the right side of the screen. Why? It's not because I'm too zoomed in. Are there no like recommended videos anymore? Or do we have to have everything on the fucking right side of the screen? Why? Like, did I fuck up something with my settings? Show less. Go away. Something feels wrong about your layout? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the deal is. Default view? No, even when I do default view, I haven't fucked with my YouTube settings. I have no idea what the fuck the deal is. 2:38. Let's just go through the timestamps and see if someone timestamped the first time Justin freaking spoke. .305, Kevin Logan should be embarrassed by this entire sequence. 306, you can see on Kevin Logan's face, he realizes he was talking out of his ass, and he flounders and continues to double down / mischaracterize Destiny's stance. Like, I'm actually super curious. Also, like, hey guys, I'm sorry, I had surgery. Like, I know for like the majority of people that got rated in, y'all don't know this, but I had surgery a couple of days ago, and it causes me to have to pee on an unbelievably regular basis, and I'm gonna have to take a piss break here in a second. Hit theater mode next to, well, I did. I hit I was in theater mode, and then I hit default view, and it did the same thing, just like this. Now I can't scroll up and down here, but it's all in this one box. I just don't know what the fuck the deal is. But like, Kevin Logan, like, has he put out a video on this? Videos. Debating Israel-Palestine with quibbles over coffee. What about live? Was he live here? Oh, debating Destiny, about debating. You know, I'm so fucking curious, actually. I'm so curious what his chat was saying. Actually, you know what? I'm super curious, like, at the end of the debate, what did he say? And what did his chat say? Actually, you know what? We'll do this. We'll do this after I piss. I'm sorry, but like, it hurts, okay? So I'll be right back. All right. And then we'll get high and we'll make fun of Kevin Logan. That's going to be our content. That's content that I can get behind. All right. Anytime we can laugh at people that I think are actual fucking scum is a good day. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I know that Kevin Logan like often has like bad facial hair. Bro, this is kind of fucking like, his head looks like chewed up bubble gum that got like dropped in the dirt on the top and the bottom. Like, maybe it's like an uglification thing. Maybe he's like on purpose trying to look like Captain Caveman. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's going for, dude. I've realized something right before I walked downstairs. I've realized something about myself recently that as I've gotten kind of older, and as I've you know, realized that like taking care of yourself is like a really important thing, I've grown way less tolerant. I mean, like, if you if Tron ever decides to release a video of me going over the fat acceptance video that we went over the other day, I might look like a little bit of a sociopath, okay? But I've gotten way less tolerant of people that like just like have no respect for themselves or their bodies. Like I'm not a pinnacle of fucking health or, you know, anything like that, right? But like, god damn, like have some fucking self-respect, dude. Take care of yourself. Does weed? I'm so sorry, Bones. Are we about to have a fucking debate about like THC? Listen, you can talk all the shit you want about me smoking weed. You play World of Warcraft, okay? Be right back. Alrighty. Also really quick before like we get back started. Once again, like for the longest time after I got banned off of Twitch, I was pretty sure that I was just like not going to give much of a fuck about streaming whatsoever. But I hired a new editor that is actually like god tier. He's not primarily a video editor, but he is doing his goddamn best, and his best is better than anyone who came before. We actually have massive growth right now in the YouTube channel. If you guys want to subscribe, that would help us out a whole lot. And I like to have more people in chat to interact with. The big thing that the one consistent thing that I know is definitely part of my content is a lot of chat engagement. I love talking to you guys. Hey, welcome in, Alley Cats. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, like and subscribe. Your boy, sorry, I took 2 massive hits off of my fucking pin a second ago, and I'm already losing my words. All right, we're about to get into high Sondsol territory where I start saying like out of pocket shit. All right, so prepare yourselves for that one. But yeah, like I talk about a lot of different things. If you've never heard of me, I like to talk about mostly politics. I'm a political science major right now. Getting close to finishing my degree finally. I changed my major 7 times, so 28 years old, finally almost finished with a degree. Stuck to one long enough to I'm almost there, all right? But yeah, so that's like my basic overview. Moderate Democrat. I really fucking hate extremists. I'm really interested in extremists though. And yeah, I'm here to bleed you guys for all you're worth. All right. Like, comment, subscribe, join the membership program. All right. Your boy is poor and has medical bills coming up. A big cross country move so that I can support my girlfriend while she gets her PhD. All right. We're going to be poor, broke fucking college students once again in a fucking massively expensive fucking city. And yeah, I'm saving up. All right. I'm a mile high here in Denver. Oh, dog. Listen, the this is my one Colorado story that I have. The furthest west I've ever been in Colorado. I was in Silverthorne. I remember driving through Denver. It was like 3 a.m. while we were driving through there. Hey, I appreciate that, my guy. Thank you for the super chat. I was just making sure that I didn't have TTS on, because if it came out while I was speaking, I would probably shit myself. Okay, good. We're not going to get surprised. But yeah, I went to Silverthorne, Colorado in 2018, 2019, something like that. And I thought that I was going to get to ski. I thought I was going to get to do like some fun stuff. Bro, the people that I was with, they literally went there so that they could get legal weed, dude. I was stuck in a fucking cabin for 2 weeks with these motherfuckers. Stoned out of their fucking minds for 2 weeks straight. They watched, no, it was 2019, because they watched the Joker movie. Bro, they watched the Joker movie. I think the count was 27 times. They would just get like giga fucking gorilla sweat fucking, you know, like donkey cum fucking THC weed, get stupid fucking high, and then they would watch the Joker on repeat 27 times, dude. And now we get to my altitude sickness story. We went to they wanted to do like some art project. So we went to Home Depot, right? And we walked around for a couple of minutes, and I'm starting to like get out of breath, and I'm really struggling, man. I'm really struggling. But like on our way back to the house, there was a Target, and I was like, hey guys, really quick, I need, like, if I'm going to get high again, if that's like what we're doing, I need snacks. And then I also need to get more toiletries. All right. I need some shampoo and stuff. Just like park in the parking lot. I'll run into Target. I'll grab my shit, pay, and leave. Right. Bro, I run into that Target, and I make my way to the fucking snack aisle. Bro, by the time I get to the chip aisle, my vision is swimming, right? And I'm not really like processing, because I'm more concerned about keeping all, because like 2 of the people that were in that cabin were like kind of pieces of shit to me, right? Almost passed out? No. My vision was swimming when I got to the thing. So I was just thinking about getting out of there as fast as possible to placate these people. And so I'm getting in there, and I see the Takis on the shelf, and like black spots in my vision. And I grab the Takis and like family size bag, and I hug it, and I pass the fuck out onto the ground, hugging a bag of Takis. They fucking explode in my arms when I hit the ground, right? And I come to, and there's just like this friendly old guy standing over me, you know, like, son, are you all right? And I'm like, I don't know how you fucking people, I don't know how you fucking people do it up here. Fuck. And like, I couldn't fucking breathe. So it was so fucking embarrassing, dude. They had to bring me one of those like old people, like electric scooters, dude. They brought me an electric scooter, and then I was like, thank you so much. I'm definitely going to use this. And then I like parked it in another aisle, because I was so embarrassed to be driving the fucking scooter. And I almost passed out at the fucking cash register again. Like I was standing there waiting to fucking pay, and I was just like, oh. And I just sat there like this while they scanned all my shit. Oh man. Yeah, that was a funny memory. Not in the moment, but definitely like in retrospect, very fucking funny story. Colorado is better than that, but yeah, I can even still get altitude sick if I go way up in the mountains. Yeah, I didn't even feel it until I started walking around outside that first night. I was like, oh man, snow for the first time like in my life. Because I live in Houston, Texas, right? Like we don't get fucking snow, all right? We get like a fine mist in the air that is technically snow, and then it hits the ground and it melts, all right? I built a snowman one time in my entire life, and it lasted literally a day. Denver is normal, about 80 feet. Yeah, the mountains fucked me up, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I got fucked up crazy there. All right, Anyways, let's move on. All right, let's move on. Never seen snow. You know what? I would say that like it's not all it's cracked up to be, but man, it was like a surreal environment. Snow really, like, you know, you hear people say, and maybe like you read in a book that like the snow muffles the sound, right? Bro, the ambient noise outside was like 0 decibels, dude. It was like a actually surreal environment for someone who's never been around snow. That shit is insane. But okay, last thing that we're gonna respond to, and then we'll press play to see what Kevin Logan's embarrassing display led him to say afterwards. Oh yeah, by the way, that editor that I was referencing earlier that we need to give a fucking round of applause to, and that you guys need to super chat to me so that I can increase his pay, that's Tron right there, all right? Round of applause for Tron, all right? Wait, I forgot, I have sound effects. Do I have a round of applause? No, this is the best I got. All right, everyone, round of applause for Tron, everyone. Yay, yay. Yay, let's go Tron. Okay, sorry. I should have given you guys a warning if you're wearing headphones. Yeah, no, fuck you. No, you first, Bones. You first. I don't care if you simp for Republicans, but if you're not at least a libertarian or ANCAP, if you haven't even graduated to that level of the right, then honestly, how base can we label you? I'm not going to respond to that one. Okay, let's laugh at Kevin Logan.
To the channel, you have to give me money so I can continue to do more of this. I like money. Keep giving it to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys
Night,
wouldn't
my
mind,
friend.
the rest of
Good
you
night.
wouldn't mind staying for at least.
I was gonna look forward to not look forward. I was gonna stay for the political discussion.
I was going to stay for the political discussion there at the end. That was the plan at the beginning, but I was so embarrassing throughout that entire panel that I think that I should probably just go to sleep now, guys. I think that like, well, what else are you going to say?
But I did the phone in bit, but I dropped off a cliff there. That last hour, to be honest with you, I was flagging from the fucking start. I am tired, but it was,
yeah, let's cope.
So,
anyone that's down with adventures is at least a little base in my book. Listen, I have very strong convictions on what I talk about on my stream, and I think that me and adventurers disagree on way more than we even got to scratch the surface of. But like, I can be chill with people that I disagree with. He seems like a chill dude, but you know, just depends on people's demeanor.
Yeah, that last hour.
Oh. 1 second. Mouth sounds kill me now. Sorry. Yeah. Also, my mouth is dry as fuck because I started smoking. So that's what we're gonna get here. I'll move the mic a little bit away. Okay. How to end with him? I mean, like it was the exact same. Like it was. There was no improvement. Like he never recovered from Destiny, like pointing out that he was doing the exact same thing that he criticized the entirety of online debate for being. Right. Like the entire sophistry section of this debate panel were the people arguing that online debates contain too much sophistry, and Kevin Logan was the biggest sophist of them all. Drink some water, bro. Trust me, I've been fucking trying. Okay. But yeah, like that's how it began and how it ended. It's just embarrassing. Like again, like I have history talking to and debating with Kevin Logan. I think that like, especially the way that he was engaging with me and the topics that we were talking about, was the most like bad faith, like fake interlocutor shit that like I've ever experienced. I think he's a real like piece of shit. Just like the woke scolding and pretending to be above it all, and then also like acting like it's really important what my opinion is to him. Like he's an actual like subhuman piece of shit to me. But that's it's just me. All right. That was so ironic or insanely hypocritical. What would I call it? I would call it a naked example of what people like me and like regular, normal, grass-touching folk that are like center left instead of like insane online commies have been pointing out about the insane online commies for the past 2 or 3 years. Yes, it's projection. They are like the biggest sophists in the entire fucking world. They are the biggest like weaponizers of like things that they would say are absolutely unacceptable, like racism, like sexism, like doxing, like harassing people, like everything that they say that is bad in the world and that the right does is what these people engage in the most. And Kevin Logan is one of the biggest examples of that in the entire space. Like he goes where the wind blows. How we just make them more embarrassed to go live than they would be to endure the mockery. Like at a certain point, like they get embarrassed in front of their audience so much that like their audience starts saying stuff to them, you know? I'm gonna have to cut this up hard. Go to bed, Sondsol. Listen, I'm having fun right now. All right. Wait, why is the link not opening? Open link. Thank you. Would you go this far for Logan or Panda?
These people are despicable. These guys don't get free speech. They go to the re-education camp. If they don't learn, they go to the hard labor camp. If they don't work, they face the wall.
Size of that in order of
How does someone so soft like talk like he's so hard? Bro, where is your jaw? Bro, where is your chin? You know, this guy interviewed me for a project that he was working on very early on into streaming. He had this whole big setup where he's going to interview as many leftists as possible to try and find some leftist unity, right? And then, like, I think within less than a year, he like went full like insane. He used to be like this peace and love. I used to cosplay as Johnny Cash sometimes, guys. Peace and love. To like the most like bloodthirsty fucking tanky that is somehow still allowed on Twitch, dude. What are my stream times? This is an extremely abnormal time for me to stream. I usually stream sometime Central Time between like 2 to latest like 9:30, you know? Like that's usually the latest that I'll go, but I'm able to this weekend, so I'm going to. But again, like people like this, like this isn't even on the hatred spectrum, right? Like we talked about like some people that like can do better you hate, but like if they can't do better, like if they're actually genuinely like mentally handicapped or like maybe they need a caretaker or something, like it's just pity. You can't like hate those people. They can't help it. Like this guy is like on the like far edge of the pity scale, dude. Like just because I saw his rise and then to like where he is now, I guess I wouldn't say he necessarily fell because he hasn't been banned like fucking Kira Chats, who he was friends with, but yeah, he's like the most bloodthirsty motherfucker ever, but like he looks like this. You don't get to have a 5 o'clock shadow and the fucking Flanders mustache, no jawline and a double chin, and like talk like you're gonna put people up against the wall. This is democracy made manifest. Yes, very true. Okay. Back to this guy.
Or I just, you know, when you just crash, you just got no more energy left. And I couldn't be bothered. For what it's worth, I got out of it what I think I wanted to get out of it was
Oh God, let's see what twisted, tangled W he's gonna try and salvage out of this wreck of a debate that he just had, dude. Like, well, first thing I want to say as soon as we get out of the debate is I'm sleepy. And I was sleepy that entire time. So like, just keep in mind that while I was debating, I was sleepy, but like, I got out of it what I wanted. So let me now like posture strength in that, like, I think that I did anything good here.
Which was to
hedge all of my bets and explain why I lost the debate. And then now let me like posture the strength. Like it's like sickening, like in like a pathetic way, because I can recognize it, but like, I feel like so baffled by people in his chat. Like, good night, Kev. Yeah, go bankrupt. Yeah, like Wick sucks, and that was just an advertisement to watch Destiny. I want you to delete your channel, Wick. Ah, man, Kevin's so based. Like, do you not see through the like very obvious, like, man, I'm gonna hedge all of my bets. I'm gonna make sure everybody knows that I was very sleepy during that debate. I was very eepy. Want bedtime, honk shoe, but also like I totally fucking wrecked in that thing. I got exactly what I wanted out of it. Like, how do you say those two things back to back and your audience not like immediately recognize it? And I again, like I do say this on a regular basis. Okay. If I ever do any like cringe shit like this, I want you guys to call me out. I don't want to be coping in my own head and then have people in my chat reinforce it. All right. Like, if I do good, like, let me know I did good, right? But if I did some like poser shit like this, then please tell me that I was being a poser and not to like salvage a W, okay? Yeah, catch you later, Joy. Oh, wrong thing to click. This one.
For what it's worth, I got out of it what I think I wanted to get out of it, which was to confront Destiny about the cookie thing. Although I forgot to. Oh fuck! I've got to look at my cookie. Hang on, I'll put the camera.
Bro, the cookie part. I don't know if you guys got to this part in the first half, because I know that most of chat right now has watched the first half of this debate. Bro, I cannot imagine a more embarrassing fake W to bust out. There were people on that panel that were trying to engage, but Kevin Logan and Justin Freakin simply didn't. They just said, oh, cookies into rocket fuel, or no, cookies into rockets. And then when Destiny brings up the fact that I'm not saying they made warheads with cookies, I'm saying they made rocket fuel with cookies, or that it's at least feasible. And you know what? It is somewhat feasible. It's not something that anyone should ever die on the hill of. I think the actual reason that the cookies were banned is because instead of having like a list of things that are blacklisted from going into Gaza, they had a white list. So if they didn't think to include it on the white list of things that can go into Gaza, then it wasn't allowed in, right? So it's easier to like say, here are, 480 items that we won't allow into Gaza, right? That's a lot easier than saying, here are like the 480 things that we are allowing into Gaza. And that's like basically everything that they need. When there's like a million things that you could possibly, imagine, like fucking Chips Ahoy that maybe people want that they're not going to do anything bad with, right? But did anyone say that? No, Destiny gave his own counter arguments. Yeah, I know, and that's embarrassing. You can tell Logan there was just there for the cookie thing. When Destiny slapped him down, he got all pissy for the rest of the debate. It's like people think that it's this great, cool thing. Like, yeah, I stood up to Destiny, and I think that's all I needed to get out of that debate. Like, we've heard this quote before, right? From a million fucking people who were utterly fucking embarrassed. And I mean, like, not on just like they argued for a little bit and like one side is going to take away from it their thing, the other side's going to take away their thing from their thing, right? Like they were embarrassed. Like they were made to look an absolute fucking fool, a loser, a total sellout, hypocrite, right? I can think of like 2 or 3 examples of people who went in there simply for the fact that they thought it was a moral good to confront destiny on something, and then they didn't know anything about the topic or about anything, and then they tried to fight him about it, and they just went into like personal insults. Like at that point, like again, I have a pretty high standard for myself in terms of engagement with people, right? Now, some people might not think that because sometimes I'll get giga triggered while arguing, but like, I usually do have a pretty high standard in terms of like, if I'm going to go into a conversation, I want to like, I don't want to sound like a total fucking idiot, right? I want to like read on some stuff. I want to make sure that I'm like adequately prepared. I don't get to debate as much as I used to, but like, that's what I do. Right. And if I was ever caught lacking like fucking Logan was here, like Mr. Kevin, sorry, 2 first names, who can choose? Like Kevin was here, like, man, I think I would actually be too embarrassed to show my face for a while. And I mean, like, fuck, that's happened to me before. Like there was one debate, the first debate that I got absolutely fucking shit canned in, because I was neither supposed to be the debater, I was supposed to be the moderator, nor did I know anything about the fucking topic, right? But like, because I had like gone through all this effort to set it up and then someone didn't show, I was like, well, I mean, like we can try and have this conversation. Got fucking shit canned in an embarrassing way. And I did not, this was my full-time job at that time. I did not stream the next day. I was embarrassed, right? But I guess in order to ever like feel a desire to better yourself, you might have to have shame for a previous version of yourself. But if you have no shame, like Kevin, you can just continue being a fucking loser online for the entirety of your life.
Hang on. I have to, when I go onto a Discord thing, if I want my camera on, I have to deactivate it on the OBS. Hello, everyone. So I've brought my cookies, right? And I forgot to do the fucking bit. Oh, bollocks.
This man does not need any more cookies. Let me tell you that much, folks. This man right here does not need any more cookies.
See, that's how you know I'm tired. I forgot to do. I literally. I needed other things from the shop. I needed like a loaf of bread and whatever. But I thought, whilst I'm there, get some cookies and do the joke, and I fucking forgot totally. Bollocks. I still got some cookies. That's nice. I mean, I probably won't eat them all because it's.
Wait, is this man a fake Brit? I'm sorry. Hold on. My entire life, I was led to believe that British people called cookies biscuits, like the degenerate fucking Anglo fucks they are, right? Call fucking fries chips, and then they call fucking cookies biscuits. Is this man a fake fucking Brit? Has he been faking this shit the entire time? Because I have a feeling maybe we just sniffed out a conspiracy, okay?
6. But, you know. I'm very fucking tired, man. Yeah, anyway, thank you everyone for I don't know what this was. Yeah,
I mean, Des Tiny just sucks the life force out of people. He's like radiation. I get accused of being like a Destiny dick writer and a Destiny orbiter a lot, right? Like most of my content revolves around things that Destiny does. And I actively go out of my way to not do that and not come off as a dick writer, because there are things I disagree with Destiny on, and there are things I think that Destiny is cringe for doing, right? But like when you get like trashed like this, and there's people coping like this in chat, like, I'm sorry, it's gonna come off a little dick righty here, bro. You got fucking manhandled so fucking hard. You were the most embarrassing person on that panel, and it wasn't even close. Actually, you know, Justin Freakin', and again, I don't want to like dunk on Justin Freakin' that much because I don't know him that well. I've only had positive interactions with him, but on this one, wasn't it, Chief? But like, my guy this guy was like far and away the most embarrassing fucking person on that panel. And he was arguing with Destiny about his like shit cookie rocket take. Like, can you not have had a better thing to say? Like, even if you weren't going to bring up the actual counter argument to Destiny, like the immediate thing that you could have said, like, well, like one of my big things that I could bring up right here, like we're arguing about like whether debate is useful, and like we're all agreeing that being the most factually based is like a really good thing to do, but like you just went with the first narrative that you could think of in your head. And you know, like, yes, you can make that connection that sugar can be made into rocket fuel, right? Like that's totally a thing that can happen. But like, was there ever anything that you read that would like make you believe that the cookies were not allowed into Gaza because of the rockets, you know? But like you can ask a question like that, and it's not an unreasonable question, and it's not a bad faith question, right? You're laying out, like, I think that it's bad that you argued this point without having a strong factual basis, but you were, maybe it was in the moment, but like this is just indicative of the problem that I'm talking about. Like you could have made that argument, right? I mean, I don't even necessarily disagree with that sort of thing, but he couldn't because he was simply there for the dunks. Maybe Sondsol knows what. When did it first come up? What are we talking about? Oh, it was the breaking points debate with, I don't remember what the guy's name is because I get all these different historians' names mixed up in my head. But it was the debate Destiny had with a guy on breaking points, moderated by that weird conspiracy theory dude. And I actually thought that the moderation was pretty okay. Like it was slightly biased on the side of the other guy, but like all things considered, they were like, I think they were pretty good moderators. So.
Sorry, I got out of it what I wanted, right? I wanted to confront him about the cookie thing, and I wanted to not.
Going in with the idea that like confrontation is the goal is such a fucking retard fucking thing to do. Like, even like post debate, he's demonstrating that he is the problem with online debate. If your goal going into a debate about why debate online is not effective and it's not useful, if your goal going into that conversation is to simply confront someone about a separate topic, like you're literally your own meme. You're the Spider-Man, like, what the fuck? I dropped my vape on my fucking keyboard and it reset the fucking time. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, we'll go back to here and we'll get to it. He brought cookies on stream for a gotcha on something he didn't even understand. True. Why didn't homie, like, here's the thing. This debate right here, you could have gone into with simply like a solid opinion, right? Just rhetoric. You could have done that, right? And been totally valid in it, right? You could have come from a argued like the you could have made many of their points, the exact same points that they made, in a much better way and been fine with that just as like a conversation, right? But the problem is, like, if you wanted to go in there and argue about the cookie thing, you're already like playing into you're the Spider-Man meme looking at each other, right? Even if you go in researched, and then if you go in researched, like, how unhinged is it going to be to like suddenly like take a conversation from, and how unhinged was to go in with research or with an argument not related to the actual fucking conversation at hand? How weird would it have been to like have fucking 15 studies about like the like relative combustibility of sugar that is refined from cookies compared to raw sugar? Like, that would be unhinged. Now, if you went and researched with some like statistics on like what sort of things are the most convincing for people, like I'm sure there have been studies on like rhetoric and whether or not people are ever convinced from debates and shit like that. Bro, that might have been an interesting fucking conversation, but these people aren't interested in interesting conversations. It's just, I think Andrew does a good job at moderation, even though he's a bit of a far right dude. He's good at moderating. Yeah, Andrew Wilson. Yeah, I used to be like pretty cool with him. We haven't talked in a while, but I fucking despise like 99% of his views on shit. But he's a really good debater. That debate that I referenced earlier that I didn't stream the next day was Andrew Wilson. Right, I was supposed to moderate some philosophical argument with him that I had never ever done any philosophy research ever, and so like I got shit canned by that motherfucker because I knew nothing about philosophy. You know, his wife is more unpleasant than he is. I don't know how she engages with people. She's been kind to me on some stuff, but like I know that the way people interact in DMs versus interact with people that are debating can be massively different. She's an asshole. I can't remember how she engages with people, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't watched a fucking Crucible debate like probably in 2.5 years.
But you know, I'm very fucking tired, man. Yeah, anyway, thank you everyone for... I don't know what this was. Yeah, sorry, I got out of it what I wanted, right? I wanted to confront him about the cookie thing, and I wanted to, not necessarily shout at him or whatever, but like, push back a bit, and I think I got that, right? I told him to...
I'm sorry, what did you just say? Sorry, I was trying to read his chat. Maybe I should slow it down so I can read the chat and still pay attention to him.
Wanted to, not necessarily shout at him or whatever, but like, push back a bit, and I think I got that.
You got him to push back on himself for you, and then he argued against that point. And because you didn't do any preparation, you couldn't continue that argument. Like, you didn't push back against him at all. You just kept on saying, cookies into rockets, cookies into rockets, cookies into rockets. Like, my guy. This is cope. This is massive fucking cope, dude.
Right. I told him to suck my dick. That's enough. I'm fine with that. I don't give a... Oh, no.
I told him to suck my cock. Debate 1. I respect intellectual debate.
Does it suck my ass? I can't remember. It was an hour ago and I'm very fucking tired. 6. It's coming up to 3 a.m. We're in about 6. Destiny doesn't need...
I think the guy that said Destiny was on speed completely scrambled him. Do these people not know, like, the Destiny debate bingo cards that have gone out with, like, the insults that people are going to throw at Destiny? Like, I mean, like, the first one's going to be like, are you on meth? Are you on speed? Are you on or how many Red Bulls have you drank today? Jesus Christ, you're talking like an AK-47. Oh my God, you talk so fast. You talk like Ben Shapiro, but you're on the left. Like, no, that didn't scramble. That didn't scramble Destiny any more than like someone pointing out that I have a man bun on would scramble me. Like, oh, congratulations. You caught me red-handed. I put my hair up because otherwise my neck gets hot because I'm on the 3rd floor and heat rises. Oh, I am utterly destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. You really fucking hurt my feelings there, dude. Like, come on. Cementing your 2016 progressive credit. Listen, it is an absolute travesty that, like, since I was probably in the 5th grade, I always wanted to have long rocker hair. Right, I always loved the idea of that, but nobody would ever let me have my long rocker hair. Right, girlfriends fucking hated me having long hair. You know, everyone in my family called me, you know, mop head. You know, I was shamed in not having long rocker hair. And then finally, I become an adult, 18 years old. I can do whatever I want. Fuck you guys. I break up with that stupid bitch that said I couldn't have long hair. And then what happens? the long hair craze comes in and like the soyest fucking memes come out of it. It's like, I just wanted to have my fucking 80s fucking metal like headbanging hair, bro. And now I have to be associated with this trash. Come on. Give me one win, life. Are you impressed by my with my basic ability to observe other people? Wait, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about there. Like a reverse Wick have an actual circuit of debates would actually be cool. I think that Andrew is he's actually an outstanding moderator. Like even when he fucking hated me, and there was a point where he fucking hated me. Well, still when he was still with Politically Provoked, and he was like feeding people arguments so that they wouldn't get blown the fuck out by me. And you know, even when he was actively giving people arguments in DMs while he was moderating the debate that he was giving the opposition tips in, he was still being an incredibly fair moderator. I didn't even know about the guy getting fed arguments until like months and months and months later. Been doing the long hair thing for ages now. Got a haircut every 2 to 3 years, and then and get them to donate it. I mean, like a lot of the time I'll do a ponytail. It's just like when I'm streaming it. Like honestly, if I was able to use my fucking earbuds, I would probably just have it down. But if I have it down while I have the headset on, then it looks like I'm wearing a fucking headband, and that looks cringy. And then you know if I put it down in a ponytail, then it's like, you know, it's still fucking 80 degrees in this fucking room. So I just got to fucking sweat on that very particular part of my neck. Might as well just put it up. I think Tree of Logic revealed some funny shit about the both of them a while back. Yeah, I think like they've been involved in some like fucking crazy stupid dramas. I think that like the only part of like the dramas where like people are like going after each other, like with the Wilsons, that I really didn't like was the Brittany Venti one, where she like tries to denigrate them based off of like a child of theirs that died. I thought that was a way too fucking much. That was like I knew about that because of stuff in the background, because like as small of a streamer as I am and have been, like when people say that people in the streaming world are gossipy, like it's not a exaggeration. Like I'm a fucking on average like 20 viewer Andy right now, and I still get like weird rumors and like offers of like, hey, do you want this person's docs? And it's like, no, right? But like I heard about that happening like probably 2 years ago, right? Like obviously it happened before that, but I heard about 2 years ago, and I was like, damn, that's the fucking worst thing that I've ever heard in my life. That really sucks for them, you know? Like that's like some of the most like soul crushing shit that you can imagine. And then for someone to like come out and like attack them for it, for something that they like obviously didn't do, like come the fuck on. But like the other stuff is like totally open season. Like attack them for the like hypocrisy of like, you know, having getting a divorce at some point in your life. Attack them on like the hypocrisy there. That's totally fine. Attacking them for their dead kid. Yeah. All right. Let's move away from the depressing shit. Let's keep on watching Kevin Logan cope.
Neither. It was both. What? I don't know what the fuck. 6. It's coming up to 3 a.m. We're in about 6. Destiny doesn't either. It was both. What? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Anyway, yeah. So that I don't know what this was. It was it was a bit pointless. But then again, that sort of proves the point of debate, I guess.
Wait. No fucking way.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Anyway, yeah. So that I don't know what this was. It was it was a bit pointless. But then again, that sort of proves the point of debate, I guess.
fuck, let me be real with you guys for a second. I think that like one of the biggest things that a human being should develop as part of their character is like self-awareness. Like people talk about like, you know, loyalty and like holding to your principles. Like these are good characteristics in a human being. Everybody recognizes, right? Like being strong and being able to take care of yourself, right? Having empathy. Like these are qualities in a human being that everyone should develop as part of having like a good character. But like part of that, I think that like isn't talked about enough is like having like humility, having, you know, self-awareness. And I think like one of my biggest fucking triggers is just like people like Logan having no fucking self-awareness. Look at a fucking mirror, my guy. Are you fucking kidding? You're going to fucking sit here and denigrate the idea of debate. And then you're going to go into a debate and intentionally like, what? Did you go in with the intention of taking it? Or are you just like so biased against the idea of debate that you go in, you tank it, and then you're like, oh man, that was fucking pointless. We didn't get anywhere. Anyways, it kind of proves the point, right? Like, it's either retardation or like malice. And like, Jesus Christ. I have to stop myself. I almost said some like actually fucking cancelable shit. Jesus, holy fucking shit. It's funny as fuck, but I cannot say it. Oh, fuck. Man, I swear to God, if I had some sort of like safety net in terms of like viewership money and like never having to worry about like getting a job again, bro, the shit that I would say, the content that you motherfuckers would get would be unfucking imaginable. Okay. But like, yeah, like you either have to be stupid or you have to be malicious. Oh, look at that. Someone to ban in Kick Chat. Like, yeah, it is really wild. You're either intentionally going in there to tank it, or you're so fucking stupid that you're so fucking stupid that you're gonna exhibit all of the fucking shitty fucking traits that you're complaining about other people. You have no self-awareness. You have no, you're of such weak character that you have no principles. You have no self-awareness. You just have like vibes that you go off of. And as long as, you know, the funny people that are just text on your screen that you see whenever you go live, as long as they give you positive reinforcement, you're going to continue being a fucking embarrassment of a human being. He was bragging about his ad homs like 30 seconds ago. Ha! I told him to suck my cock. Or suck my ass. I actually can't remember. Like, yeah, you might say suck my cock to someone, but is that like an epic own that you should brag about? That's like 6th grade. Like I finally feel like I can cuss, right? Because it's so taboo to say damn, right? Like suck my cock. Like it's not even a big own. Like if it was an actually funny like own, then like yeah, you can have a little bit of a bragging moment, right? If you like actually you know, if you actually think of a clever own, like you should own it, right? Like I'm totally fine with that if you're actually funny, but like this is embarrassing, dude.
I think it is sort of pointless, but you know. Believe we heard both Bottoms and Pedinda. Oh, okay. Well, hang on a minute. I can get rid of Discord now, can't I? Let's go on to that. Right.
Nope, 1.25 is unbearable. Come on.
I'm scrolling back through the. I need to. I'm just gonna chill with you for like 5-10 minutes.
The cope. You did get him rattled, which is why we are here, Kev. Destiny was incredulous. He was gobsmacked. You didn't. You might have rattled him, but not in the way that you think. Destiny was just as rattled as I was listening to Kevin be the sophist in real time. Like, yeah, I mean, like in the loosest sense of the word, rattled. Like if like I would say rattled is like, oh man, this guy's getting under my skin. This guy's getting under my skin. I don't know. Like, oh man, he's got me tilted. I'm fucking mad. I'm fucking angry. I'm fucking irritated. I can't fucking think. Like that's that. Yeah, you're shook. Like Destiny was never shook. He was fucking gobsmacked. He was incredulous. Like how the fuck are you gonna sit here and fucking say the things that you're saying? Be so smug about it and like have no self-awareness. My guy, look in a mirror. Although, like, I imagine Kevin Logan probably has trouble looking in a mirror because every time he does, the mirror just shatters. Nothing can contain an image like this and still stay structurally sound.
Just to let the adrenaline calm down a little bit. Because there's a thing, even though you just sat there, you do get kind of not tense. Tense isn't the right word because it is that. This is what I find interesting. I think is that it's.
When he found the source of the dumb, it was overwhelming. It's like looking at the true form of God for the first time, looking into the Ark of the Covenant. Like you either become insane or you turn into dust, and all of the information that you have just taken in. But this is the opposite end. You haven't taken in so much information. You haven't seen something so immaculate that it's fucking destroyed you. It's the opposite. It's the necrotic aura, the intellectual necrotic aura that just like simply like brings everyone in their general vicinity down like 3 standard deviations to like the IQ of your average fucking ferret, dude. Like when I say that I was like embarrassed listening to this debate, like I was listening to it at work, like uncomfortable. Like if I was in that position, I would kill. I don't know how strict YouTube is on saying that, but like honestly though, yeah, seriously, I would take a trip to the rope store and then a very shortly followed by a visit by the fucking rickety stool store. I just wouldn't be able to handle. I wouldn't be able to handle it in the moment.
That it's and thank you who made the Cookie Monster.
Yeah, it is him. I mean, like I like, you know what? I'll give him props. It's a good edit. It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't think it's his well, hold on. If it's his desktop background, that's hella embarrassing. But if it's just like an image for his stream, that's you know.
I do.
See you later. I almost said called you sneaky.
Soviet Storm on Twitch. Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's what I can do for a Tanky Tuesday now, isn't it? Is just do the first half on both and then cut off when we get to.
I should go to bed. When are you ending stream? Man, you know what? Honestly, I should have ended stream 2 hours ago. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. We could stream until the end of this video, or we could stream until fucking 6 a.m. I genuinely don't know. But yeah, next time I'm going to stream, I mean, all honesty, I'll probably stream tomorrow. You know? Yeah, fuck it. We're here. We're fucking fuck, I took a hit off of the weed vape. I meant to take a hit off of this vape. It was stupid. All right. Fair warning for newcomers in chat. And this is like a genuine warning. For some reason, when I get high, I get like ultra bitchy and I say like really, really unbelievably out of pocket shit that it like things that are not in my normal vocabulary. I say like things that I would like comments on people's appearance that I would never ever fucking utter if I was sober. So like the higher I get, the bitchier, the meaner, the more mean girls I get. Okay. Sondsol becomes racist. Listen, I almost said like the most actually fucked up, like ableist shit I in my entire fucking life a couple of minutes ago. Okay. Like sober me would be actually fucking stunned if someone said that in front of me. So like, that's the level I get. And I don't know why. Usually people chill the fuck out and are just like vibing when they're high. I say really, really unbelievably mean shit. And I don't know why it is. Anyways, did I watch the fat people video yet? No. You know what? Is this, link it to me again, because I have no idea what window it was in or if it's even still open. But if you link it to me, maybe we'll watch it after this. And then you guys will see, then you guys will truly see the unbridled fucking bigotry that I have while I'm high. Jesus. I actually am embarrassed. Like I said some things that were like way too fucking mean in the last time I reacted to a fat activist video.
The Soviet storm. Just yeah, I do find it Soviet storm on Twitch. Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's what I can do for a Tanky Tuesday now, isn't it? Is just do the first half on both and then cut off when we get to Soviet storm.
If I could clip on YouTube, I would spam Hassan's chat with you telling D to eat your asshole. There's just no way that they think that that's an epic own, right? I'm sorry, if you think that like, oh, you told him to eat your ass and you're like, bro, that was a fucking epic own. I'm sorry. You should take a visit to the rope store. Like, that's embarrassing. You can clip on YouTube, but I think the creator has to select it. They have to turn clipping on. Which, I mean, like, if you guys want to make clips of me, like, I'm pretty sure that my clips are on, but if they're not, let me know and I'll turn them on.
Have to shut down the YouTube as a way of driving everyone to my Twitch. You must have hit a nerve because he was not keen on letting you get a word out. He definitely saw you as a threat. Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I'm glad I did that.
When I'm in a debate and I have someone that's talking over me, or I am talking over someone else, I'm usually like pretty conscious of it. After like, I mean, like if you were watching during the debate that I had with the adventurous dude earlier, like there was a point where I told him, "Hey, listen, I'm interrupting you. You keep going. You keep going." Like you can be aware of that, and then you can also be aware when someone's interrupting you and like try and figure out why. Sometimes when someone's interrupting you, they're being a genuine piece of shit. Sometimes when someone's interrupting you, it's because you won't let them get a goddamn word out. In the case here, Destiny was interrupting him because he would ask Destiny a question, Destiny would begin responding, and then Kevin Logan would immediately follow it up with another question. Like, yeah, like what debate was the chatter watching? What debate were you participating in?
I'm glad I definitely, I think, got under his skin a little. Yeah, 100%. Actually, I'll turn the alert box back on. I don't know if that will register on the alert box because I've just turned it back on, but whatever. Anyway, thank you, James Holmes, for... Well, just James Holmes. I don't know how I pronounced it. Holmes. James Holmes. For gifting a membership. Much love. Don't forget you can do super chats and become a member for as little as 99p, or give subs to the community, or give memberships to the community, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I'll just stick with you for a couple of minutes just to let the adrenaline just calm down. Because if you try and go to bed like straight away, you're still a bit like, and it's not pleasant. So I'll just...
Steelman yourself was gold? Who said Steelman yourself? Yeah, imagine thinking you get under Destiny's skin by saying "eat my ass" and you argued about cookies. Like if Destiny argued, like if Destiny like didn't ever engage with that, or didn't like immediately have a response for you, or a counter argument to himself, like they would have a point. Like, yeah, maybe like he got rattled by that question, but like the embarrassing thing here is, again, like people can hate on online debate all they want, right? They can hate online debate for any number of given reasons. Maybe they just don't think it's interesting. Maybe they think that it spreads bad messages. Maybe they think it's ineffective. Maybe they think blah, 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 blah. They can hate it for all of these reasons. But if you're going to stake out a position on why you fucking hate debate, right? And then you're going to be that person, like, it's just like, yeah. I feel like maybe it's just because I'm smoking, but I feel like I'm a fucking broken record. But like the only reason I'm a broken record is because this guy's coping so fucking hard. And he's not even saying anything. He's just like, yeah, I told him to suck my asshole.
Like to just let it, yeah, just let it calm down. I was miles behind. How did it end? Boringly, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, because you moped for like the last third of the debate.
Oh, hang on. Oop. Oh shit! No, I want live chat, and I wanted to read the deleted message, but now it's just deleted. Oh fuck! Never mind. It doesn't matter. You probably did right deleting it. I think it was Wayward who deleted that. That's fine. Yeah. Kev, did you see me joining earlier on? Oh, on YouTube. Yeah, I think I said thank you for becoming a member on YouTube earlier on, Kato. Who is, I believe, Mad Cat Scotty Eye from
he's
the
just they're just
That's the thing. Don't have different
bullshitting
names.
now, I think.
Don't have different names on the different platforms because
Let's see here.
someone would do that. I don't know. Whatever. Like Wick earns a living doing it. Fair play to him. I genuinely don't begrudge him that. He was an idiot who gave nothing but name calling. That's the thing. You can always tell the dick riders, can't you? Wick being one of them. And I've called him out. I've said this to him in the past. He's a Destiny dick rider.
He might be a little bit of a Destiny dick rider. But like it's I would say it's like equally embarrassing to be a dick rider of another person and to be like an ardent fucking hate watcher who, like, if I don't like someone, or if I think someone is like a bad person or something like that, like if I want to like make content out of it, I'll watch it and see if it's worth making content out of. But like outside of that, it's not like I sit there and watch. Like I fucking hate Demon Mama, for example, right? Like I don't sit and like hate watch Demon Mama all the fucking time. If there's like something very specific, like the Keffels thing going on the other day, I did sit and like I wanted to see what the fuck she said about that. Like see how far she walks back her defense and like what she says about it. That's interesting to me. But like I'm not gonna sit there and hate watch someone, and I'm not gonna go into a debate for the sole purpose of bringing up a completely separate topic. Like that's like what's the like hate equivalent of a simp, right? Yeah, the end of the debate was like fairly boring. Like Justin Freakin and I think near the end Justin Freakin did something a little bit cringe, but like towards the end Kevin Logan mostly just moped. Justin Freakin was mostly quiet. The more reasonable people came in and talked. I say more reasonable. I'm talking about fucking non-smoker. That's so embarrassing that non-smoker was the reasonable person in the room when he's a literal fucking genocide denier. Anti-fan doesn't have like the same connotation though. Like a simp is like someone that's like really sucking up, but like these people, like it's like a code of ethics to be part of. Like, yeah, I guess hater, but like that feels juvenile. Like this is the thing, like these people, like to be part of their social club, you have to hate Destiny. You can't like Destiny and be part of their social club. You can't be in their chat. You can't be like like they have a hate boner. Like their cock is like turns to diamonds when it comes to shit talking Destiny, right? Even if it's at the detriment of like having an intelligent fucking take. Like there's a million things that you can hate Destiny for, right? There's a million different arguments that you can make against things that he's talked about with Palestine and Israel. But like, if you think that Norm Finkelstein came off good in the debate versus Destiny, you're insane. And I haven't even watched that whole fucking debate, dude. It was 4 hours long. I'm not going to sit and watch that shit. When I have seen like a 15-minute compilation of Finkelstein soying the fuck out, I don't need to see that debate. I'm fine, actually, you know? But like, yeah, the whole point is like, it's just as embarrassing to be the kind of hater that is like so obsessed with someone that like, to be part of their social club, you gotta hate this person. Like that's kind of like a litmus test. If you agree with Destiny on basically anything, you're instantly like looked at sideways. Like that's such a fucking weird fucking thing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna sit here and like lie to you guys and say, oh well, I don't like Destiny and I don't watch his content. Yeah, I do watch his content, and I think that like the thought process that he has for like how to take in new information, right? Like not even in regards to like post Vyvanse Destiny, just like to like have a check on yourself for not being too biased, on how not to rush to conclusions. That thought process that he laid out a whole bunch has been super helpful, not just in terms of being a streamer, but like in terms of like finishing my fucking degree, right? Like how to construct like a good way to study. Like that thought process helped me with that. So like there are things about Destiny's content that I fucking love, and I think he's a really cool dude. Met him a couple of times, but like holy shit, yeah, you can say all of that and say that you watch his content without like sucking his cock on literally fucking everything, right? Without talking about him fucking constantly. Like there are some orbiters that like sit there and watch every single fucking Destiny video and just comment on every single Destiny video, right? The opposite side of that is being a fucking hate boner like weirdo that sits there and watches clips of Destiny on Twitter as content that are like weird out of context clips, or clips that make the other person look bad but still saying that Destiny is the loser in the clip, right? Like you're the opposite side of the coin of the people that you make fun of. Opposite constellation of beliefs kind of thing. Well, I mean, it's still the constellation of beliefs. They're just in a different constellation, right?
The easy Destiny W. Like, what the who the fuck pays money to say that? Like, even if you think that's true, who pays money to say that?
They're people that want to get under your skin, obviously.
Like, it's so weird that someone would do that. I don't know, whatever. Like, Wick earns a living doing it. Fair play to him. I genuinely don't begrudge him that. I disagree with his politics. I disagree with the fact that he's a Destiny dick rider, but I don't begrudge a person, earning a living. I think he's genuine enough with it. I don't think he's that bad. Although it is weird he got convinced into owning a gun online. That's a bit weird.
That's actually probably the most reasonable fucking take on Wick that I've ever seen a lefty have. Listen, I know that like there are a lot of fucking Wick haters out there. Like lefties hate him because of like they hate debates and they hate panels and they hate liberals, and they probably hate his takes on Israel Palestine. There are a lot of people like Spicy Chat fucking hate Wick. I like Wick. I think that he's a very genuine person in an environment where like being that genuine probably is a massive detriment, right? I like Wick a lot. I think that he's a cool dude. Do I agree with everything that he says? No. Do I think that like sometimes his arguments come out cringe? Yeah. But like he's a good dude, and I don't think that it's worth ever like shitting on him for the small things like that when he gets enough of it from other people, Yeah, I'm new to this side of the tubes since like November, December. Oh man, I am so fucking sorry. I am so sorry that you found this area, because it is such a like dog shit part of the internet. Like genuinely, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been a lot of different parts of the internet at lots of different eras of the internet. Okay, and this is one of the worst ones I've been a part of. It's just I think it's fun. That's the only reason I'm here. Okay. Was in true crime and other live streams since 2018. It's been wild. Destiny was surprisingly refreshing to me. Yeah, I mean, I think that like something that's the fuck. I'm gonna come off as such a fucking Destiny cockwriter on this. It's because I'm high and because like we're contrasting with the fucking giga hater people here. But like it is refreshing when there are people that like I think that the conversations that Destiny can have that I literally can't have, that I've thought about all of the different things about it and just never been able to like have a conversation with people because they get so fucked up about it. Like the recent drama with the N-word stuff, right? Like I don't think that Destiny should have said the N-word, right? I know why he did it. I think that's really fucking stupid, right? He's literally just doing it for a reaction at the detriment of literally every, like there's way more negatives than positives to ever saying the N-word, right? But like the arguments that he says are like basically what I think about the whole N-word and cracker debate. It's like, yeah, obviously N-word's fucking worse than cracker because we call it the N-word, right? Like obviously we have a stronger reaction to that, and because it's like significantly meaner. But does that mean that we should be okay with calling people cracker? Probably not, right? Like it doesn't hurt my feelings, but like it does feel weird when someone starts like calling someone else a cracker, and it's like literally the only thing that they have on the person. Like you can tell that they want to say something really hateful, but they don't actually have like the intelligence to come up with a funny insult or an actually mean insult. So they like do the same thing that like low IQ fucking like racists against black people do, right? They go to a racial slur, and you can tell that that's what it is. Like when Frogan did it to the fucking soy boy, whatever his fucking name is. I don't know all these streamers because I was never a big stream watcher. But like when Frogan called whatever his fucking name is a cracker, it's because she had literally nothing else to fucking say. It's like the only time you ever call someone a racial slur is when you really want to fuck. Yeah, Ludwig. Yeah. Whenever you want to like really get under their skin, right? When you want to like actually play the race card, that's when you use a racial slur. Or because you're like so fucking retarded and like actually probably just like a little bit racist that like the only thing that comes to your head in the moment, like the one glaring like physical identifier is like their skin color, and you're like, oh, skin color, nah, right? Like that's what low IQ people do when they have nothing intelligent to say about why they don't like this person or why they want to be mean to this person or a mean thing to say to a person. They'll call them that. That's at least like how I see it. Like I don't see people like using the N-word as like a casual insult. It's either like, I'm like actually retarded, I can't think of anything else to call you, and so I'm going to call you this because like I can't make fun of like literally any other part of your appearance. And then the other one is like, I'm actually a malicious piece of shit, and I'm going to call you that. The Yakubian Council is going to be really pissed off by Sondsol. Listen, there's a couple. I think there's a couple of playlists on my YouTube of me arguing with the Yakubian Council. Okay, like those motherfuckers. I actually did have an argument or two with those motherfuckers. All right, that was the thinnest tightrope of like optics I have ever had to walk on stream. Literally ever. Bro, that was the most difficult fucking tightrope of all time, arguing with a black woman over fucking like racist terminology and whether or not like black people should be the people that can employ actual racism towards other black people. Like, bro, that was a tightrope. And I think, you know what? I think I fucking tiptoed my way along and made it to the other side. I somehow came out on top at the end of that fucking drama, dude. That was fucking crazy.
Actually, it's not that weird. It's just silly. Why did my comment about the Demon Mama video disappear? I don't know, Luna Rose. Ask whoever, one of the mods or something. I don't know. You're genuinely a low IQ individual. The fact that you think IQ means anything. I mean, firstly, I have no idea.
Also, whenever someone calls you a low IQ individual, just like so everybody knows, because people get their panties in such a fucking wad about this, they're just calling you fucking stupid, right? Like you can respond, you think IQ is real? Like that's like the fucking 2016 like popular fucking response. You're like nearly a decade late on that with that fucking comeback, my guy. He's just calling you stupid. Just say he's retarded too and move on.
I've never done an IQ test because I'm not a fucking like phrenology freak. IQ doesn't mean anything. But the fact that you think low IQ is like interesting or whatever makes you fucking disgusting smug. You are 1,000 times worse, embarrassing human being. Thank you, Cool the Lord. Much love. Much love. Social cues, buddy. Do you think social cues is spelled that way?
Look, even the fucking retard that couldn't form a full sentence was able to say, yeah, get hung up on the term IQ. I'm calling you a dumbass. Like, that's actually fucking funny. You know what? At first I wasn't going to comment on it because you know, it's just like a really stupid string of insults. But like the fact that the guy that can barely string together a sentence like with proper fucking like syntax can point out like, bro, yeah, focus on that, fucking retard. Like, come on.
Cool. Don't delete this person's message yet. I think this is
One second. As a former media studies major in journalism school, it hurts. There are standards, ethics, but whatever. Mainstream media. Trust this inexperienced, unprofessional, unbridled rando. Yeah, like I don't think I could ever be a journalist. I went through a bunch of college majors and ended up on political science, and like my respect for mainstream media since I started streaming, my respect for journalists who like actually put in work to like take the time to fucking research the things that they talk about before they like put anything to paper, and like the fact that they have like these huge teams that work together to fact check things in real time so that they can put out you know, the news story as quickly as possible is like super fucking cool. Like if you've never like seen like a documentary or like a day in the life of a fucking like mainstream media journalist, like bro, I'm telling you that shit is it's really interesting, right? It's really cool to see how like the journalism infrastructure kind of came about, you know? And it makes you respect it so much more, which is why like I don't go to alternative news media sources for literally fucking anything. Like I don't need it in my life. I'll watch fucking Fox News before I watch literally any alt media source, because like I can take at least some of the information there, not the cable news, by the way, like the factual news reporting, right? Like even if it's going to have some spin on it, but if it's going to be all the talking pundits, obviously that's not going to help me. But like when it comes to like the news reporting on it, it's like, man, I would rather watch that than like basically any fucking streamer, because the journalistic standards are just like so misunderstood.
A learning moment. Coup de Lord. Do you think social Q is spelled Queue? Because it isn't. That would be a line of people in a social situation queuing up for something.
Oh,
would be a line of the.
I'm sorry. I must be like giga high. What the fuck did he say?
Message. I think this is a learning moment. Coup de Lord. Do you think social Q is spelled Queue?
Oh, did the guy? Did he say that? One second. Oh, I can't see what the guy's name is.
Do you think social Q's is spelt that way? Cool. Don't delete this person.
Wait, hold on. Let's see if. Can I? No, he streams in 720 like an asshole.
Person's message. I think this is a learning moment.
Rhoda.
Coup de Lord. Do you think social Q is spelled Q?
Oh, okay. I got you. Wait, hold on. No, that is a line. That is a line. Okay. It's a balance, but it's wild how far people swing on the opposite end of mainstream media and just trust them. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like I would trust MSNBC before Fox News, but like I don't really like listening to either of them when it comes to news. Like their news, like their actual like text websites, like where they just like have articles. Those are generally fine, but like I don't like the talking heads on either of those networks, because they're just like the most hyper fucking partisan like spinsters I've ever seen. You know? Yeah. NPR is fine, right? Even like you're never gonna find a news source that's gonna be like totally unbiased. I don't like I never like pretend like that's the case, but like, man, trust like AP, Reuters, like even CNN has gotten like significantly better about like the like spin they put on things and the balance of left versus right bias. Like they've done much better on CNN, AP, Reuters, CNN, ABC is I think pretty good. There are some like smaller foreign news sites that I read and watch stuff from, but those are mostly like foreign policy stuff. Fuck. Oh yeah, I thought that he was like making some fucking joke that I couldn't understand because I was high, but he was responding to the guy in the chat. I was like losing my fucking mind.
E-U-E. Because it isn't. That would be a line of people in a social situation queuing up for something. You dopey cunt. When you come in...
Also, I think that, like, maybe I am retarded. Maybe I am high. Like, isn't Q... Okay, so a liner sequence. Okay, gotcha. I thought that there was another... meaning of this. Well, I guess it's like a sequence. Yeah, I'm thinking of like when I was in theater, like your cue to come in. I feel like it sometimes they spelled it like this, but that also I'm high as fuck. That wouldn't change literally anything here.
Calling someone else stupid, maybe.
Like yeah, CUE, like definitely. But I feel like when I was a theater major, vocal performance, fucking opera major, like I felt like sometimes the stage directions spelled it QUE, whatever. But doesn't matter.
Know how to speak the language properly. Just bravo. Honestly, you are the classic example of a Destiny dick rider.
That's like kind of true. And then like you're the classic example of the opposite cringe side of that. Like you don't have much to be proud about.
Genius.
I mean, like fuck again. Like I hate to keep saying it, but like a man who looks like this doesn't have much to be proud of, like in general, right? Like fuck.
And cue applause. There you go. There you go. Genius. Anyway, I'm glad I made Destiny a bit salty. That's something. Again, that's something.
Yeah, he think he ate. This motherfucker's cooking, and I ain't eating. All right, I'll tell you that much. And the crowd went mild. That's how this motherfucking debate went, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, never mind.
I'm fine with that. If I remember any of this debate, because I'm very, very tired. If I remember any of this debate, I will. I hope it's that bit because
It's the only bit that he wants to remember. The one thing that he thinks he got an own on was "suck my ass." Man, that's like some post-traumatic That's like some post-traumatic shit, right? Where you're like blocking out and repressing memories because they were so bad. You're like focusing on the one good memory. Like you had an abusive parent and you only remember the times that they brought you toys, but you forgot all the times that they like fucking brought a fucking cast iron skillet down in your head. Like repressing those memories, but remember the good ones. Like this is the same thing. Jesus Christ.
Glad about that. That's fine. Can I boot the lame-o? Yeah, go for it. I don't give a fuck. I think I've had my fun with them. What was I fucking saying? I don't know.
I'm calling you a dumbass for having horrible takes and being horrible at defending them. I don't think me misspelling an uncommon word is the dunk you think it is. Damn, even the retard, even the retard that can't spell is still pointing out like how like sad of a dunk that you're getting. How like salvaging the W that you thought that you had from the wreckage of that debate, dude.
He's a loser, that is, and Hassan owned him, lol. Well, that's the thing. I think I got under his skin by basically saying he creates his opinions based upon what Hassan believes.
And then he like directly like refuted that like immediately. What the fuck are you talking about? I owned him on that point?
I think he really did not enjoy that. I think he was really annoyed by that. Anyway. Because he knows it's true. The truth hurts way more.
Also, did Destiny even like? Did he have to like see Hassan's take on Israel Palestine in order to form his opinion on it? Or maybe it was like the fucking millions of fucking cringe ass lefties praising the fucking rape and murder of Jews over in fucking Israel on October 7th and 8th. Like maybe that might have spurred him on to look into the whole conflict. I don't know.
Is there something in the Discovery that can link the Demon Mama video to Kev? Do that on the Discord, Luna. Not to plug the Discord too much, but if you go to my Discord, you can link the...
Hey, and by the way, if you guys like my content and you like, hey, maybe you just think that I'm pretty, join my Discord, all right? I have been on a crusade to make my Discord normal, and it is slowly approaching that, okay? For the longest time, my Discord was just like one long text argument per day and then silence. And then the next day someone would say something and people would get into a long text argument about it and then it would die again. And finally, we have like semi-regular movement in the chat and we have relatively normal people fucking talking in there. All right? And they're talking about normal things. So I'm trying to great replacement theory my fucking Discord. I'm trying to oversaturate with like at least some other kinds of internet schizos, okay? Just like let's vary the kind of schizophrenia that's happening in there. This is what triggering the libs culture has done to the mind of the average lefty. Yeah, I know. Like I what I can say, at least like the thing that I can proudly say, even at my worst as a lefty, like I never got this bad, right? I was very self-aware throughout the whole lefty arc that I had, right? I knew mostly what my limitations were. I never went into a debate where I was like overly confident on something that I just didn't know about. Like that happened very, very rarely. Like I admitted when I was wrong, and so I went to do more research. Now, my version of doing research at that time was like largely perpetuating, like Ouroboros. I'm going to find myself something that agrees with my perspective. But, at least I was making that attempt in good faith. And like, I never got to this point where I was like coping after a debate that I got fucking ass munched in, dude. I don't know. Destiny makes his opinion based on Hassan coming from the people who base all the things how much they hate on capitalism in America. Yeah, I feel like no, you know what? I was about to say it's an age thing, but Kevin Logan, I think, is older than me. So like he doesn't have a fucking excuse. Like, I have to like check myself on a fairly regular basis, right? And at one point before I got banned, I was doing this by like arguing with people on a fairly regular basis, right? Like, does what I'm saying like actually hold up under scrutiny? If someone asks me a question that I haven't thought of and I don't have an answer for it, like, will that like be like a complete defeater for like my entire like point of view, right? Like that, I had a check and balance for that, and I had to develop new checks and balances once the debate started drying up. And I had to stop defining what I was going to research into and what topics I was interested in by who I was going to debate next, right? The obsession, like the way that people form their opinions is like largely they like kind of by osmosis. Most people aren't going out of their way to form an opinion, but like people who are forming an opinion and going out of their way to, a lot of times, at least and I'm speaking from like my very narrow point of view, take issue with this if you want. A lot of times people will start looking into something after they've been challenged on like their, baseline preconceived belief, right? Oftentimes it's going to lead to people, kind of doing the Ouroboros self-confirmation thing. right? There's a very common term for what I'm trying to reference here, but I'm so high, I'm saying self-confirmation instead of the actual like common term. But hopefully you know what I mean. And you know, for a lot of conservatives, they'll get challenged on something related to Trump, but like they define themselves by their love of Trump, or like that this like baseline of belief that like Trump can't be wrong on something. So they have to find something that reinforces that, right? And like, I mean, the same goes for a lot of weird liberals and weird lefties who they hate Trump so much they define themselves by that like baseline. Like literally everything that comes out about Donald Trump that is bad is necessarily true, right? But then you get egg on your face when there's like a misunderstanding, or it was like genuinely just like a really, really fucking stupid mistake, right? Confirmation bias. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Yeah, confirmation bias. Like you're going through, you're going to confirm, like, you know, you don't want to live with the cognitive dissonance, so you're going to go and confirm your biases. And I think that like for the longest time, I didn't have like one or two specific things that I defined myself by, or like baseline beliefs that I would like do all my research based on, right? Like it was never just like, I hate America, or, you know, I hate capitalism. It was more like, okay, well, I need to learn about this topic because I'm going to be doing a debate with this person. And I would gain some amount of knowledge in that area. And then like a lot of that would be jettisoned because I'm not like reinforcing it on a regular basis, and I only learned it for that debate, and you know I would have to research that topic next time I needed to debate it. But like I think the change for me was having a genuine interest rather than just like competitiveness for like my underlying driver for looking into something, right? Like with Israel Palestine, I actually did like, after October 7th, I kind of looked into it a little bit, like, what the fuck? I mean, I didn't do nearly as much as what Destiny did or what other people did, right? Loner Box, whatever. But like, I looked into it a little bit, enough to say like, you know what? I think everyone's a little fucked up here. I think everyone has done some like kind of fucked up shit. But at the end of the day, like, damn, they just did a rape and terrorism. I think Israel gets to try and kill them now. You know what? Israel gets to try and kill those guys now. Now, do I agree with everything that's gone on over there? No, I think that we need to reel some stuff back a little bit, right? But like at the end of the day, like, yeah, you do a rape and terrorism, Israel gets to try and kill you. I mean, like, fair is fair, right? What did you think? That they were going to be like, dang, they went to the other side of the wall. Nothing we can do now. Yeah, so I did some research into that. I find like a lot of stuff around like the Trump trial stuff very interesting. I find authoritarianism very interesting. And so I've done like research into that. And I think that the thing that people need to do, and I'm high, so the reason I'm talking about this is definitely getting away from me, but I'm just going to end by saying like, you got to have like an actual genuine interest in a topic, or a genuine need to procure that knowledge, right? But if you're like Kevin Logan, all you need to do is dislike the correct people, copy and paste arguments that you hear Vosh say, or that you heard Destiny say from like 2016, 2017, right? And then, you know, maybe update your opinion slightly by slapping together three what do you call them? Like studies that you didn't read all the way through. You read the abstract. Like that's, and the reason I know that that's how he is because I know other streamers that were like, that started around the same time as me, that was their prep style. And for the very beginning, when I was a baby streamer, right at the very beginning of 2020, that was my fucking debate style. That was how I researched shit when like in like the first 6 months of me streaming, because like I just simply didn't know any better, right? But like Kevin Logan has been streaming for longer than I knew the streaming space existed. He has no excuse. And most of these people who stream and have been streaming for a long time, they have no excuse. It's just embarrassing. It's just like sad sack, like zero curiosity about the world and zero intellectual integrity. And for all the shit they talk about, like loving academia and loving the more academic type debates and how that like speaks to them so much more, like they really engage in so much anti-intellectualism. It's painful.
If you've got a video you want me to watch, put it in the stream suggestions or DM me or whatever, and I might take a look.
Bro, that whole rant I went on came off of the back of him telling people to join his Discord. What the fuck was I talking about? I have no fucking clue. Healthy, genuine curiosity and passion for knowledge is contagious too. And I mean, yeah, like once you like actually start looking into something and you like begin to like see other people being wrong on something, you get like, wait, why the fuck would you think that when like this information is so easily available, right? And like you begin wanting to talk about it with other people. When you become a more informed person, you like, believe it or not, can engage in conversation with people about that topic, and you can inform other people. Or like, yeah, like man, it is so much more fun being smart than being stupid. You know, there was a moment right after I had my surgery a week and a half ago. Wait, what day? No, I guess like officially 2 weeks now. Where like for a couple of days after I had the surgery, I had like a brain fog because of the anesthetic, right? And like I was like, just like someone would say something to me, I would just look at them like I'm thinking a response, but it's not going to my mouth, right? And I'm not like fully comprehending the things that they're saying to me, right? Like I hear words, but they're not processing. And I thought for a second, like, dude, I swear to God, if one of these meds is giving me a side effect where it's like lowering my intelligence, I'm actually going to kill myself if I have to live like this for the rest of my life. Because like, I don't think that I'm a particularly intelligent person. Like genuinely, I don't. Like, one of my biggest fears in my entire life is taking an IQ test. Like, no matter what the result would be, I would be disappointed, right? If I got a low IQ, right, a lower than average IQ, I would be like, fuck, I actually am a retard. If I got like a really high IQ, I would be like really upset because like, damn, I've wasted so much time not like, you know, committing to a major or finishing college. I could be like really far ahead in my life. And if I got an average IQ, I would be like, damn, there's nothing special about me, right? I love living in the ignorance of what my IQ is. Fuck, I have no idea why the fuck I just said that. I was talking about, oh yeah, the brain fog, right? But like, I feel like, and I've thought about this. Fuck, you guys are gonna have to come back to a stream because I have to end. It's 3:15 in the fucking morning. Okay, like I need to tell the story of me having an existential crisis because this existential crisis that I had a couple of years ago, ironically enough, linked to another story that I told in stream about the philosophical debate with Andrew Wilson. Having that debate made me look into philosophy, and then I'll get into that later, but like I had a like true, like actual existential fucking crisis, where I became hyper aware about like my perception of other people's ability to like be sentient, right? And I really feel like I don't have a perfect eye for it, but like you can kind of tell like when someone is just like genuinely like they probably do, like they probably would get like a really low IQ score, right? And I feel like every time I watch one of these debates where something like this happens, like we're looking at a standard deviation below, you know? Like, and if I was to live like that, I would never have a public facing, you know, job like this, you know? But listen, I fucking gotta go to bed, guys. It's 3 a.m, and I keep on forgetting to stop streaming. All right. But I love you guys a lot. If you guys like the stream, if you like the stuff that I'm talking about, if you like me, please like and subscribe to the channel. I was kind of like mostly giving up on YouTube as like ever like growing ever again until I hired my recent editor, and we went from getting like 300 views per month to 100,000 plus every month. So please subscribe to the channel. It's actually like a viable thing to actually be like a fun environment, and I want to build another fun chat environment again. So like, comment, subscribe, tell your friends. I love you guys very much, and I will catch you guys probably tomorrow.